Blackstone Audio presents Secrets in the Stones, a Dr. Thomas Silkstone mystery by Tessa Harris. This book is read by Simon Vance. For Harry and Tom, because I made a promise. Good friend, for Jesu's sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616. This epitaph on the poet's tomb in Stratford-upon-Avon was purportedly chosen by the bard himself. Chapter 1. Hyderabad, India, in the year of our Lord, 1775. From high up on a loop of the Great Wall, the Banya watched the pinpricks of flame blister the blackened city. Swords in hand, blazing torches aloft, the Nizam's men gathered near one of the 13 great gates. The citadel was sealed. No one could enter, and no one could leave. But most of the ordinary inhabitants were cowering inside their dwellings, fearful for their lives. Baba Lakhani was the Banya's name. He was a Gujarati merchant who'd always lived by his wits. He'd known he was taking a gamble, but in a land where fanciful stories grew like pomegranates, he was certain this legend was seeded in truth. For years he'd acted as a middleman between the Jagirdars, who owned the diamond mines, and the Europeans. He would be the first to admit that he did not always play by the rules, the few that there were. Yet the gods had smiled on him so far. The French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and, of course, the English all knew him to supply a good bulse. They trusted him to select a few fine stones among those of poorer quality and to ask a fair price. When they opened the small purses, they were seldom disappointed. Blood-red rubies, cobalt-blue sapphires, and, of course, diamonds. Always diamonds. But what he had now was far too valuable to be included in an ordinary packet. What he had now might, just might, be a legend about to be uncovered, waiting to dazzle, delight, and amaze with its fantastical brilliance once it had been cut. What he had now might be worthy to grace the collection of the crowned heads of Europe, who would no doubt be willing to pay a most generous price for the privilege. Yes, there was a risk. There always was. But this risk was bigger than all the swollen bulbs of the old rulers' tombs put together, and now it was looming over him like a monstrous cobra, readying itself to strike. There'd been an edict. Somehow word had got out. Somehow the Nizam's vakil had discovered that a miner had not declared his find, and had escaped with a huge gemstone from the nearby diamond fields. The miner, a Dalit of the lowest caste, had come to him, and he, Baba Lakhani, had agreed to act for him. But the law was plain. Anyone who found a diamond of more than 10 carats was required to hand it over to the governor of the mine. And that law had been violated. The Dalit risked death, and so, of course, did he. He knew that, should they be caught, their executions, the more torturous and gruesome the better, would serve as an example to others who might think of following in their wake. He tugged at his enormous moustache. The thought of his own death sent a runnel of cold sweat coursing down his back, and set his heart beating as fast as a tabla drum. Now he must do or die. So secret was the mission, and so precious the cargo, that the transaction had to take place after dark. And how dark it was! Night coated the city's minarets and spandrels like melted tar. The air was close, and the sky pregnant with monsoon rain. Everyone knew the Lord Indra would make the clouds burst any day now. Even though he was a good distance away, the Banya could see the guards swarming like locusts on the poor quarter that oozed like a festering sore inside the walls. This was where the mosquitoes and rats were the fattest, and the residents the thinnest. The stench was always bad, but at the end of the dry season it was almost unbearable. Dust choked the narrow streets, and now it was mixed with something else. Fear. He could hear the shouts and screams, too. He knew the guards were approaching fast. Scrambling down from the wall, the merchant nodded to his nowkar. The servant, spindly as a spider, waited below, standing by a handcart that held a large Hessian sack. The trader's gaze settled on the bundle. He gave it an odd look, taking a deep breath as he did so. The deal he was about to broker could mean life or death. The exchange he was about to undertake would seal not just his own fate, but that of his only son, and his sons too.
"Come, Manjit," he whispered. "We must hurry."
9 years later, Brandwick Common, the county of Oxfordshire, England. The moment after the shot tore through the air, there was silence. Silence and smoke. It was as if time itself stood still, caught up in the haze of gunpowder, watching to see what would happen. No one had to wait long. The man's mouth fell agape, and he gasped for the air that was already escaping from his punctured breast. He reeled backward, clutching his chest, then dropped like a stone to the ground.
"No, please God, no!"
cried Lady Lydia Farrell. She rushed forward, careening down the hollow, followed by her maid Eliza. When she reached the limp body, she slumped to her knees on the dew-sodden grass. A red stain was blooming on the man's chest. To her horror, she had seen the well-aimed shot hit Dr. Thomas Silkstone. The apothecary, Mr. Peabody, was the doctor's second at the duel, and the first to reach him. Lydia found him pressing hard on Thomas's breastbone, trying to stop the dark patch from growing. Jacob Lovelock, the groom, had been waiting with the carriage. As soon as he'd seen the doctor fall, he jumped down and began to run over, too.
"Tell me he's not dead,"
Lydia whispered in disbelief.
"He cannot be dead."
She reached over and clutched Thomas's cold hand. Then her own heart missed a beat as she watched the apothecary rip open the blood-stained shirt to reveal the wound. Mr. Peabody looked up. Even though it was a chilly morning, the little man's face was glistening with sweat. Lowering his head, he put his ear to Thomas's mouth, then felt for a pulse in his neck.
"He lives,"
he told her after a moment,
"but only just."
Lydia felt panic strangle her voice.
"He can't die. He can't,"
she croaked. Eliza, fighting back her own tears, put an arm around her mistress. But Lydia would have none of it. She shrugged her off.
"What must we do?"
she asked Mr. Peabody.
"We must get him to the carriage, my lady,"
he replied. The morning light was pearly, but a blanket of mist still hugged the ground, and Lydia suddenly became aware of men's voices and the sound of horses. She struggled to her feet and could just make out a carriage on the opposite side of the hollow. A whip cracked, and the carriage sped off, heading away from the common. Jacob Lovelock saw it too.
"Coward!"
he cried.
"You bastard!"
He coughed up a gob of spittle and sent it arcing in the carriage's direction. The Right Honourable Nicholas Lupton was leaving the scene in all haste. It was he who had challenged the doctor to the duel. It was he who had fired the shot, and it was he who would face a murder charge if his opponent died.
"He'll not get away with it, milady,"
yelled the pock-marked groom, approaching fast. Seeing her former steward make good his getaway, Lydia also felt the anger rise in her. Like the rat she knew him to be, he was deserting the scene, leaving his rival to die. She also knew her ire needed to be channeled. Now she must devote all her energies to saving Thomas, and there was no time to waste.
"Jacob," she cried to Lovelock, "help me here."
She pointed to Thomas lying motionless in Mr. Peabody's arms.
"We need to get Dr. Silkstone to the 3 Tons.
A breathless Lovelock nodded and slid his arms under Thomas's legs.
"Be careful,"
Mr. Peabody instructed, as he hooked his own hands under his patient's arms. Together the two men lifted him up.
"But will he live?"
Lydia asked the apothecary, as he staggered under Thomas's weight. Eliza steadied her mistress as they headed for the carriage. Mr. Peabody, his face still grave, grunted, struggling with his burden.
"We can but hope, your ladyship, but he needs great care," he told her.
Reeling across the wet grass, the two men arrived at the carriage and heaved their patient inside, laying him lengthways on a seat. The women followed, and Eliza found a blanket to lay over him. Suddenly Thomas started to shake violently, and Lydia shot a horrified look at the apothecary.
"We must get him to the inn,"
said Mr. Peabody, feeling the pulse once more.
"The professor should be there soon."
"The professor?" asked Lydia, frowning.
"Professor Hasher from Oxford," replied the apothecary. "He will be on his way."
Puzzled, Lydia shook her head. News of the imminent arrival of Thomas's anatomist friend from Oxford, although most welcome, confused her.
"But how did he—"
Mr. Peabody's eyes slid away from hers.
"Dr. Silkstone made plans, my lady,"
he said, returning to his charge and pressing on the wound.
"Plans?" repeated Lydia. "What sort of plans?"
Still not lifting his gaze, the apothecary bit his lip as if trying to stop himself from divulging a secret.
"What sort of plans, Mr. Peabody?" she insisted.
The apothecary shook his head and then regarded her for a moment.
"The doctor did not accept Mr. Lupton's challenge lightly," he began cryptically.
"What do you mean?" Lydia was growing increasingly irritated.
"I mean he conceived a way to thwart any possible injury, my lady."
Lydia shook her head.
"You are talking in riddles," she told him. "Please be plain."
The apothecary sighed as if acknowledging defeat.
"The doctor asked the blacksmith to forge him a light cuirass to repel the lead shot, my lady."
"A cuirass?" exclaimed Lydia.
"You mean armour?"
Peabody nodded.
"I do, my lady."
He pointed to the bloody wound, and Lydia forced herself to look closer. She could see what he meant. There seemed to be some sort of metal sheeting under Thomas's shirt.
"He also wore a layer of thick horsehair wadding beneath."
The apothecary directed his gaze to a ball of coarse threads now soaked in blood.
"He hoped the lead shot would fail to penetrate the breastplate."
Lydia's red-rimmed eyes opened wide.
"I see," she muttered.
Mr. Peabody shook his head.
"Sadly, my lady, the shot has clearly pierced the armour." "But you say Professor Hasher is on his way."
There was a note of hope in Lydia's voice. She should have known that Thomas would not leave it to chance to dodge Lupton's shot. He was organised, meticulous, reasoned. He would not allow fortune to dictate his fate. There had been method in his apparent madness in accepting the challenge, but that method had most certainly failed him. She gazed at Thomas's deathly pale face and took his hand in hers once more.
"Let us pray he can be saved," she whispered.
Back at Boughton Hall, Sir Montagu Malthus, the custodian of Lady Lydia's estate and official guardian to her young son and heir Richard, was breakfasting in the morning-room. A great raven of a man and one of the finest lawyers in the land, he also carried a very personal grudge. He had made it his mission to prevent Lydia from marrying the American parvenu Dr. Thomas Silkstone, so destroying the English bloodline. So far he had done rather well. The upstart doctor from the colonies would surely admit defeat very soon, and as for poor dear Lydia, well, she was so highly suggestible that he could, and had, told her a pack of lies, and she would believe anything he said. Satisfied in such knowledge, he was now able to concentrate fully on his plans to enclose the whole of the Boughton estate, fencing it off from the commoners and woodsmen. Over a bowl of hot chocolate he was considering his day's tasks when Howard entered. From the anxious look on the butler's normally sanguine features, Sir Montagu could tell he had some urgent news to impart. Howard cleared his throat.
"Begging pardon, sir, but Peter Geach would speak with you."
Sir Montagu looked up from his bowl, then set it down.
"Geach?"
he repeated. He wondered what the landlord of the 3 Tons had to relate that couldn't wait until later in the day.
"Tell him to go away and return at a more civilized hour."
Howard looked uncomfortable.
"He says it is most urgent, sir."
Then, as if to press Geach's case further, the butler added,
"It concerns Dr. Silkstone, sir."
"Ah!" Sir Montagu paused at the mention of Thomas's name and suddenly changed his high-handed tune. He dabbed the corners of his mouth with his napkin.
"Then you better allow him in," he instructed.
Peter Geach, always with at least one of his beady eyes on the main chance, was shown into the morning-room, clutching the brim of his tricorn. Sir Montagu eyed him like a hawk would a mouse or a vole before it struck, then signalled for Howard to leave.
"Well,"
he said as soon as they were alone. He did not invite the landlord to sit.
"You have news concerning Silkstone?"
Geach thrust out his chin, as if he was proud to be the one to break the news.
"I thought you'd like to know there's been a duel on the common, sir," he began.
He paused for dramatic effect. Sir Montagu paused too and arched one of his thick brows.
"Tell me more," he said, leaning back in his chair. "'Twixt Mr. Lupton and Dr. Silkstone, sir."
Now both of Sir Montagu's brows were raised in unison. He leaned forward, his interest piqued.
"Has there indeed? And what, pray tell, was the outcome?"
Geach paused again, licking his thin lips as if relishing what he was about to impart, but his silence spoke to Sir Montagu. He would say no more without a reward. The men's eyes met.
"A crown,"
said the lawyer. Geach remained steadfast.
"I was hoping—"
Sir Montagu frowned and leered toward the innkeeper.
"I could go to the village and ask any peasant on the street to tell me," he said coldly. "Then I could have your squalid tavern closed down."
He reached over the table and lifted the china lid of a jam pot, then shut it again to illustrate his point. The landlord reddened and squeezed the brim of his tricorn.
"Of course, sir,"
he said, suddenly losing his nerve.
"So?"
"Dr. Silkstone was wounded."
"Was he indeed?"
There was a flicker of a smile on the lawyer's lips. "Yes, sir. They brought him to the inn."
"They?"
"Her ladyship and her maid. And
"What? Lady Lydia?"
At the mention of Lydia's name, the scowl returned to Sir Montagu's face. To the best of his knowledge, she was still sleeping soundly upstairs. He pushed himself away from the table and stood up.
"Her ladyship is with him now?"
The news clearly angered him. He strode over to the window.
"Yes, sir,"
continued Geach,
"and now an arrest warrant for Mr. Lupton has been issued by Sir Arthur Warbeck."
Sir Montagu wheeled round, his hands behind his back.
"Has it indeed? So the American might die?"
He knew that if that were the case, a charge of manslaughter would be brought against the steward.
"You have seen him?"
Geach nodded.
"Hit in the chest he was, sir. He's stone-cold out of it, sir, but Mr. Peabody is seeing to him."
Sir Montagu allowed himself a chuckle.
"Peabody? That clown can kill a man as easily as any lead shot."
Emboldened by the lawyer's response, Geach went on, "But I've been told to expect Sir Theodosius Pettigrew and another surgeon from Oxford presently, sir." The news of the men's arrival wiped the smirk from Sir Montagu's face.
"The coroner?"
He walked forward and grasped the back of his chair.
"And Professor Hasher, no doubt,"
he mumbled. "Sir?" Geach did not catch the lawyer's words. Sir Montagu reached into his pocket and produced 2 silver coins. He tossed them on the floor at the landlord's feet, one after the other. They rolled along the wooden floorboards and came to rest at the edge of a rug.
"A crown for the information," he said, "and another to keep me abreast of the doctor's condition."
As he watched Geach grovel to pick up the coins, Sir Montagu very much hoped that before the day's end the innkeeper would be the bearer of news of Thomas Silkstone's death. Chapter 2. In an upper room at the 3 Tuns, 3 anxious onlookers, Lydia, her maid Eliza, and Mr. Peabody, were keeping vigil at Thomas's bedside. There had been a glimmer of hope. The doctor had opened his eyes, smiled at the sight of Lydia, and then been lost to her again. At around midday, Boughton's stable lad, Will Lovelock, had come, bearing a message from Sir Montagu. The lawyer had, said his missive, heard the terrible news, and wished Lydia to know that if he could be of any assistance, she had only to say. The carriage was at her disposal, and he had instructed the Reverend Unsworth to say prayers for Dr. Silkstone. His words had offered her a little comfort, although she could not be sure that he meant them. She continued to watch and wait, and as she waited, she too prayed as never before, and she made a vow. "Please, God, if you let him live, then nothing will stop us being together. I swear." By the time the clock in the room struck 3, there was still no sign of Sir Theodosius and Professor Hasher. Lydia felt her anxiety mount.
"Where are they?"
she asked aloud, not expecting a reply. No sooner had she posed the question, however, than Eliza blasted in from a foray to buy fresh herbs to scent the room. She was able to furnish her mistress with an answer.
"They've been spotted, my lady,"
she told her breathlessly.
"A wheel came off their carriage just north of Woodstock, but 'tis mended now."
Almost 2 more anxious hours followed until, just before the church bell struck the hour, a carriage drew into the inn's courtyard. Inside were Sir Theodosius Pettigrew and Professor Hasher, and their presence had never been more welcome.
"Thank God you are here!"
cried Lydia, rushing forward to greet Sir Theodosius as he lumbered into the room. A corpulent gentleman, he enveloped the young woman in a warm embrace. Without children of his own, he had always regarded her as he would his own daughter.
"Dear child," he told her, "do not fear. Professor Hasher is here."
He glanced at the elderly, snowy-haired man who was advancing straight to Thomas's side.
"He will do everything he can."
Before the duel, Thomas had sent word of his intentions to the Oxford coroner. Sir Theodosius was fully cognizant of the doctor's plans, but it had come as a shock to him to learn from Peter Geach on arrival at the 3 Tons what had actually come to pass. Professor Hasher, a Saxon by birth, set to work immediately, while the others retired to a respectful distance. Mumbling to himself in his native tongue, he opened up his medical case and started to examine his patient. While Mr. Peabody was asked to remain to assist, Sir Theodosius thought it best if he took Lydia and her maid outside. He wasted little time in escorting them from the room, leaving the elderly anatomist to probe and suture away from their fretting gaze.
"I think some fresh air may be in order,"
the coroner suggested. Lydia nodded, and together they stepped out into the courtyard of the 3 Tons. Eliza remained in the hall. By now it was early evening, and the hostler was watering the carriage horses that had come from Oxford, bringing the coroner and the professor. Sir Theodosius and Lydia slipped unnoticed through a small gate into a shaded garden at the back of the inn. In the last few days, spring had made its presence felt. The grass was ankle-high and studded with drifts of bluebells. An unkempt flower-bed teemed with periwinkles and yellow tansies. Lydia knew tansies were often wrapped in funeral winding sheets to ward off insects. She shivered at the thought.
"Here,"
said Sir Theodosius. His plump finger pointed to a stone seat that overlooked a stream, and there they sat.
"You mustn't fret, my dear,"
said the coroner, staring at the gurgling water.
"The professor will see Thomas, right?"
Lydia sighed deeply, her breath trembling in her chest.
"Please God, let it be so, sir,"
she replied. She wanted to cry, but did not. Instead, she made a confession.
"I've been a fool,"
she said suddenly. Sir Theodosius's head jolted, sending his jowls wobbling.
"What's this, my dear?"
She plucked the head of an ox-eye daisy from its stem and began plucking the petals.
"He's been the only one who has been true to me."
The coroner inclined his head.
"Ah,"
he said, as if suddenly understanding.
"Thomas."
"The thought of losing him."
She tossed the daisy head into the stream. Sir Theodosius nodded and patted her hand.
"I know, my dear, I know. Sometimes it takes the prospect of losing someone to make us realize how much they mean to us."
Lydia looked the coroner in the eye.
"He means the world to me."
The coroner nodded.
"Then you must tell him so."
"I intend to,"
she said with a nod, then looked away and muttered quietly,
"if I have the chance."
Just then the latch on the gate clicked, and both of them switched back to see Eliza's head peering round.
"Professor Hasher says you may return, my lady," she said.
Sir Theodosius smiled at Lydia and squeezed her hand.
"Yes, you must tell him so yourself," he said.
All of them made their way back inside and up the stairs to where Thomas lay. Lydia hurried in first, but stopped short of the bed when Mr. Peabody signalled to her to come no farther. She suddenly saw why. Professor Hasher, his hands still bloodied, was standing back to inspect his handicraft. Appearing to examine the closed wound with an artist's eye, he nodded to himself. Seemingly satisfied that the stitches were as neat as he could make them, and spaced at equal distances, he took a pair of scissors and snipped the catgut. His shoulders heaved as he allowed himself a deep breath, as if he had not breathed since he began the delicate procedure of tending to his patient's injury. Still standing at the foot of the bed, Lydia glanced at the bowl on the bedside table. She was grateful to have been spared the sight of the removal of fragments of shattered metal from the wound, although there was still spilled blood on the white sheets. She was not alone in holding back. Sir Theodosius and Eliza did too, nervous about what they might see. They were waiting on Professor Hasher's word. And it came very soon.
"Das ist gut,"
he pronounced finally, with a nod of his snowy white head. With the professor's announcement, all those in the room seemed to relax a little, as if their nerves had all been held taut by some invisible thread. They had been tense ever since they had known the seriousness of the injury. Now, at last, they could all breathe a little easier. After another moment's deliberation, the professor, to everyone's surprise, addressed his patient.
"That breastplate may have saved your life, but it still made the nasty hole in your chest," he admonished.
Thomas, it seemed, was conscious, and Lydia rushed forward. From the bed his hand rose, and he placed his fingers lightly along the row of stitches on his chest, as if playing the keys of a forte piano.
"They feel even enough. You have done a good job, Professor,"
came the croaked reply. Although Mr. Peabody had dosed him liberally with laudanum, Thomas had remained conscious throughout the procedure. Through the fog of shock and pain, he had managed to follow the Saxon surgeon's work, cleaning up a chest wound that would most certainly have been fatal had he not been wearing protective armour.
"Thank God you are back with us,"
exclaimed Lydia as soon as she saw Thomas's face. He managed to smile at her through his evident discomfort. As the professor reached for bandages from his case, however, Thomas switched his attention.
"A good dollop of aloe balm on the wound would surely not go amiss, sir," he suggested.
Hasher paused at his words, glanced at Sir Theodosius, then rolled his eyes. The two older men exchanged weary smiles.
"The next time you're challenged to a duel, Silkstone, I beg you, do not accept, for all our sakes," exhorted the coroner, as he lumbered up to draw alongside the injured young doctor. Lydia clasped Thomas's hand in hers.
"For mine, especially," she said.
Thomas, his eyes now fully open but his breath rasping, whispered his reply.
"Fear not, sweet lady. 'Tis not grave," he told her.
It was all she had needed to hear. His wound was ugly, she had seen it with her own eyes, but, barring infection, it no longer threatened his life.
"You must rest now," Professor Hasher told his patient. "I think we must all rest," agreed Sir Theodosius.
As the elderly anatomist set to work binding Thomas's torso, Sir Theodosius and Lydia, followed by Eliza, beat a retreat from the room. Peter Geach jumped back as the bedroom door opened and looked sheepishly at Sir Theodosius, who returned a scowl. The landlord had clearly been listening on the landing outside.
"Dr. Silkstone. He is—"
"Alive, Mr. Geach,"
came the coroner's barked reply. The wiry innkeeper nodded his head.
"Alive, but with a shattered breastbone and in need of rest," added Sir Theodosius. "And so am I. I shall have your finest room and dinner." He rubbed his large belly, which suddenly felt very empty. "A chop or two will do nicely."
Geach nodded once more.
"I have a room prepared for you, sir, and one for the foreign gentleman," he replied,
casting a look through the door toward Professor Hasher.
"And her ladyship?"
Sir Theodosius turned to Lydia.
"Her ladyship's carriage awaits,"
Geach informed him. Lydia, drawing close, looked relieved.
"Then we shall go back to Boughton, sir,"
she told the coroner. Sir Theodosius smiled.
"Yes, my dear," he said, taking her hand to kiss it. "I trust you will sleep better in your own bed."
She returned his smile and nodded.
"I shall sleep better knowing that Dr. Silkstone is out of danger," she acknowledged.
Lifting up the hem of her skirt slightly, she made her way down the rickety stairs to the hall, where Lovelock was waiting. By now it was growing dark. The tap-room was full of men carousing and laughing. The smell of pig fat from cheap candles tainted the air, and it was hard to see through the thick fug of pipe smoke. Nevertheless, the mood appeared much livelier than usual. The ale was flowing, someone had struck up on the penny whistle, and it seemed to Lydia as she glanced through the doorway that the locals had not a care in the world. At the centre of the merry throng she caught a glimpse of Joseph Makepeace, the berryman. Normally such a staid and dour fellow as befitted his calling, he was quaffing his tipple and puffing his pipe as if he were lord of the manor. She wondered perhaps if she should instruct Geach to ask the gravedigger and his friends to tone down their revelries so that the doctor would not be disturbed. But as soon as she drew level with Lovelock, shifting agitatedly at the foot of the stairs, the thought flew from her mind.
"My lady, is the groom began anxiously.
Lydia quickly put him at ease. Dr. Silkstone is recovering, she managed to relate, but it was clear she was exhausted and in no mood to tarry. She swept past him. Lovelock's pock-marked face relaxed, and he caught Eliza's eye. The maid smiled at him, and together they followed Lydia out into the warm night to the waiting carriage that would take them back to Boughton Hall. Chapter 3. Sir Montagu Malthus would never have called himself a man of faith, but he had been inclined toward prayer throughout the day. As yet, however, his request had met with no divine response. He had received no word from Geach. To his knowledge, Silkstone was still alive. Now his only supplication was that he would not survive the night. The lawyer sat in the study at Boughton Hall. The evening was warm, and the French windows at the far end of the room were open. The noise of the guard dogs barking in the far distance made him look up and flatten his back against his chair. He was wading through unopened correspondence that had been left to mount over the past few tumultuous weeks. For most of the day his enormous shoulders had been hunched over the desk, and his neck ached. The occasional gulp of claret from a glass at his side had been all there was to break the tedium of the mound of documentation. Now, however, he allowed himself the indulgence of breaking off from reading his papers. It was not the sudden barking that roused him, but the appearance of a moth. Flying dangerously close to the naked flame of his candle, it was quite large and brindle-brown. It skimmed and pranced in the enticing circle of light cast on the wall above his desk. Its quivering silhouette made it appear even bigger than it actually was. Fluttering in on the sultry night air through the open windows, the creature provided a welcome diversion. So now he set down his silver paper knife, eased back in his chair, and studied the insect with a macabre fascination. The moth next settled on a volume of accounts on the desk, but Sir Montagu resisted the urge to swat it. It would be all the more pleasurable to watch it hover around the flame a little longer, thereby prolonging its dance toward inevitable death. He was therefore irritated when a sudden zephyr from the open doors rustled his papers and disturbed its rest. It flew toward the lighted candle, lingered for no more than a second, then succumbed to its fiery embrace. There was a slight hissing sound, as a tongue of flame licked its wings before it fell like a singed fragment of parchment onto the desk. Sir Montagu's lips twinged with satisfaction. Could this be a sign that his prayers had been finally answered? With a sweep of his hand he scooped the charred remnants of the moth to the floor and resumed his work. Another missive required his urgent attention, no doubt another plea requesting a larger allotment. There were times when he regretted abiding by the law of the land. It would have been so much simpler to fence off the commons and the woods and be done with it, rather than to subject himself to all these irritating legal procedures. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry, it seemed, felt entitled to protest against the plans to enclose the Boughton estate. He had been forced to post his intentions and invite comments, and it irked him beyond measure that he was legally obliged to deal with all these petitions. Holding yet another missive toward the candlelight, the lawyer took the paper knife and began to slice through the seal. He acted with such gusto, however, that the blade slipped and nicked his finger. Sir Montagu grimaced, and the knife clattered onto the desk. The cut, although small, began to bleed, and 2 or 3 drops fell onto the bundle of papers, the colour of the blood matching that of the seal. In fact, he was sucking at the wound, a metallic taste on his tongue, when he heard a noise outside. Footsteps? He held his breath for a moment. Could it be Geach coming with news of Silkstone's death? There it was again, the sound of feet crunching on the gravel below the terrace. The lawyer rose and walked over to the open doors. He took a deep breath and advanced over the threshold, out onto the parterre. He was surprised to find it was slightly warmer outside than in. Palming his hands onto the stone balustrade, he cast his gaze over the gardens. The night was clear and the moon was almost full, so he could just about discern the outline of the rose garden with its clipped hedges. Somewhere in the woodland beyond, an owl hooted. As far as he could see, however, Nothing was untoward.
"Geach!"
he called out in a hoarse whisper. He craned his neck into the darkness.
"Who goes there?"
There was no reply. He allowed for a moment of quiet, just to satisfy himself that there was no one else in the grounds, before he wheeled round to return to the study. The doors remained ajar, although a little more open than he remembered. He supposed a breeze had blown them apart. Once inside, however, he decided to close them just to err on the side of caution. It had suddenly occurred to him that Nicholas Lupton, now a wanted man, might pay him an unwelcome visit. But they had parted on less than friendly terms, and the steward was a man with a hot temper. He could well do without his presence. He turned the key in the lock. It made a satisfying clunk as the latch dropped. He felt safe. Convinced he must have heard a fox or a badger outside, he returned to his desk and sat down to resume his examination of the petitions. He started to unfold a paper. By this time, however, his candle had begun to gutter. Although there was another lamp in the room, the flickering annoyed him. It caused the circle of light on the wall to dim slightly. He reached for the wick trimmer, but just as he did so, he heard another noise. Only now it seemed inside the room.
"Geach, is that you?"
he asked, glancing back over his shoulder before dropping his gaze to the candle once more.
"Please tell me that Dr. Silkstone is dead," he quipped.
In the semi-darkness he waited for the message for which he so longed, trimming the wick as he did so. None came.
"Geach!"
he called out, looking behind once more. When he saw no one, he shrugged, but still he fumbled for the tinder-box. He struck the flint. The flame burst into life and took hold of the candle. He was right. Someone else was in the room. From nowhere a silhouette suddenly loomed large against the wall. He started to twist round.
"What the—"
It was too late. A hand clamped across his mouth, and his hooded lids all but disappeared as his eyes opened wide with fright. From his mouth a strangled cry tried to emerge, but it was no use. The lawyer found himself fighting for breath, and his hands flew up as he gasped, flapping like a frightened bird. In the commotion, the claret glass was knocked over and its contents spilled across the desk. Sir Montagu felt his head yanked back, and he let go of his grip on his assailant. A gag was suddenly stuffed between his lips. In the next moment his arms were wrenched behind him. Through the mayhem he could see something glint in the candlelight. The paper knife? Seconds later he realized only too well that the sensation he could feel against the skin of his neck was the cold, hard steel of a blade. Chapter 4. The journey to Boughton Hall, although short, allowed Lydia a few minutes' peace after the day's momentous events. She could take stock and reflect. It had been a day like no other, a day of high drama and deep emotion, of machinations and deceptions gone awry, and of anxious watching and endless waiting. And as the gates of the hall loomed up ahead of her carriage, she was suddenly filled with a terrible sense of foreboding. Previously they had signified home and security, but latterly they reminded her that she was a virtual prisoner, and that Sir Montagu controlled her every move. Suddenly she knew what she had to do. Those torturous hours spent at Thomas's bedside, not knowing whether he would live or die, had made her realize what was important to her in life. Tomorrow morning at first light she would leave. Taking Richard with her, she would escape from Boughton. When she feared Thomas had been shot dead, she had seen in the flash of a moment what life would be like without him. In those few short seconds, she knew she never wanted to be apart from him again. He was the only man who had ever truly loved her. Now she had made up her mind. As soon as he was fit, they would run away, all three of them, Thomas, Richard, and her, to America. Yes, America. To Philadelphia, perhaps, Thomas's home city. They could make a new life there, together, away from Boughton and the estate and away from England. No one would know her, and no one would care who she was. She would renounce her title, and once relieved of its burden, she could become Mrs. Thomas Silkstone. She mouthed her new name silently. Mrs. Thomas Silkstone. Her heart beat faster at the thought of it. The chimneys and cornices of Boughton Hall suddenly came into view, silhouetted against the dark blue sky. The sight made Lydia tense. It seemed as if years had passed since she and Eliza had left that morning. After everything that had happened, the sight of its imposing walls now made it even more like a prison. She needed to escape. She must make plans immediately, but away from Sir Montagu's glare. Her own experience had shown her he would stop at nothing to prevent her and Thomas from being together. Ever since he had revealed to her that he was her real father, then immediately regretted it, Sir Montagu had shown her not a shred of humanity. He had tossed her feelings aside like a spent pipe. She thought of his threats to take Richard from her, his success in turning her against Thomas. She thought of Bedlam and how, even after her release, he had managed to control her. "Not any more," she muttered between clenched teeth. "Are you all right, my lady?" Eliza, sitting opposite her, broke into her thoughts. She had seen her mistress's eyes open wide, as if she had suddenly had a revelation, then heard her mumble to herself and had become concerned. Lydia turned away from the window and fixed her maid with the enigmatic look of a lost woman who had suddenly found her way. "Yes, thank you, Eliza," she replied with a smile. "I have never felt better." As her carriage drew up outside, Lydia saw that only in the ground-floor study did a light burn dimly. She assumed Sir Montagu had stayed up late attending to his business affairs. A small part of her also thought that he might wish to learn whether Thomas was alive or dead. The doctor's death would, of course, suit his purpose. She suddenly imagined his expression had she been the bearer of such news. He would have dipped his brows, feigned shock and concern, and reached out to put a comforting arm around her. Yet underneath, his dark heart would be leaping for joy. Lovelock helped his mistress down from the vehicle, and Howard was there on the steps to greet her and Eliza. He had obviously seen the carriage lamps on the drive, although it was clear he had not expected them back.
"Your ladyship,"
said the butler with a worried frown,
"Dr. Silkstone."
The whole household had been on tenterhooks for the entire day, waiting to hear news from the village about the doctor's state of health. The gossip among visiting tradesmen had forewarned of serious injury and possible death. "The wound is bad enough, Howard, but God willing, Dr. Silkstone will make a full recovery," she told him as he helped her off with her cape. The butler relaxed his stiff stance a little.
"That is most gratifying to know, your ladyship."
Then after a moment he added,
"Will you require refreshment, my lady?"
Lydia shook her head. "No, Howard, I will call in on Sir Montagu, then Eliza will see me to bed."
"As you wish, my lady,"
he replied with a bow, and he padded off back to his quarters. Eliza looked at her mistress. "Shall I go up, your ladyship?" Lydia nodded. She would inform her of her plans to leave Boughton in a moment. She would need the maid's help in order to make ready Richard's escape too, but she knew she could trust Eliza. She might even ask her to accompany them. After all, she was the one who showed her that Thomas had been fighting for her freedom from Bedlam. Before she could make the maid privy to her plans, however, Lydia first had to inform Sir Montagu of the doctor's condition. It was a task she would relish, a victory for her after such a long series of defeats at her father's callous hands. A shaft of light lanced into the hallway from underneath the study door, telling her that he was still working. She crossed over and took a deep, steadying breath before she tapped lightly on the door. She waited a moment. There was no reply. With her mouth to the door, she called softly, "Sir, 'tis Lydia." Still no reply. Not wishing to disturb the peace of the household, she turned the handle quietly and walked inside. A single candle burned. Glancing to her right, she saw that her father seemed to have dozed off at the far end of the room. His head was resting on the desk, but curiously, his goat-hair wig appeared to have slipped from his scalp and now lay at the foot of his chair. Suddenly she shivered. The temperature in the study was much cooler than in the hall, and turning, she saw the French windows were wide open. "You'll catch your death of cold," she muttered, even though she knew her father would be oblivious to her warning. She made her way across the room toward the windows when suddenly she felt something below her shoe. Looking down, she saw she had stepped on some stray papers that had fallen on the floor. She frowned and raised her eyes to the desk. Her father had not stirred. It was then that she also noticed all the drawers in the cabinet ahead of her had been pulled out. Quickly she turned round and squinted into the gloom. The shelves on the facing wall were half empty. The ledgers normally kept there had been thrown to the ground. Panic suddenly flared in her chest. "Sir?" she called. He did not move. "Father!" She hurried over to him. As she did so, she noticed the odd position of his body. His arms appeared to be behind his back. It was only when she drew level with him and the pool of light from the candle illuminated the surface of the desk that she saw the upturned claret glass. For a moment she thought the liquid that was spreading across the desk was red wine. Without thinking, she dipped her finger into the crimson fluid and felt it warm and syrupy against her skin. The piercing scream that emanated from her lips a split second later came from the realization that what she was touching was not spilled claret, but fresh blood. Chapter 5. The shock of Sir Theodosius's words caused Thomas to jolt. He raised his head from the pillows. Heaving himself up on his elbows, he contorted his face in a grimace. "Sir Montagu dead? But how?" The coroner, his shoulders sloped and his eyes to the floor, floundered to find his words.
"I had not wanted to tell you, Thomas, but I knew there was no way to avoid it. The shocking manner of it."
"What?" wheezed Thomas, the pain in his chest making it hard for him to breathe. Sir Theodosius shook his head as if he, too, found it difficult to digest the news.
"He was murdered."
"Murdered?" echoed Thomas incredulously. He slumped back down on his pillows, unable to bear the pain any longer. "Murdered," he whispered again, as if to convince himself that he had heard the coroner correctly the first time. His initial thought had been that the aneurysm on which he had operated last year had burst, or that the lawyer had suffered heart failure or apoplexy. But murder? Who? Where?
"In the study at Boughton," the coroner replied, reluctantly adding, "Her ladyship found him."
Thomas's eyes widened. Lydia found him? Suddenly, summoning what little strength he had, he flung back the bedclothes and shot up as if he'd been fired out of a cannon. "I must go to her." Mr. Peabody rushed forward. The apothecary had been left in charge of the doctor's ministrations, while Professor Hasher took a well-earned rest. "No, sir, I must urge you not to move." The little man grabbed hold of the sheets and gave Thomas a disapproving look. He need not have worried. The exertion was too much for the young anatomist, and he fell back onto the mattress like a limp doll. "But, Lydia, I must—" cried Thomas as Mr. Peabody reordered the bed-covers.
"Dr. Fairweather has given her a draught," Sir Theodosius reassured him. "The last I heard was that she was sleeping."
It was some comfort to Thomas to know that she had been sedated, but it did not compensate for his frustration at his own injury and his inability to be at her side. After a moment he asked, "Do you know who did it?" The coroner's jowls wobbled as he shook his head.
"I wish I did," he replied. "You know I loathed the man, but I would never have wished the manner of his death on anyone."
Thomas's gaze shot up. "How, sir? Tell me how." Sir Theodosius swallowed hard.
"He was all but beheaded."
"Holy Christ!" muttered Thomas. "And Lydia found him?" Once more he flung back the covers and tried to leave his sick bed, and once more Mr. Peabody tried to prevent him. "You must allow your wound to heal, sir," advised the little apothecary. "But I must go to Boughton," replied Thomas, wincing as he planted his stockinged feet on the floor. He shot a glance at Sir Theodosius. "Is that not right, sir?" The coroner eyed the anatomist sheepishly, then addressed Mr. Peabody.
"I fear the good doctor is right," he assured the apothecary. "Dr. Silkstone is needed urgently at the hall."
In less than an hour, Thomas, accompanied by Sir Theodosius, arrived at Boughton Hall. Leaning on Lovelock, the doctor had to be helped from the carriage and up the front steps into the hallway, where a flustered Howard greeted him.
"Dr. Silkstone, sir."
There was a note of relief in the butler's voice at seeing the anatomist both alive and about to take charge of a most unsettling situation. "Howard," Thomas acknowledged. The effort of walking up the steps had left him short of breath. "Her ladyship?"
She was in a most distressed state, sir.
I am sure.
But she is resting now, sir.
Then I shall not disturb her, said Thomas. Instead he turned to Sir Theodosius, who had waddled in behind him. Shall we get to work? Being privy to the anatomist's methods, the coroner had instructed that no one should enter the study. Nothing had been touched, and the chaotic scene that greeted the two men was just how Lydia had chanced upon it late the previous night. Daylight now flooded into the room, revealing the full extent of the horror. Drawers had been tipped out, curtains slashed, and, amid it all, blood spilled. A great deal of blood. There was something else, too. Thomas sniffed at the air around the desk. A strange perfume lingered, sweet and exotic. He looked for cut flowers, but could see none. It troubled him. But then this was clearly a most troubling case. The French doors were wide open, and Thomas walked over to them. Glancing down, he spotted a large bloody footprint on the threshold. Tracing the path back to the desk, he found more.
"The murderer entered from the garden?" ventured Sir Theodosius.
"He certainly escaped that way," replied Thomas, circling the desk where Sir Montagu's body sat in its chair. "Footprints." He pointed to the floor. Already the flies were buzzing around the source of the blood. Moving closer, Thomas blanched at the sight, and a cold feeling ran down his spine. Before him lay the man who had stood in the way of his happiness, his nemesis, his arch-enemy, and now he had been defeated. But not in the way he would have wished. Patience, logic, and reason were his own weapons of choice. That was how he had always planned to triumph over Sir Montagu, but now someone else had beaten him to it, and in one of the most savage ways imaginable. Thomas paused to inspect Sir Montagu's head. Like a surveyor, he skirted it and eyed it intently, sizing up angles and taking measurements. Presently he lifted the cranium gently in his two hands and turned it to its side. Sir Theodosius shuddered wide-eyed as he saw the lawyer had been gagged. A piece of fabric had been thrust into his mouth to stifle his screams. It was sodden with blood. Unconsciously, the coroner balled his own kerchief in his hand and held it to his mouth.
"A most brutal murder," he mumbled.
"Indeed," agreed Thomas, still clutching the dead man's cranium. He peered at the back of his neck, but there was so much blood it was difficult to determine the nature of the wound, so he rested the head on the desk once more. Taking a step away, he reached for his own kerchief to wipe his bloodied hands.
"The list of people who would have liked to see the scoundrel dead is as long as my arm," continued the coroner, backing away from the corpse. "Any one of the villagers for a start."
Thomas cast about the room, this time settling his eyes on the scattered documents and ledgers that covered the floor amid the general disarray. "Whoever murdered Sir Montagu was searching for something," he ventured. The coroner looked up.
"What?"
"This chaos was not caused for amusement," replied Thomas slowly. His eyes suddenly settled on a skewed portrait of an elderly Crick ancestor. Sir Theodosius followed his gaze.
"Money,"
he suggested. "There is a safe." Thomas's look locked onto the wall. The coroner headed toward the lopsided picture. The doctor followed as the painting was pushed to one side. Behind the portrait, the safe door was unlocked.
"Empty,"
pronounced Sir Theodosius, sticking his hand into the space. Thomas eyed the pile of papers that lay on the floor immediately below. "Our murderer was looking for something specific," he said. Clearly visible among the documents was a banknote. He bent down slowly and picked it up. It was worth 50 guineas, and it was most definitely not money. As the anatomist began leafing through the other discarded bills and documents on the floor, Sir Theodosius craned his neck and cupped his hand round his ear.
"Hear that?"
he asked, moving as fast as his bulk would allow him toward the threshold. There appeared to be some sort of altercation in the hallway. Voices were raised. Feet were marching across the marble floor. Thomas looked up to see the coroner fling open the door, and there, in the hallway, stood Sir Arthur Warbeck, the magistrate. Wearing a bouffant wig and carrying a cane, which was clearly for effect rather than any physical need, he was accompanied by the stalwart constable, old Walter Harker, and another side man. From the way he was addressing Howard, he was obviously annoyed about something. On hearing the door groan on its hinges, the magistrate turned to see Sir Theodosius glowering at him from the study. From his reaction, it was clear he had not expected to see his colleague. "Pettigrew!" he exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He pursed his lips and after a short pause added, "The murder brings you here, no doubt?" The coroner tugged indignantly at his waistcoat, which had ridden up over his large belly. It was clear he felt he had every right to be at the hall, and needed no permission from Warbeck to attend.
"Indeed it does. A most troubling and gruesome affair,"
he replied, and as if to demonstrate his point he took a couple of paces back and opened the door wide, silently inviting the magistrate to view the scene of the hideous crime for himself. Warbeck swaggered in, brandishing his cane, clearly wishing to take charge of the situation. He cast his eyes about the room, yet as soon as he was confronted by the sight of the bloody footprints and the scarlet splashes on the walls, his swagger seemed to desert him. Startled by what he saw, even before he caught sight of the cadaver, he began to heave as if to retch. He would probably have swooned had he not clapped eyes on Thomas as he turned away.
"Silkstone!" he cried. "But I thought—"
The magistrate's normally florid complexion, reflecting his penchant for port, turned decidedly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Thomas had remained in the study to inspect the safe, but by this time his throbbing wound had left him feeling a little light-headed. He was steadying himself on a nearby chair. "I was injured, sir, but I am pleased to report I am very much alive." He arched his head in the direction of the desk where the body remained. "Unlike Sir Montagu." A quick glance at the lawyer's corpse, its head at an odd angle, was sufficient for the magistrate. The pooled blood was clearly visible from a few paces away, and the ferrous smell of the corpse was making its presence felt as the sunlight warmed the room. Sir Arthur, catching a glimpse of his old ally's face, shot away quickly.
"Dear God!"
he muttered, jerking his head as fast as if his cheek had been slapped. Blinking away the shocking image of his murdered friend, he forced himself to focus on the desk. His eyes soon settled on the smeared paper knife in among the crimson-soaked papers. There was blood on the blade. His eyes snapped back to Sir Theodosius.
"The weapon, I presume?"
Thomas intervened. The scene of the crime was his domain. He did not want quick assumptions made. "We cannot be certain, sir." The magistrate turned to face the doctor.
"We? We cannot be certain? And what do you think you were doing here, Silkstone?"
he sneered, his voice like acid. Sir Theodosius stepped in with a reply.
"As coroner for this county, I asked Dr. Silkstone to investigate the death."
Warbeck, whose wig added at least 3 inches to his height, looked at his colleague narrowly.
"And as magistrate for this part of the county, I am also here to investigate with a view to making an arrest."
Thomas, his eyes wide, balked at the very suggestion. It was far too soon to accuse anyone. "An arrest?" he repeated. "Who?" The magistrate's expression became even sterner.
"It is no concern of yours, Silkstone," he snapped, stalking toward the door.
Thomas would not be deterred. He followed him. "You have evidence on which to base your arrest, sir?" Sir Arthur turned.
"I have sufficient reason," he said,
and he carried on walking through to the hall where his men were waiting alongside an anxious Howard. The magistrate addressed the butler directly. Drawing himself up to his full, yet not considerable height, he said,
"I would see Lady Lydia."
Howard shot a look of dismay toward Thomas, who stood on the threshold of the study, then back at Sir Arthur.
"But, sir, her ladyship is resting," he protested. "Fetch her immediately," ordered the magistrate, tapping his cane on the marble floor. "I will wait in here," he told the distraught butler, and he brushed past him on his way to the drawing-room. "Warbeck," barked Sir Theodosius, "what do you think you're about?"
The coroner began to trail Sir Arthur. The magistrate wheeled round, a smirk on his face.
"I am about to question Lady Lydia," he replied. "But you heard. She is resting," Sir Theodosius repeated forcefully.
Sir Arthur merely smiled.
"It is a luxury I do not usually allow those under suspicion," he countered.
By this time Thomas had also progressed painfully into the hallway. The shock of Sir Arthur's intervention had unsettled him and left him gasping for breath. He clung onto the hall table to steady himself.
"What are you saying, sir?" Sir Theodosius looked askance as he shambled toward the magistrate.
"Surely you do not suspect her ladyship?"
Warbeck gave a slight nod of his bewigged head. "I have been reliably informed that Lady Lydia was found with blood on her hands and robe." Shocked by such a revelation, Thomas wondered who could have betrayed Lydia. Then he recalled that Dr. Fairweather, the duplicitous physician, had been called to attend her. He suddenly found his strength. "That proves nothing," he interjected, lurching forward. "She was simply unfortunate enough to be the first to find Sir Montagu." The magistrate remained unmoved. "Maybe," he began, "but couple this with the fact that her ladyship has just been released from a mental institution, and that the knife was already to hand, we may well be looking at the deranged and impetuous actions of a madwoman." The glib assessment bewildered and angered Thomas in equal measure. Momentarily stunned, he watched Sir Arthur proceed toward the drawing-room door, which was held ajar by a footman. He refused to allow him to have the last word. "But that is all circumstantial," he called out. He clenched his fists. Then he had an idea. Better to question Nicholas Lupton. The magistrate turned once more, slowly this time, as if the very action of the turn allowed him to think. He inclined his head and arched a brow. "Your rival, I believe, Dr. Silkstone?" Thomas felt the blood return to his cheeks. "My personal circumstances have nothing to do with it, sir," he replied firmly. "Is that so?" There was contempt in the magistrate's voice. Unsure as to whether his words might hold some sway, Thomas launched into his justification. "He has the motive." "Oh?" Sir Arthur's interest was clearly piqued. Thomas continued. "I know he and Sir Montagu quarrelled the day before the duel, and he left his employ." He recalled Lupton's visit to his room at the 3 Tuns. The magistrate nodded in agreement. "I had heard rumours, too." Perhaps, thought Thomas, he was making progress. "And then there are the footprints," he blurted. "Footprints?" repeated Sir Arthur, intrigued. Thomas nodded. "Bloody ones that lead from the body back to the doors and out into the garden," he replied. "If you but let me, we can compare those footprints with Lupton's." The magistrate paused in thought for a moment, stroking his long chin. "Lupton, eh? There is already a warrant out for his arrest." Thomas coughed back a laugh. "For my murder?" he asked, with a wry smile. Sir Arthur flashed the anatomist a haughty look. "Happily it is no longer valid." Sir Theodosius stepped in.
"Happily indeed, but you could let the warrant stand to give Silkstone more time to carry out his investigation," he suggested.
The magistrate paused to gather his thoughts. After a moment he nodded. "Very well," he said, adding, "and I shall engage a thief-taker, too."
"Most judicious,"
agreed Sir Theodosius. "A thief-taker?" Thomas's eyes darted from one man to the other.
"To track down Lupton,"
explained the coroner. Sir Arthur arched his head in the direction of the study.
"I owe it to an old friend."
"Of course," acknowledged Sir Theodosius with a nod. The magistrate turned again, this time changing course and heading toward the front doors. "But I shall still need to question her ladyship," he shot back, waving his cane in the air. Sir Theodosius frowned.
"But perhaps tomorrow, when she will be better able to cope," he ventured.
Sir Arthur stopped dead and pivoted round on his cane. First he glanced at Thomas, then back at the coroner. "Very well," he conceded, adding to Sir Theodosius, "but in the meantime, Silkstone will accord Sir Montagu's body the dignity it deserves." The coroner was about to offer his assurances when Thomas butted in. "Of course, you have my word, sir," he said. He gave a shallow bow, but his seeming courtesy masked what he muttered under his breath. "Just as soon as I have gathered more evidence," he whispered to himself. The magistrate deferred to the 2 gentlemen and made his way toward Howard, who waited with his tricorn and cape. The footman had hurried to open the front door. "I shall return tomorrow," warned Warbeck, plumping his hat onto his large wig, "and I shall expect some answers." Thomas and Sir Theodosius waited until the top of Sir Arthur's tricorn had disappeared from view down the front steps of the hall.
before they exchanged anxious looks.
"You have much work to do,"
said Sir Theodosius, shaking his head. But Thomas did not seem to hear. Instead he slumped into the nearby chair, clutching his chest. The coroner clamped a hand on the doctor's shoulder and clicked his tongue. He was suddenly angry with himself for forgetting Thomas's injury.
"Forgive me. You should be resting."
If Thomas had not been in so much pain, he would have sighed. As it was, all he could do was give a shallow nod.
"It is a luxury I must do without,"
he replied, heaving himself up from the chair. He lifted his hand and signalled to Howard.
"My case, if you please. It is in the study."
The butler bowed and went to retrieve the bag.
"I need to conduct a thorough search of the room before the light is lost," he continued. "And the postmortem?" asked Sir Theodosius.
Howard returned a moment later with the case and set it on the nearby console table.
"I fear Sir Montagu will have to wait a while in the game larder, until I can perform one," replied Thomas, unlocking his bag.
Sir Theodosius frowned as he watched his ailing friend retrieve a phial of brownish liquid and uncork it.
"I am sorry to put this upon you, Silkstone," he said, mindful of the doctor's own condition.
Thomas shook his head before swigging back the contents of the phial. His face registered a look of disgust as he swallowed the fluid.
"My discomfort is irrelevant. Whoever committed this terrible murder is still abroad," he said, plugging the phial once more. "He needs to be caught as soon as possible."
Chapter 6. Sir Montagu's corpse was beginning to turn. Thomas knew at least 16 hours had passed since the murder, and probably more. Rigor mortis had spread to all the muscles, and could remain for several hours until they relaxed again. It was a warm spring day, and already the flies were infesting the body. Thomas had promised Sir Arthur he would accord the eminent lawyer his dignity, and while his professional priorities certainly took precedence, he nevertheless had no wish for the cadaver to remain in the study a moment longer than necessary. Standing by the mantelpiece, he pulled the bell. Howard appeared a moment later.
"Dr. Silkstone, tell Lovelock that Sir Montagu's body needs to be taken to the game larder, will you?"
The butler nodded grimly.
"We'll need sheets and some sort of stretcher to transport him." "Yes, Doctor."
In preparation for the removal, Thomas inspected the body once more. Lifting the head, which was bereft of its wig, he could see a short grey bristle hazed the scalp. It was the first time he had seen the lawyer thus, and such nakedness made him look oddly vulnerable. Still pained by his chest, Thomas knelt down to retrieve the wig. The lawyer's hands were bound behind his back with rope. The binding had been tied so tightly that it had cut into the flesh at the wrists. He would examine the resulting wounds during the postmortem. For now, however, it was the cord itself that caught Thomas's attention. He ran a finger along the surface of the rope. It was harsh and almost prickly. Taking a pair of tweezers from his case, he plucked at one of the fibres that protruded from the length. He peered at it through his magnifying glass. It seemed to him as if it might be from a plant of some sort, but not standard linen, nor was it wool. He dropped the fibre into an empty phial. He would examine it under the lens of a microscope later. For the moment, he knew he would have to cut the rope to free up Sir Montagu's arms so that he could be transported more easily. Using a scalpel, he severed the cord cleanly, but the dead man's hands were so stiff they did not move. Thomas rescued the rope and saved it for a later inspection. As he had finished the grisly task, there came a knock at the door, and the head groom's pock-marked face peered round it.
"Ah, Lovelock," Thomas greeted him somberly. "I fear I have an unpleasant undertaking for you. You are not alone?"
The groom moved gingerly into the room.
"No, sir. I have Will with me," he said, clutching a large white sheet to his chest.
"Good," said Thomas,
"and I'll take that," he added, pointing to the sheet.
He moved forward and relieved the groom of the drapery, which the latter held at arm's length, his eyes darting everywhere but on the ghastly spectacle. Seeing Lovelock's discomfort, the doctor was quick to cover the gaping wound at the back of the neck with the murdered man's own wig.
"To the game larder, if you please," he instructed. "Oh, and avoid the footprints," he warned, pointing to the floor. Lovelock was all too familiar with the routine. The larder had become a mortuary on more occasions than he cared to remember over the past 3 years, with its marble slab and drainage sluice so the blood could be washed easily away. It made the most suitable setting for a makeshift dissecting room. The groom signalled to his reluctant son, who had remained shivering at the door. Together they heaved their unwieldy cargo onto a wide plank that had been purloined from the woodshed and marched as quickly as they could out of the room. "I will be along presently," Thomas assured them, although he could not say when. He still had much to do in the study. He wanted to take advantage of the bright spring sunlight that flooded the room, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air and specks and flecks that had landed on the surfaces. Any minuscule one of them might prove vital in identifying the killer. As he took a deep breath, as if to gird himself for the task ahead, he was, however, immediately reminded of his wound. He also registered the smell again, the one he had first noticed as soon as he walked into the room. It was sweet and rich, but he could not quite place it. He did not recall that Sir Montagu wore such pungent cologne, but he might have been mistaken. He would ask Lydia if it was his habit. Peering through his magnifying glass, he next turned his attention to the bloody footprints that led from the desk to the French window. There was only one that was almost complete. The other two were really only red-rimmed contours. He eased himself gently to his knees to study them, and was immediately puzzled by what he saw. The outline of the footwear was lighter and less defined than would normally be expected. Nor was there any sign of a heel mark. It was as if the imprints were made by slippers, and yet the prints were quite large, too large for a woman. Thomas scanned the desk and quickly found a clean sheet of paper. Bending down, he pressed it hard on the bloody footprint, then removed it. Only a bare outline was left on the paper, but such evidence could prove vital in the hunt for Sir Montagu's killer. Next he examined the desk. Some of the papers that were strewn across it were spattered with blood. Various bills and documents had been showered with splats, presumably when the blade had severed the carotid artery, sending a crimson jet spewing across the surface. At the edge of the congealed pool of blood, Thomas spied the paper knife that Sir Arthur assumed to be the murder weapon. Wrapping his own kerchief around his hand, he picked it up by the hilt to inspect the blade. He walked to the window for a better look. There was a light smear of blood toward the tip, yet the pattern was very different from the spots and splashes left behind by the gushing of the slit artery. He placed it carefully into his handkerchief and laid it in his case. He was almost certain that Sir Arthur had been incorrect in his assumption. A moment later, he heard footsteps approach. Looking up from inspecting a pile of documents on the floor, he saw Howard at the doorway. The butler cleared his throat.
"Sir, her ladyship is awake and asking for you."
Thomas smiled. "Then I shall come right away," he replied, wincing as he straightened himself. Following Howard slowly and painfully up the stairs, he was directed into the boudoir. He found Lydia dressed and seated on the chaise longue by the window. Richard was by her side, his curly head resting contentedly just below his mother's breast. Lydia was clutching him to her, stroking his hair and gazing out across the lawns. She looked pale and drawn, but as soon as she saw Thomas, she seemed relieved. Richard immediately sat up as he strode toward them, then rushed forward to greet him.
"Dr. Silkstone,"
cried the young Earl, tugging at the doctor's coat.
"Mamma says we are to be friends again,"
he said, fixing Thomas with large brown eyes. Thomas smiled at the boy, then shot a glance at Lydia, who remained seated but calm. He bent low to level himself with Richard. "I am most glad of it," he replied. He proffered his hand, and after a quick glance back at his mother, who gave him a reassuring nod, the boy took it and shook it. As if she had been hovering outside on the landing, watching events, Nurse Pring appeared at the threshold. "Shall I take the young master now, milady?" she asked. Lydia nodded, but assured her son she would see him again later in the day. Both she and Thomas watched him go. Then, as soon as they found themselves alone, Lydia rose and Thomas moved forward.
"My love,"
she muttered, pressing her head to his chest. Thomas let out a muffled cry of pain, and she withdrew quickly.
"I am so sorry,"
she apologized, pulling away from him. "Your wound." He smiled at her and shook his head. "There is no need," he replied, taking her hands in his. "I can endure anything as long as I know that you trust me again." She threw back her head and looked up at him. "I should never have doubted you in the first place. I am so sorry. Shh," soothed Thomas, placing his forefinger across her lips. "No apologies, no recriminations. We are together." She led him to the window seat and bade him sit beside her. For a moment their reunion meant they both set aside the horror that had unfolded downstairs only a few hours before. "I thought I'd lost you," Lydia told him, harking back to seeing him lying wounded on the common. "You should have known I would outsmart Lupton," he told her, brushing off the duel as a trifling incident. Seeing he was jesting, Lydia smiled too, but the respite was short-lived. She gasped and pulled away suddenly. It was soon apparent that her nightmarish discovery in the study was still very real. "What's wrong? What is it?" Thomas followed her gaze to see that her eyes were fixed on a dark red stain on his coat cuff. It was smeared with blood. Seeing her revulsion, he took the coat off immediately, flinging it on the floor and out of sight as if it were plague-ridden. "Forgive me," he said. He had washed his hands of Sir Montagu's blood, but the stain on the sleeve had gone unremarked. He put a comforting arm around her once more. Lydia was holding her handkerchief up to her mouth. "His head! It was—" Thomas pulled her to him again. "You have had a terrible shock," he told her, "but we will find whoever did this." She regarded him with doleful eyes that reminded him of the first time she had come to his laboratory, pleading for him to probe her brother's death. Her look still sent an electric charge through his body, yet there was something more assured in her expression. Time and successive bereavements had taken their toll on her face and hardened her features. Her vulnerability remained, but it was tempered by a new steeliness. From the look on her face, Thomas knew there was something more. "You have a suspicion?" he asked. "I do," she said, nodding. "Lupton?" Thomas preempted her reply. Lydia frowned. "Sir Montagu told me there had been a disagreement between them, and then I remembered a carriage flash past me as I returned to Boughton. I later realized Lupton was inside." She shook her head in disbelief. "Could he really have done such a thing?" The anatomist took a painful breath. "Until I have examined all the evidence and conducted a postmortem, I cannot say," he replied. He folded his hand over hers. "All I know is there is a warrant out for Lupton's arrest, and when he is found, he has some serious questions to answer." Chapter 7. The thief-taker, one John Thrupp, and his 3 men were on the road heading north shortly after noon. Thrupp, a hatchet-faced veteran well versed in the ways of villains, had been briefed by Sir Arthur. The magistrate had told him that the murder suspect, a gentleman by the name of Nicholas Lupton, came from a family who owned land in Yorkshire, and might try to make his way homeward. There was a possibility he was planning to join the Great North Road at Biggleswade in order to catch the coach from London to York. He would also, most probably, be armed with a duelling pistol, and was almost certainly accompanied by a thuggish sideman called Seth Talland. It went without saying both men were extremely dangerous. Any approach, instructed Sir Arthur, must be made with extreme caution. If they had executed Sir Montagu in such a savage and unholy way, the fiends were obviously crazed and might well lash out again. Armed with a description of the wanted men, unfortunately no small likenesses were available, the 4 thief-takers set off at the gallop. The fugitive pair had more than a day's head start on them. The posse planned to stop off at the many inns and hostelries they passed on their way. This would obviously slow their progress, but the 2 guineas that Sir Arthur Warbeck had personally pledged for the scoundrel's apprehension was as good an incentive as they could wish for. There was a reward for information, too, a guinea to the man or woman who could lead them to the fugitives. Everywhere they went, they asked questions and spread the word. A murderer, or murderers, was abroad. More rumours had surfaced among other travellers coming from Brandwick. News of Sir Montagu's murder was circulating on the morning of market day, and already those who had visited the village were leaving with more than just cloth or food or other wares. They were weighed down with gossip and accusations too.
"You heard about the murder up at Boughton?"
asked a woman buying ribbons from a haberdasher.
"Terrible business."
A cross-eyed passer-by butted in, drawing his finger across his throat.
"Fair near cut off his head,"
he interjected gleefully. The trader, a plump woman with a whiskery chin, ignored the man.
"They say 'tis the steward."
"The one that shot that American knife man?" asked her customer.
"One and the same. He must have gone mad. Aye, the devil's got into him right enough."
By midday the murder was already the talk of inns and shops within a 10-mile radius of Boughton, but the news needed to spread farther and quicker. So, as soon as the thief-takers were engaged, they decided that one of them should ride ahead in haste to scour the coaching inns at Biggleswade, so as to prevent Lupton from boarding the York coach at first light. At the same time, the other men would stop and make inquiries at the inns in the more immediate vicinity. Meanwhile, much farther south, another young chancer had recently arrived in London. One took one's life in one's hands around the foul stream of the Fleet after dark. Any London gentleman would tell you that. In the tumble-down courts and alleyways that surrounded it dwelt the desperate and the damned. That would have been reason enough to make anyone nervous. But Captain Patrick Flynn, formerly of the Irish Dragoon Guards and lately of the East India Company, had cause to be doubly so. He had shouldered his way through the slums of Calcutta and traded with the hardest merchants in Golconda. But this area of London, the haunt of many a robber and murderer, beat them both. Normally his dress marked him out as a man of substance, but on this occasion he had resorted to an old fustian coat and a shabby tricorn over his ginger-coloured hair so as to blend in with the surroundings. Circumstances had forced him to call upon the services of such lowlifes in order to achieve his plan, but he did not feel comfortable in such company. A little welcome moonlight squeezed through the gaps in gable ends and down narrow alleyways as his carriage journeyed deep into the black heart of the city. It was an area where the roofs of dwellings slumped like exhausted dockers after a hard day's work. Painted women stood on every street corner, feral dogs roamed freely, and brawling men could spill out of a tavern at any turn. Up ahead, he caught sight of an upstairs window suddenly flung open to disgorge a pail of slops. The reeking contents narrowly missed an old man shuffling below who cursed loudly as piss splashed his breeches. Flynn's carriage came to a halt behind the unfortunate pedestrian. The way ahead was too narrow. The captain put his head out of the window to find out what was happening.
"You're on your own from now on,"
the driver shouted down from his seat. It was what Flynn had feared. He knew he and his naukar, Manjeet, would have to make some of their way on foot. This was the part of London where the Fleet River met the Thames, just by Blackfriars. It was here that the Lascars would often gather. These were the Indian sailors who were conveyed to the shores of England by the powerful and prolific traders of the East India Company. It was here that they were often abandoned to their own fates once they had outlived their usefulness. Droves of the hapless men would huddle around braziers on the dockside to keep warm, their thin cotton shifts and pantaloons affording little protection against the cold English climate. For victuals they were forced to beg or to rely on the uneven bounty of the captains of their erstwhile ships. In short, they were a wretched band. Finding themselves ignored and discarded, they had no way of returning to India unless they accepted that cruel treatment and rampant disease were inevitable elements of their hazardous voyages. Left to fend for themselves in a foreign land, they were desperate men, and desperate men did desperate things, in Patrick Flynn's experience. After a few tentative steps through the thread-thin streets, Flynn and his naukar arrived at the Cockpit Tavern. Manjeet had been with him these past 9 years, ever since an unfortunate debacle in Hyderabad where his previous Indian master fell afoul of the law. The former had transferred his loyalties quite easily, and remained a good and reliable servant ever since. The only problem arose with his disfigurement. He was without a nose. It had been sliced off as a punishment for his thievery when he was but a youngster. In his homeland he was accepted. There were so many like him.
In London, however, he was an object of curiosity and revulsion. The captain insisted he cover the bottom half of his face in public with a silk scarf. Flynn looked about him warily, then up at the inn sign that dangled drunkenly off a single rusting hinge. He'd been warned about coming here. He'd heard the stories about unsuspecting patrons dispatched through trap-doors that opened out onto the river, never to be seen again. But he was a man of the world. He'd learned well in India. He was aware he was playing a dangerous game, but he'd shown a penchant for deception at the card table and wagered he was a good match for any of the scoundrels who frequented these parts. They were not far from the quayside. At this part of the fleet, ships could moor 3 abreast, and the tavern was frequented by merchants and adventurers too. Here deals were done and fortunes made and lost. Flynn and his man took a table in the corner, away from prying eyes. There master and servant waited, an uneasy silence between them, even though all around there was the constant noise of talk and raucous laughter. "A brandy," Flynn told the serving girl who came to the table after a minute or two. He noted the hair that hung in straggles below her cap was the colour of a tallow candle. "And for him?" She eyed Manjeet, who sat, head bowed, next to his master. The Naukar lifted his face to her unthinkingly, and his scarf fell down. The girl gasped in horror and backed away, heads turned and curious eyes fixed on the strange pair. "Have you never seen a man without a nose before?" barked Flynn. There was a tinge of an Irish accent in his voice. It always resurfaced when he was angry or nervous, or both, as on this occasion. The girl's lip began to tremble, and she scurried off to fetch the captain's order, leaving him hunched over the table waiting. "You are certain they will be here?" he asked Manjeet after a short silence. "Yes, Sahib," came the reply. Even after 9 years of service, Manjeet's English remained rudimentary. Sure enough, the captain did not have to wait long. At the appointed time, the 2 Lascars approached, seating themselves opposite him. Flynn could tell they were men of the sea. Their dark faces were weathered, and they stank of stale sweat, mixed with a pungent smell he could not quite place. They were strong and intimidating, one a whole head taller than the other. Their hair, black as tar pitch, was tied at the napes of their necks, and they wore the flimsy cotton pyjamas of their class. He eyed both Indians with a look of eager anticipation and bade them sit. Manjeet was to be his interpreter in the negotiations. "Well," he began, leaning forward across the table that separated them and then returning his gaze to Manjeet. One of the Lascars, the one who appeared older and wilier, spoke. "You have money?" translated Manjeet. Flynn signified he was irritated by such an opening question. He let a sigh of frustration escape to make his point, then delved into his pocket to bring out a small purse. 5 shillings, he said grudgingly, flinging it on the table. The Lascar slid his eyes toward Manjeet. "He said 10, he protested in his native tongue. Flynn did not need his Naukar to translate. "The rest when you have told me what I want to know," he replied. His many years at the card table had taught him never to gamble everything at once. Manjeet conveyed the deal, and the Lascars swapped looks before nodding in agreement. The older spoke a few words, and Manjeet listened intently. "The Atlas reached St. Helena 6 weeks ago with the Besborough," he told Flynn. "And Mrs. Hastings?" The taller man nodded and seemed positive in his account. "She good, sir. So they heard," Manjeet relayed. Flynn was relieved. At the back of his mind lurked the fear that Marianne Hastings, formerly known as Baroness von Imhoff, and now married to Warren Hastings, the Governor-General of India, might have declined during the long and hazardous voyage from Calcutta. Her poor health was the reason her doting husband had insisted on her trip to England's fresher climes. Flynn allowed himself a tight smile. "And when is the ship due to reach these shores?" Manjeet put the question to the men, waited for the answer, then replied, "It is due in Portsmouth late next week, Sahib." Another smile, only this time broader, graced the captain's lips. He showed a row of small front teeth. "Good," he said with a nod. From what he knew of the celebrated Mrs. Hastings, once she had seen the diamond,
She would surely fall under its spell. Reaching into his pocket, he brought out another purse. "The rest of the money," he told the men. This time Manjeet did not have to translate.
Chapter 8. Sir Montagu's corpse remained overnight in the game larder. It lay beneath a sheet on a long marble slab. Its stockinged feet, spattered dark red, stuck out at the end, and a hand, now flaccid, had emerged from under the sheet to point to the floor below. Day had just broken, although the light remained poor as Thomas entered the outbuilding to begin the postmortem. Once again he had enlisted the help of Professor Hasher. The elderly Saxon had been due back in Oxford, but had postponed his journey to assist. The latter busied himself stripping the body in a workmanlike fashion as Thomas went through his well-rehearsed ritual of laying out his medical instruments. When all the clothes were removed, Thomas asked Professor Hasher to arrange for a pail of water and some cloths, allowing him a moment alone to compose himself. This would be an examination like no other. He once had heard Sir Montagu, in one of his tirades, protest to Lydia that he, Thomas, was nothing but an artisan. And now, as Thomas struggled to adjust the lawyer's limp body on the slab, he had to acknowledge there was some truth in the words. The way he was so often obliged to shoulder a corpse, wash a body, sew up dead flesh. There were indeed times when he felt more artisan than artist, but on this occasion he voided himself of all emotion. He had a job to do, and do it he must, to the best of his ability, without stopping to think whose flesh his knife was cutting. The Saxon professor returned after a few minutes with the requested items, and together the two men swabbed down the body in silence, performing the routine with a priestly reverence. Thomas appreciated the quiet. He wanted to be alone with his own thoughts, and Professor Hasher, he knew, could respect that. Before them, on the dissecting table, lay the body of a man who had wished him all the ill in the world. Sir Montagu had wanted him dead, no doubt. He would have been delighted had Lupton's shot penetrated his heart and put paid to what the lawyer regarded as his incessant meddling. How ironic, then, mused Thomas, that their fortunes had been so reversed. He checked himself. He had no intention of gloating. It was a base emotion, certainly not worthy of his profession. Because of the paucity of light, the two men agreed to a division of labour. Thomas would take the top half of the body, and the professor would concentrate on the bottom, where Thomas had already carried out a cursory examination. As Sir Montagu's head had been partly severed, it rested at an odd angle on the slab. The force from behind had severed the spinal cord, but the anterior of the neck had been left intact. Thomas squeezed out a cloth and began to wipe away the congealed blood from the chin and the front of the throat. It was then that he noticed it. A laceration around the front of the neck, a thin line like a red necklace that stretched 2 or 3 inches on either side of the epiglottis. He reached for his magnifying glass to take a closer look. On the left side, the skin had been incised, as if a blade had been hooked into the flesh, then drawn across it. On the right, however, the mark was little more than a scratch. The wound had not been intended to kill. Of that Thomas was sure. More to frighten, or, the thought occurred to him, to torture, to extract information by inducing fear and pain. He put down the glass and paused for a moment, causing Professor Hasher to look up. "Something wrong?" he asked. "Something puzzling," replied Thomas, inspecting the strange yet superficial wound. He went over to his case and retrieved the paper knife he had found in the study. Returning to the corpse, he laid the blade of the knife across Sir Montagu's throat. At that point he was most thankful he had already closed the hooded lids. Holding the knife slightly above the skin, he drew it across quickly to reenact the murderer's probable motion. Yet, try as he might, he could not see how the paper knife, with its straight, double-edged blade, might make such a mark. No ordinary knife had made it, he was forced to conclude, but rather a curved blade. "A sickle?" he asked out loud. Professor Hasher peered across. "Or some such other farm implement, perhaps?" Thomas's mind switched quickly to the Brandwick commoners
who had stood to lose their land at a stroke of Sir Montagu's pen, not to mention the coppices and sawyers. The planned enclosure of the whole of the Boughton estate would have put an end to their livelihoods and threatened their very existence. He pictured their woodland billhooks and spoon knives with their sharp, curved blades used to slice the larch and hazel. In the wrong hands they could kill a man with one fell blow. So many of the villagers had the wherewithal, and all had the motive to commit such a heinous act. As he examined the wound, it seemed that one of them had done just that. "You could be right, Professor," he replied. Next, Thomas moved down to the dead man's wrists. There were yet more puzzling fibres. He was plucking them out with tweezers when a knock at the door broke into his routine.
"Silkstone, 'tis I," came a booming voice.
Thomas nodded to the professor and wiped his hands on a clean cloth nearby. "Sir Theodosius," he greeted the coroner, opening the door.
"Good God, man! You look like death yourself."
Thomas nodded. "I have felt better," he said, allowing Sir Theodosius to pass. The coroner nodded to Professor Hasher, who took his cue.
"Please to excuse me, gentlemen," he said,
bobbing his snowy white head and leaving the room. He knew that the coming conversation was not going to be easy for Thomas. Once the two men were alone, Thomas walked over to the corpse.
"I fear what I am about to show you will disturb you, sir," he said, beckoning toward the slab.
The coroner's brow furrowed, and he swallowed hard. He did not need to be warned. He could already tell from Thomas's expression that what he was about to witness would unsettle him. Even though he had seen almost as many corpses during his tenure in office as he'd had hot dinners, he still balked at the sight of a dead man. The fact that this particular cadaver belonged to someone he knew in life made it all the harder for him. Nevertheless, he tugged at his waistcoat as if to prepare himself for what was to come. He took a sturdy breath.
"I am ready," he said.
Thomas stepped aside to reveal the body, and Sir Theodosius shuddered.
"Poor devil,"
muttered the coroner, shaking his head as he looked with pity on his old adversary.
"'Tis not a pretty sight, sir," said Thomas softly, "and there is much that puzzles me."
He pointed to the red necklace around the corpse's neck.
"What's this?"
The coroner frowned, then looked up with eyes that were questioning and troubled at the same time.
"I fear Sir Montagu was tortured, sir."
There was no easy way to say it.
"Tortured?"
The word hung between the two men as both of them contemplated the barbarity of the act. The coroner could not disguise his repulsion at the thought. He began to shake.
"Who? Why?"
he asked, seeking the support of a seat. Thomas fetched a nearby crate to take the coroner's weight.
"This wound is cursory, designed to shock but not seriously injure," the doctor explained, walking back to the slab. "Whoever inflicted it either wanted to put the fear of God into Sir Montagu or make him divulge information."
Bringing a lamp closer to the dead man's head, Thomas next turned the corpse onto its front to show the coroner the fatal wound. But Sir Theodosius was most reluctant to take advantage of the view.
"I shall accept your word,"
he told Thomas, holding his kerchief to his mouth. Undeterred, the anatomist peered into the crimson cavern of the gaping neck with his magnifying glass. The cut was clean. The blade was very clearly honed to be as sharp as a scalpel.
"There is no evidence of chattering," he mused.
"Chattering?"
repeated Sir Theodosius, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Not bothering to look up from the corpse, Thomas explained. "Yes, I've sometimes noted a distinctive cutting pattern when a thin blade jumps slightly from side to side during use."
"But not in this case?"
"No. The implement, whatever it was, has sliced easily through the cartilage and muscle. A straight blade cuts well enough, but if it encounters a bone, it will tend to shear it or break it, while the curved blade usually slashes through it more cleanly."
"So what sort of weapon might it have been?"
Continuing to examine the wound, Thomas told him,
"There is no doubt in my mind that the blade was sizable and belonged to a formidable weapon that could, if desired, cut through bone."
The coroner arched a brow.
"So 'twas not the paper knife?"
Thomas straightened his back and reached once more for the suspect knife. For a second he studied its smeared blade. A tallow stump lay cold in a nearby holder, and he ran it along the length of the knife. It scoured the wax, but nothing more. "Not the paper knife," repeated Thomas. Then, as if to reinforce his point, he traced the path of the blade along the wound, and could tell immediately. "But the blood on the blade," protested Sir Theodosius. Thomas shook his head. "It must have come from another source, other than the mortal blow," he concluded. He began to turn the corpse onto its back once more. The effort, however, was too much for him. He winced in pain. Reluctantly, the coroner stepped forward and, without a word, used his considerable weight to lever the body over. "Thank you, sir," said Thomas, gasping for breath. Now, standing by the corpse, Sir Theodosius seemed impervious to the anatomist's gratitude. He was eyeing his former colleague's ashen face, and in particular the bloody gag that was still stuffed between his blue lips. Its presence, thought Thomas, explained why no one in the household was roused during the attack. He could just make out the initials M.M. embroidered at the corner. The kerchief was Sir Montagu's own. "Curious," remarked Sir Theodosius. Thomas followed the coroner's gaze. "Sir?" "If the murderer went to the trouble of gagging him, he did not intend to dispatch him with haste." Thomas knew the gag backed up his theory that Sir Montagu was subjected to an interrogation prior to his gruesome end. If, as I believe, the killer was looking for something specific, a movement of the eyes or a nod of the head would have been a sufficient means of communication. Sir Theodosius took up the thread of his argument. "But what if the information the murderer sought was not forthcoming, either because Sir Montagu was not privy to it, or because he refused to be intimidated?" "Either way," said Thomas, taking his forceps and carefully removing the bloody rag. "He paid the price with his life for refusing to cooperate. And what, he asked himself privately, could be worth killing for in such a callous and fiendish manner? Chapter 9. The thief-takers had cause to be very pleased with themselves. Later that night they apprehended not one, but 2 wanted men in one fell swoop. Nicholas Lupton and Talland, the bald and burly ruffian, had been found at an inn in the village of Aston Abbots. A wily hostler at the Royal Oak had suspected the men were fugitives from the way their horses had been ridden so hard. Foaming at their mouths, their fetlocks swollen, the poor creatures were clearly in need of a proper rest and watering. The hostler alerted the landlord, whose wife had heard the warnings of undesirables on the loose earlier in the day. The thief-takers were duly summoned to the suspect's chamber as they bedded down for the night. As was to be expected, the ruffian put up a fight, landing blows and breaking chairs in an effort to avoid capture. The other man, a more refined sort, had attempted negotiation rather than brute force. He challenged the thief-takers to call upon his good acquaintance, the Earl of Rainton, who owned a few thousand acres around the town. The Earl would, he said, vouch for his good character. His claims, however, carried no weight, and he was bundled, along with his unsavoury cohort, into a carriage bound for Oxford Castle, a day's journey away, to await trial. His own pain was proving Thomas's most pressing enemy as he sat to write his postmortem report. Pain followed swiftly by uncertainty. Sir Arthur had requested that the work be completed with all haste. The doctor worked as best he could, trying to ignore his throbbing chest and a nagging headache that refused to shift. After finishing the document, Thomas was required to deliver it to the Justice's residence on the other side of Brandwick. Because of his injury, he prevailed upon Jacob Lovelock to harness the gig and drive him to Sir Arthur's home, an excellent Palladian mansion framed by oaks and beeches. Thankfully, Thomas was not kept waiting long, but neither was he accorded much courtesy. The magistrate did not even bother to invite his guest to sit, an invitation that would have been most welcome. Instead, he started to thumb through the report. "I am sure you would like to read it at your leisure, sir," ventured Thomas, watching the scowl spread across Sir Arthur's features. "What?" barked the magistrate. He threw the report down on the desk, sending it sliding across the polished surface.
Thomas shifted uneasily as, brows dipped, Sir Arthur looked up.
"I'll see them hang for this," he growled as he tented his fingers.
Thomas was confused. He had not laid the blame at anyone's door in his report. "Who, sir? Who'll hang?"
"Why, the villagers, of course, Silkstone."
Thomas, feeling the room pitch about him, steadied himself on a nearby chair. "The villagers?" he repeated. Whether he was unaware of Thomas's discomfort or simply chose to ignore it, Sir Arthur carried on, opening the small silver box on his desk.
"'Tis clear they did this to exact revenge," he muttered, taking out a pinch of snuff and laying it on his hand. "Sir Montagu was the man who wanted to deprive them of their livings by closing the common lands to them."
The explanation was a wasted one. Of course, Thomas was fully aware of the tension between the villagers and the Boughton estate. He shook his head in despair as he watched the magistrate inhale the snuff, first through his right nostril, then the left. "This does not prove who was responsible for Sir Montagu's death, sir. Only the manner of it." He waved his hand at the document. Sir Arthur sniffed loudly, mucus dislodging itself in the back of his throat.
"And the manner of it?" He glanced away in disgust. "You say his head was almost sheared off by a curved blade, possibly a coppicer's tool."
Thomas had wavered before committing that possibility to paper. He feared the magistrate would seize upon it as proof of the woodlander's complicity. In Sir Arthur's attitude toward the villagers, and indeed toward him, Thomas found him to be very like Sir Montagu. It was as if both men had been educated in the same school of superciliousness toward those they considered of inferior birth. "There are certain pieces of evidence that remain inconclusive," he protested weakly. He felt too ill to put up a real fight. Sir Arthur arched a brow.
"Such as?"
Thomas leaned forward toward the document. "The rope fibres, and the footprints, sir. Yet clearly the magistrate remained unmoved by the doctor's protestations and cut him short.
"'Tis well known that your sympathies lie with the commoners, Silkstone," he sneered, "but please, do not make excuses for them." He handed back the report to Thomas with a glare. "Believe me, whoever murdered Sir Montagu Malthus will be given no quarter." As soon as he returned to Boughton Hall, Thomas took to his bed. "You have a fever, my love," said Lydia, seated at his bedside. Thomas knew what she said to be true. He feared his exertions had brought on an ague, and he had seen many a man die of a similar affliction after an infection of a wound. His forehead was wet with sweat, and even though his skin was searing hot, his teeth chattered with cold. He knew he would have to take charge of his own care. "Over there," he said, pointing to his medical case. Lydia followed his hand and fetched it. Returning to the bedside, she opened the latch as he directed her to reveal several small bottles and phials, all secured in rows. "Laudanum," he croaked. She poured him out a dose from the labelled phial and watched anxiously as he downed it. After a few minutes, his breathing steadied and his pain seemed to trouble him less as he lapsed into sleep just as night fell. For the next few hours he slept fitfully, sometimes calling out, sometimes mumbling. Lydia remained at his side until his fever broke, shortly before dawn. He managed to settle into a better sleep, but less than 3 hours later he awoke. At the sight of a maidservant opening the shutters, Thomas heaved his head up from the pillow. "What goes on?" he asked, shielding his eyes from the bright morning light. "Forgive me, my love," said Lydia, suddenly appearing at his bedside and taking his hand. She laid her other palm on his forehead and gave a satisfied nod to reassure herself. "Your fever has gone," she told him with certainty, adding, "and there is more good news." Thomas focused on her. "I have just had word that Mr. Lupton has been apprehended." Thomas rubbed his eyes. "Has he indeed?" "They have transported him and that brigand Talland to Oxford Castle." She smiled as she spoke, but her pleasure quickly turned to apprehension once more as Thomas began easing himself gently into an upright position. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I am about to get dressed," he said, throwing her a guileless look. "Dressed? But you need rest." Any thoughts of spending the day in his sick bed were suddenly banished from Thomas's mind. He reached for her hands and smiled.
"You know there is no rest for the wicked, my love," he told her with a wry smile. "And I have much work to do." Oxford Castle and its forbidding prison would be his next port of call. Chapter 10. The coach carrying Thomas thundered through the huge portico of Oxford Castle and deposited him once more into the familiar domain of the fearful and the condemned. Waiting for the footman to bring the steps, he spied the ever-eager gibbet that stood waiting to receive its steady stream of victims. He wondered if Nicholas Lupton would soon be one of them. Presenting himself at the head keeper's lodge, Thomas was escorted to a cell on an upper floor of the debtor's tower. "Why is the prisoner assigned here?" the doctor asked the craggy-faced jailer as he was led through a corridor with cells on either side. "'Cause he graced the old palm," came the turnkey's reply. He held up a grubby hand, then rubbed his thumb against his fingers to signify that money had been exchanged. Thomas had to admit to himself that he could not blame Lupton for investing in his own welfare. His mind switched to the vermin-infested dungeons that he'd been unfortunate enough to visit before. If the wretched inmates didn't end up on the scaffold, they were just as likely to suffer from jail fever. These upper cells were cramped. He could tell that by the number of arms that wormed through the door bars as he passed, and the volume of the voices raised in pathetic pleas. At least, however, they were favoured with a little natural light, and the stench, although gut-wrenching, was diluted by the odd draught of fresh air. Seth Talland, Thomas assumed, would be wallowing with the majority of the accused below. His would be an even worse fate, awaiting trial in the most squalid of conditions that harboured even more diseases than rats in the many nooks and crannies of the dungeon. It would be in good company. Together, Talland and Lupton had formed a tight unit. Lupton the master, the brains behind the smuggling ring that had terrorised the village of Brandwick for months, and Talland the brutal enforcer. Those who had crossed them had paid with their lives. Thomas's thoughts turned to Aaron Coote, the peg-legged stable lad whose charred body had refused to submit fully to the charcoal burner's flames. Lupton had not killed the boy himself, but had surely instructed Talland to put a bullet through his brain. The bald-headed brute was a murderer, no doubt, but had he murdered Sir Montagu? Had Lupton ordered Talland to hack his erstwhile master's neck with a sickle or a machete to make it appear as though a coppicer or some other commoner were to blame? Thomas was about to put his theory to the test. Through the rusty bars, Thomas could see Nicholas Lupton sitting on a low bed. His large head had sunk right down into his shoulders, and the air of arrogance that had previously exuded from him seemed to have dissipated. Stripped of his fine frock coat and all the trimmings of the English aristocracy, his pomposity and contempt appeared to have deserted him. It was a phenomenon Thomas had witnessed before. He recalled Captain Michael Farrell had undergone a similar transformation when he languished in a cell in the selfsame prison, accused of murdering Lydia's brother. It seemed that the prospect of dangling from the end of a rope concentrated the mind seriously. And in Thomas's own experience at least, from the tight bud of contemplation and introspection, a little humility usually emerged to see the light of day. The door creaked open onto the small cell with a window high up in its wall. Only a little sunlight penetrated the room, but the wing was south-facing, and inside the heat was stifling. A blue bottle buzzed frenetically around an untouched platter of bread and cheese on the floor. The supply of such victuals served as a minor consolation for those prisoners rich enough to pay for it. Lupton jerked his head toward the door at the sound of the key. When he set eyes on Thomas, however, his only reaction was swift and loud. Leaping up from the bed, he cried out with all the terror of a man convinced he had just seen a ghost. "Good God! Silkstone!" His normally ruddy face whitened. "They told me you were dead, that I was charged with murder." Thomas held back an ironic laugh. "And you still may be," he replied calmly, "but not mine." "What?" Lupton's arrogance suddenly resurfaced for a moment. "What goes on?" Thomas signalled his desire to be left alone with the prisoner, and the jailer acceded. The doctor walked over to the chair under the window. "Please," he said, pointing to Lupton's low pallet.
It was a gentlemanly gesture, so out of place in such surroundings. The prisoner obeyed, even though he remained agitated. Thomas, still suffering from his wound, eased himself onto the seat, but just as he did so, his adversary rose once more in anger. "You have come to gloat," he snapped, a fleck of spittle arcing across the floor. He turned his back on Thomas to face the door. The thin cotton shirt he was wearing was plastered to his sweat-soaked back. The fly started to circle his head, and he batted it away with his hand. Of course, Thomas had no such intention. Pity was rather the emotion elicited by the former steward of Boughton. Admittedly, there was a certain justice in seeing a man of such powerful and evil intent, a man who thought little of swindling and cheating and even killing anyone who was fool enough to stand in his way, in such dire straits. And yet, in Lupton's dealings with the young Earl at least, Thomas knew the man to possess some humanity. The boy seemed to adore him, and to Thomas's mind, if a child could see good in someone, then it had to be there, albeit in small measure. "You should know me better than that," replied the doctor. The sentiment seemed to calm Lupton a little. He studied Thomas for a second, then returned to his bed. Seating himself, he slouched forward and started scratching and rubbing the palms of his hands, as if they had been tainted by something. Both men sat in silence for a moment, but rather than divide them even further, the peace seemed to soften the steward. "I am relieved you are not dead," he said finally, still playing with his hands. Thomas registered the surprise on his face. He raised a brow and nodded. But there was more. "I did not intend to kill you, you know," mumbled Lupton. Slowly he lifted his gaze to address the anatomist directly. "I had no intention of challenging you to a duel, but I'd been drinking, and by the time I'd sobered up it was too late." Thomas nodded once more, like an earnest confessor. "Your honour was at stake." "Precisely. I had to go through with it." "But you thought you'd killed me." "I knew you were still alive, but I feared for how long. They told me you were gravely wounded. So you fled." Lupton let out a long sigh and let his eyes drop to his hands once more. "I knew I no longer enjoyed Sir Montagu's protection. I had no other choice." Thomas tensed. Lupton had travelled to the nub of the matter without being steered in that direction. His captors had been under strict instructions not to mention Malthus's murder in the hope that the steward could be led into a trap. Despite the obvious conclusion drawn by Sir Theodosius and Sir Arthur Warbeck, and indeed by Thomas himself, it was becoming apparent to him that Lupton knew nothing of the brutal murder. The irritating fly settled in a corner, only to find itself entangled in a cobweb. Both men watched, fascinated, as a large spider suddenly stirred. Thomas decided to play the devil's advocate. He took a gamble. "Is that why you killed him?" Lupton's head jerked up. "What?" Thomas tried to remain composed, even though he felt his heart barrelling in his chest. "Sir Montagu Malthus is dead." "No." The reaction was tinged with incredulity, and the noise roused the struggling fly, which immediately buzzed off again, avoiding the spider's clutches. "How?" asked Lupton. "I think you know how." "What are you saying?" "He was murdered in a most brutal and barbarous way." Thomas did not prevaricate. Lupton leapt up. "And you think I?" He raked his fingers through his hair and paced to the cell door and back to stand over Thomas. "No, no." He shook his head vigorously, then slumped back down on the bed. "So that is why they refused to release me?" he gasped, as if thinking out loud. "But I did not. Where did you spend the night after the duel?" Lupton regarded Thomas with a frown. He was being asked for an alibi and frantically searched his memory. "In an inn. Yes, the Unicorn at Deddington. The landlord will verify it." Thomas nodded. "Rest assured he will be asked." He cast a look into the corner and saw that the spider had retreated once more. "You were making your way back to your estate in Yorkshire, I assume?" The nobleman nodded. "I had nowhere else to go. Being a fugitive limits a man's choices, Silkstone." "So does being a murderer," Thomas countered. His eyes hooked onto Lupton's as he thought of the stable lad at the 3 Tons who had been dispatched by Talland, his body partly burned in a charcoal kiln. As if reading Thomas's thoughts, Lupton snapped, "I did not order Coote's death." Thomas was not inclined to show mercy. "Please, do not try and distance yourself from that brute. He was acting on your orders." Lupton shook his head. "I did not order him to kill the lad." "And you expect me to believe that?" Lupton nodded. "I do, because 'tis true." His eyes met Thomas's. "I know you are a man of integrity, and I confess I am not. But when I say I had nothing to do with Sir Montagu's murder, I swear I am telling the truth." Thomas said nothing for a moment, allowing the tension between them to hang in the air. "I believe you," he finally conceded, "although I cannot be certain that Talland would not kill." Lupton nodded. "I am sure the brute is capable of it," he said, wringing his hands once more. "But I swear he could not have murdered Sir Montagu. He was with me from the moment we left Brandwick." Thomas resolved to question the henchman later, but for now he felt he should draw the interview with Lupton to a close. Pushing against the arms of the chair, he rose slowly, and the pain of the movement manifested itself in his face. "Your wound troubles you?" asked Lupton. "Not as much as you would have liked," retorted Thomas with a wry smile. He walked toward the door to summon the jailer. As he did so, Lupton said suddenly, "And her ladyship?" Thomas switched round. "How is she taking all this?" The doctor noticed his old adversary's features seemed to have softened a little at the thought of Lydia, but he spared no punches. He spoke angrily as he recalled her horror. It was she who discovered Sir Montagu's body. She saw the blood, the wound. Lupton tensed at the thought of it. "God, no! A terrible shock," he mumbled. "A terrible shock indeed," conceded Thomas. It wanted Lupton to dwell on the thought for as long as possible. He wanted him to share in the nightmarish vision that had confronted Lydia and feel remorse for all the ill he had caused her. But it was not to be. The jailer's key suddenly turned in the lock. As Thomas made his way to the door, Lupton rose to his feet. "I am innocent," he protested. "You have to believe me," he implored. "It is not up to me to decide, Lupton," the doctor replied, just before the door slammed shut. The steward's hands grasped the metal bars of the small grille in the door as he cried out once more, "I didn't kill him, I tell you! I swear I didn't!" Thomas did not respond, even though on this rare occasion he believed the steward to be telling the truth. Instead, the interview over, the doctor allowed himself to be escorted by the turnkey back to the main entrance, where his carriage remained. He stepped out into the relative fresh air of the courtyard, just in time to see a prison conveyance trundle through the gateway. Watching the carriage disgorge its wretched cargo to 4 waiting jailers on the other side of the yard, Thomas counted a dozen men. Shackled together, they were being jostled through the open doors. It suddenly struck him that there was an odd familiarity about them, something in their dress and their demeanour. But it was not until the final man jumped down from the carriage that he recognized the large frame of someone he knew. It was none other than Adam Diggott, the coppicer who had spent the last few months challenging Sir Montagu's plans. "Adam!" Thomas called involuntarily. Of course the coppicer did not hear him. He was too far away, but the head jailer nearby did. He cocked his head at the doctor and frowned. "Those men," said Thomas, "why are they under arrest?" "Them lot," the turnkey shrugged. "They're in for murder. They killed that lawyer at Brandwick." Thomas suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressed down even further on his shoulders. As he had feared, Magistrate Warbeck had clearly ignored everything he had said and used the findings of his report to justify the arrest of the villagers. Now they were shackled and doomed to hang on the gibbet within his sight. The onus was on him to prove their innocence. It was even more imperative that he examine the evidence he had gathered from the scene of the crime. But he could not do it alone. He needed to pay Professor Hasher a visit as quickly as possible. Chapter 11.
"Thomas, my dear fellow, what on earth—"
Professor Hasher's effusive greeting was tempered with such shock that it made his white hair seem to stand on end even further. The young anatomist was the last person he had expected to find on the threshold of his Oxford rooms.
"You should be resting. Willkommen. Come in."
Thomas secretly concurred with the Saxon professor. He should indeed be resting. His light-headedness and breathlessness persisted, but he managed a smile as he flopped into a chair. Harsha had left Boughton 2 days ago, fully conversant with the appalling affairs at the Hall.
"You are here about Sir Montagu?"
he asked, pouring Thomas a schnapps into a small glass. The young anatomist nodded. "I am here to prevail upon your kindness yet again, sir," he replied, taking the glass in a trembling hand. "I have certain items retrieved from the scene of the murder." The professor nodded his white head while pouring himself a drink.
"But of course. What do you have?"
Opening his case, Thomas produced a file containing the strange fibre from the rope that he had retrieved from Sir Montagu's wrists. "I would examine this specimen under your microscope, if I may, sir," he said. He put down his schnapps untouched and heaved himself up from the chair. Together the two men walked over to the professor's workbench, where he kept his scientific apparatus. Harsha took a glass slide and placed the fibre upon it. Fixing his eye to the microscope, he adjusted the lens and invited Thomas to look through it.
"This is no ordinary hemp or wool,"
he ventured, as the young anatomist bent low to view the specimen. Through the magnifying lens, Thomas could see the professor was right. The cord appeared foreign to English shores. He had come across it for the first time only recently, when he was tasked by Sir Joseph Banks to examine the specimens brought back from the Jamaican expedition. The fibre was extremely narrow and hollow, and the lignin on its walls yellow. It was coir. "It is fibre from a coconut," Thomas pronounced, straightening his aching back. "Such rope is not made in England. It comes from a tropical clime." The professor raised a brow. "And you think that might be relevant?" Thomas shrugged his shoulders, momentarily forgetting his injury. He winced and shook his head. "We must neither rule any possibility in nor out at this stage, Professor," he replied earnestly. "There is another piece of evidence that puzzles me, too." "Oh?" queried Harsha. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Thomas produce a sheet of paper from his case. "Does anything odd strike you about this footprint?" he asked, handing it to him. The Saxon squinted at the clear, dark outline of the bloody print. Raising his finger, he traced the shape of the print in the air. After a moment he declared, "A shoe without a heel." Thomas nodded. "Quite so. More like a slipper," he said, returning them to his case. The professor gasped.
"You are not saying a woman?"
Thomas stopped him short. "No," he shook his head. "It is too big."
"Patterns, then? I know the English peasant to wear them."
Thomas had already thought of the overshoes favoured by many of the villagers, but had discounted them on the grounds that they were made of heavy wood that was less porous and would not have left such a clear imprint. "For a moment, I'm at a loss to—" Thomas began before he was interrupted by a loud knock at the professor's door. Harsha caught his breath and cast a worried look at his young friend. Answering the urgent summons, the professor hurried over to the door to find Jacob Lovelock standing, panting, on the threshold. His pitted face was flushed and spattered with mud. Thomas joined Harsha at the door as soon as he saw the Boughton groom. "What is it, Jacob?" he asked.
"Oh, Dr. Silkstone, sir, my lady asks you return to the hall as soon as you can."
Lovelock gulped down his breath and added,
"Something terrible has happened."
Chapter 12. It was hard to say what compelled Lydia to pay a visit to her late husband's grave. She had told herself and her servants that she wished to be alone a little while. The events of the last few days had been so shocking that she needed time to herself, away from the hustle and bustle of the hall. She asked Lovelock to ready the dog-cart so that she might drive up to the pavilion. This was her favourite spot on the whole of the estate. The small wooden structure had been designed by the 5th Earl. It was inspired by the architecture of India. Painted white and bordered on 3 sides by a veranda that offered superlative views, it was her refuge. In difficult times it was where she always sought solace. She wanted to blot out the horrific events of the last 3 days, the duel, Thomas's injury, and, of course, Sir Montagu's murder. The sight of the blood, the smell of it, the stickiness of it on her fingers still lingered. She needed to be rid of it, to slough it off, and simply by being in this beautiful place, she hoped she would feel cleansed. The sky was streaked with white mare's tails, a sign that the weather was set fair as she started off up the stiff hill. On either side of the track, the blades of grass that had been so browned and broken by the great fog last year had grown back even stronger, and were now verdant and flourishing. The leaves on the trees, too, had been coaxed out by the sunshine of the past few days, clothing the wood in a green haze. Up ahead the red kites wheeled and dived on the warm thermal currents that formed below the ridge, and a skylark in full song hovered over a nearby cornfield. The track was dry and dusty, although the rainstorm earlier in the month had scoured deep ruts that she was careful to avoid. 2 of the house dogs, the spaniels, Jip and Juno, set off with her, bounding up ahead of the cart, then stopping suddenly when they caught a scent and running off at a tangent. The pony was a hardy little beast and responded well to her commands, and soon they reached the top of the ridge. Tugging at the reins, Lydia paused for a moment to take in the view. There had been times during her incarceration in Bedlam when she thought she would never see such a sight again. At one point, shackled to her narrow bed, she had been forced to content herself with the memory of the hall. Thoughts of its honey-coloured stone, its fine pediments, and its barley-twist chimneys had kept her sane in her darkest hours. And Richard, too. Her dearest Richard. How his short life had been blighted by the wiles of men. Sir Montagu's aim might have been to control Boughton through her son, but surely he had cared for him, his own flesh and blood, in his own strange way. Down below she saw the men and women planting in the fields, scattering corn from their panniers onto the furrows of the rich brown soil. She saw, too, the sheep grazing on the higher pasture, their wool providing a staple of the estate. It was a scene that gladdened her heart, a scene she had no wish to change. Any plans to enclose Boughton had died with Sir Montagu, and the commoners and coppices, the pit sawyers and the charcoal burners could rejoice in the knowledge that she would not deprive them of their ancient rights. The villagers of Brandwick would remain free to glean for corn at harvest time and to put out pigs to pannage in the forest in autumn. The coppices could carry on working their coops, and the power of water, not steam, would turn the fulling stocks that pounded the wool cloth. The sight of the estate from her perch comforted her, but her memory was also tinged with sadness. Up ahead on the ridge, just beyond the pavilion, she could make out the simple wooden cross that marked her late husband's grave. The dogs had run on ahead in that direction, no doubt chasing after a rabbit or hare, so she decided to follow. She could pay her respects, perhaps even pick a few spring flowers, and lay them at the foot of the cross. The Church's strict laws regarding those who took their own lives meant that Michael had been denied his rightful place in the family vault. She had chosen his resting place herself, near the pavilion where they both used to ride in the early days of their short marriage, when they were briefly happy together. After his death, she had intended to erect a more permanent memorial to the captain on the site. At the time she had taken care to bury him in his best clothes, and to see that his precious diamond ring, the one that he had brought back from India, was placed on the 4th finger of his right hand. He had worn it thus in life, before she had told him it was vulgar and that he should remove it, and he had in her presence. Yet there was another reason she did not approve of the magnificent gemstone. It had, it seemed, a checkered history. She had heard rumours, although she had never shared them with her husband, that he had stolen it from a dead merchant in Hyderabad. Such accusations would only have widened the rift that grew daily between them. At the memory of it, however, she felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps she had been too harsh on Michael. At any rate, events had conspired against her so that she had never even managed to commission a fitting headstone. Now, however, there was nothing to stop her. She could design an elaborate mausoleum, or even a mortsafe to protect him from sack-em-up men, if she chose to. Not that there had ever been any likelihood of anyone trying to steal the captain's corpse in such a remote spot. But it was up to her to erect a fitting memorial. As the pony walked steadily along the ridge past the pavilion, she noted how dilapidated the building looked. The roof was covered in moss, and ivy was creeping up the columns of the veranda. She made a mental note to ask her new steward, whoever he might be, to make its renovation a priority. She could not allow it to fall further into disrepair. She was contemplating the expense of such an endeavour when the pony came to a sudden and unbidden halt. It shuffled backward and snorted through its flared nostrils. Lydia frowned and gave it a tap with the whip, but to no avail. She tried a different tack and pulled gently on the reins to soothe the creature, but again it was no use. "Steady, girl," she called. "Steady." Hearing its mistress's voice, the pony seemed to calm down, yet, despite Lydia's best efforts, it could not be coaxed on. "What is it?" The dogs, a few yards away by the grave, also began to bark. Knowing it was useless to urge on the pony, Lydia lifted her skirts and, still clutching her whip, clambered down from her perch. Frowning, she hurried toward the wooden cross. What the— Instead of the smooth green burial mound where she had stood in silent prayer on her last visit, there was a mound of earth, freshly dug. She surveyed the scene incredulously. An animal must have been pawing at the grave, she told herself, a badger or a fox. But surely there was too much dark mulch to have been shifted by a single wild creature. She drew closer, the nausea suddenly rising in her throat. The dogs were no longer barking. Instead, they were growling at each other. They were fighting over something, baring their teeth, snatching at whatever it was. A bone, perhaps. "Jip! Juno!" she called, but they ignored her voice. She walked toward them, her heart beating faster with each step. "Jip! Juno, away!" she repeated, only louder. But the dogs continued to tug at something, slavering and baying in turn. She felt her body start to tremble as she drew level with them. She cracked the whip. The dogs parted, and then she saw it. Beyond the pile of earth, a few fragments of material lay ragged on the grass, and beside them was a small carcass of some sort, a bird or a rabbit. Still wary, she moved forward until she could see more clearly. A bird or a rabbit, she kept telling herself. Then her stomach lurched and her eyes widened in sheer terror. "No," she said. Her voice was soft at first. Her eyes had to be playing tricks on her. She looked closer. "No," she repeated, this time in a scream. She tried to blink away the sight, but the horror of it only drew her even further toward it, as if she had fallen under some ghoulish spell. Her mouth opened, allowing another faint cry to escape her lips, but she remained transfixed by what she saw. It was part of an arm, a human arm. Surely not Michael's. Her eyes shot to the material, the ragged silk that lay nearby. She recognized it. It was a fragment of the shirt in which she had laid him to rest. She looked back to the arm. The skin on it was the colour of lead, prinked with purple, and great hunks of it clung to the white of the bone like filthy rags. It suddenly dawned on her that the grave must have been opened. No animal could have done this, she told herself. Her breathing came in short, sharp pants, as she realized this had to be the work of some depraved resurrectionist. The fiend must have been looking for a corpse to sell to an anatomist, but his despicable errand had been interrupted. Her own hand suddenly flew up to her forehead, and she felt it dotted with sweat. She gazed upon the sight in a morbid daze, bewildered and outraged at the same time. It was then, through her shock and revulsion, that it struck her that an even greater sacrilege had been committed. She forced herself to look again at Michael's arm, his right arm, and, more specifically, at his hand. His once elegant fingers stuck up in the air like rotten twigs. But there were only 3. One was missing, the one that had borne the captain's ring. The diamond was gone. Chapter 13. It was early evening by the time Thomas reached Boughton Hall. He found Lydia pacing the drawing-room in a most distressed state. Eliza was with her, but seemed unable to calm her mistress. Before the return journey, Lovelock had primed the doctor about the horrific findings at Michael Farrell's grave. "One of the shepherds heard her scream," the groom had said. "In a terrible state she were." As soon as he entered the room, Thomas saw that Lydia's face remained ashen grey. She hurried to him, still trembling. "Who would do such a thing? Who would do such a thing?" she kept asking, over and over again. "Calm yourself," soothed Thomas, taking her by the hand. Dismissing Eliza with a nod of the head, he led Lydia to the sofa, and together they sat. "I know what happened," he said. He put his arm around her shoulders. "And I must go and see the grave for myself before I can try and answer your question." She acknowledged the sense of this, but he could tell she was still in a state of shock. He reached for his medical case and took from it a glass phial. "Drink this," he told her, handing her a draught. Closing her eyes, she downed the dark syrup and shuddered a little at its bitter taste. "'Twill calm your nerves until I return," he told her, but she immediately opened her eyes and tugged at his coat. "No, you can't go. Please don't leave me." "I will not be long," he promised, "but I need to see the sight for myself." He touched her shoulder gently. "Lovelock is waiting to take me to the grave." He paused. "You will not be alone," he added. "Eliza will stay with you." Lydia gulped a lungful of air and nodded her acquiescence. "Of course," she agreed, placing her hand on his. Lovelock was indeed waiting at the reins of the dog-cart, with Will, his son, in tow. The sun was low over the Chiltern Hills, leaving a pinkish glow in the sky as they headed up toward the desecrated grave. The crows, gathering like black rags blown by the breeze, were already roosting high up in the trees of the nearby woods, and although no one said anything, they all knew that any remaining carrion might be picked clean by now. Without delay, Thomas dismounted from the cart. He did not relish the thought of what he was about to see. He had been informed of the grisly remains and the disturbed grave. Whoever had opened it to steal the diamond might well have left behind some vital evidence. Moreover, whoever was responsible might also have murdered Sir Montagu. A careful examination of the area could well throw up meaningful clues. "Stay back," Thomas ordered Lovelock and his son, even though the pair seemed in no hurry to move nearer the grave. It did not take long to find the severed arm. As he feared, much of the flesh had been picked off the bone and only a few flies buzzed around it, but Lydia had been correct. Just 3 fingers and a thumb were left. Moving up the heft, only the ulna remained. But it was the cut that interested Thomas most. He examined it carefully. The bone had been hacked through cleanly, possibly with an axe. Next he turned to the grave itself. The earth was patted into a mound. Bounding down, Thomas felt the top. It was dry to the touch. He lifted a handful of dirt, and it crumbled through his fingers like stale cake. It was obvious to him that this topsoil had been baking in the sun for a while. He cast his mind back to the terrible storm 2 weeks before that had drenched the earth. There had been no rain since, although he noted there were ruts and gullies in the soil where it had been exposed to the torrential downpour. He hazarded a guess that the mound had been dug before the storm. Taking out his magnifying glass from his coat pocket, he scrutinized the brown loam more closely. He could see shoots of grass already. The ones that had been in full sun during the day had already germinated. From their growth, he estimated they had burst forth from their seeds at least a week ago, but probably much earlier. He paused. This meant that the act of desecration was certainly not committed on the same night as Sir Montagu's murder, but well before it, possibly several days prior. It was 3 years since Thomas's last visit to the grave, 3 years since he had opened Michael Farrell's coffin. The captain had been newly dead, the flesh putrefying and wet, the stench gut-wrenching. But at least Thomas had been able to confirm his suspicions. Lydia's husband did not take his own life, and from the nature of the wound on his neck he had been able to identify his killer. He did not relish the thought of reacquainting himself with the corpse, nor, judging by their reluctance to stay near him, did Jacob Lovelock and his son. The head groom's memories were still raw too, but at Thomas's request father and son shuffled forward. The doctor had no intention of putting them through an unnecessary exhumation. He would not make them witness the work of the worms in the last 3 years. They would have feasted on the skin and soft tissue, leaving only the white pearl of bone in their wake, he told himself. He was as reluctant as they were, but he knew what needed to be done. Armed with shovels, Jacob and Will started to dig away at the loose mound. After a few minutes their spades hit what sounded like wood. Renewing their efforts, they uncovered the hole of the lid. Mercifully, it was still in place, although no longer secured, making the men's task much easier. Squatting low on their haunches, with Jacob at the top and Will at the bottom, they grabbed the lid and, instinctively holding their breaths, pulled it upward and toward them. They both fell backward, away from the grave. Thomas suspected by design, so that they did not have to confront the body in the coffin. He, however, had no choice. He peered down into the grave, and there lay what remained of Captain Michael Farrell. For yet a second time his interment had been disturbed. Thomas and Lovelock exchanged anxious looks, but it was the former who took off his hat and coat and made to descend.
"You can't go down there in your state, Doctor," protested the groom.
"I can and I must," replied Thomas. "Here." He handed his belongings to Lovelock and, kneeling down, lowered himself into the grave. His chest wound still caused him pain, but without too much grief he arrived at a point where there was just enough room for him to stand. There was Farrell's familiar white brocade jacket, the one he had asked to wear for his sentencing in court. The robber had slipped it off the corpse's shoulder to get a better purchase at the arm. Reaching into his pocket for his magnifying glass once more, Thomas inspected what remained of the mutilated limb. The thief had been in such a hurry that he had simply hacked it off above the elbow with a sharp blade. Thomas's previous thoughts were confirmed. The motion had been downward. The pattern on the bone indicated a chop, not a slice, a sickle rather than a knife. Could this mean that the weapon used to mutilate Farrell's corpse had been employed to murder Malthus, too? He could not be sure. What was undeniable, however, was that whomever did this unspeakable deed knew exactly what he wanted. This was no opportunistic theft, but a carefully planned and executed crime. It would have been no mean feat. It was robbery to order, undertaken by someone skilled who knew precisely what he was about. Someone who knew that Michael Farrell was buried wearing a diamond ring. Thomas was just about to call for Jacob to help him scale the steep wall of the grave when he stopped. His memory flashed to an image of Farrell's hand, and the diamond ring that Lydia had placed on it in death. He recalled her telling him that the gem had been acquired during her husband's time in India. India. He whispered the word.
"Sir?"
Thomas wheeled round, aware that Lovelock and his son had been watching him in the grave trench from a distance. The groom's voice jolted the doctor back into the moment. "What?" "Nothing, Lovelock." Thomas stretched out both arms, and gently the groom and his son helped to ease him out.
"You think they knew the diamond was there, sir?"
asked Jacob Lovelock, as the doctor sat on the soil on the other side of the grave. "I have no doubt," he replied, sifting the loose earth between his fingers. He stopped suddenly. "What is it, Doctor?" asked Will, watching Thomas's eyes casting around him. "Footprints," he replied. His gaze settled on a single indentation left at the edge of the mound. "What have we here?" he asked suddenly. Thomas moved closer on all fours. "Did either of you make this?" Father and son both shook their heads in unison, so Thomas took the tape from his pocket to measure it. Would it match the print in the study? To his surprise, he found it was much longer than the other bloody print. It was a different shape, too, made by a sturdy boot, he'd wager. The grave robber and Sir Montagu's murderer might not, after all, be one and the same person. Rocking back on his haunches, Thomas looked toward the grave. "You can secure the lid," he told Lovelock, clapping his hands to rid them of extraneous soil.
"Aye, sir,"
replied the groom. Man and boy set to work while Thomas investigated a little farther afield. It occurred to him that whoever had prized open the coffin would have used heavy tools that might well have impeded a getaway. He decided to venture into the nearby woods, hunting for a discarded pickaxe or shovel, perhaps. Keeping his eyes on the beech mast of the woodland floor, he had gone only a few yards when his acuity was rewarded. He had homed in on what he thought at first was a piece of broken-off bark. But no. He bent down to pick up something brown the size of a man's hand. It was a fragment of leather, the tongue of a boot, perhaps. His mind flashed to the poachers who plied their trade at night in Raven's Wood. Mayhap they hunted here, too, on occasion. He picked up the fragment, turned it in his palm, then sniffed it. It was leather, all right, and as stiff as if it had been starched. It had been left out in the rain, but there had been no rain for several days, not since the terrible storm. The leather tongue might have nothing to do with Sir Montagu's murderer. It could have lain there for many days, if not weeks. He thought better than to discard it.
He could not rule out the possibility that whoever robbed the grave had some connection to the dead lawyer. Perhaps it was something, perhaps not. He slipped it into his pocket. Nothing could be discounted, nothing ruled out. But at the moment, in his hunt for the killer, Thomas was forced to admit to himself that he was grasping at straws in the wind. And now a most burning question had surfaced. Who knew that Michael Farrell was buried wearing the precious stone? Thomas's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a shout that went up from the direction of the grave. He looked up from the shadows of the wood to see young Will running toward him and waving frantically. "Dr. Silkstone, sir! Come quick!" Breaking into a run, Thomas arrived at the open grave in seconds, to see Jacob Lovelock clambering out holding an object.
"Whoever robbed the grave left this behind," said the groom.
He handed Thomas a flat, wooden shovel, the sort used by grave diggers, and grave robbers, too. It was encrusted with dirt, but as he rubbed off the soil that clung to the shaft, the anatomist's eyes snagged on its handle. Taking out his magnifying glass once more, Thomas made out 2 roughly carved nicks on the wood. He looked up to see a stunned expression cleave to Jacob Lovelock's face.
"It can't be,"
muttered the groom.
"Them's Joe Makepeace's marks," cried Will instantly.
"No,"
said his father in disbelief.
"Old Joe could never—"
He broke off suddenly, recalling how he and his son had helped the Bury man dig many a grave last year in St. Swithin's churchyard during the great fog. "Joseph Makepeace?" asked Thomas. "You think—"
"'Tis nothing,"
snapped the groom. Thomas persisted. "You must tell me what you know, Jacob." The groom chewed his lip.
"The last time I seed him was at the 3 Tons, the night he was shot."
"The night of Sir Montagu's murder?"
"Yes. I was waiting in the hall for her ladyship to come down, and the men was making a real racket, drinking and laughing they was."
Thomas thought of the smoky tap-room. It was often quite a lively place, so for Jacob to remark upon it, the atmosphere must have been raucous indeed. "Was there a particular reason?" The groom nodded.
"The drinks were on Joseph Makepeace," he said.
Were they indeed? Thomas mused. He thought of the down-at-heel Bury man.
"He said he'd been paid handsome for a job."
Thomas could not hide his surprise. What sort of job?
"He didn't say, only that he'd been told to lie low for a few days. With Lupton gone, he must have thought it safe."
"And he was showing off a new pair of boots," chimed in Will. "New boots," repeated Thomas. He looked down at the fragment of stiff leather he still held in his hand. Joseph Makepeace was one of the villagers locked up in Oxford jail. Perhaps Sir Arthur had arrested the right man after all. Chapter 14. As his carriage jounced along the streets of Mayfair, Captain Patrick Flynn reflected on what he saw. It was the colour he missed most. He had returned to England only the previous month, and was still acclimatizing himself after his many years in India. He found the cooler weather suited him better, although the grey skies, even on relatively temperate days, did nothing to lift his mood. The people, the common or garden Englishmen and women, seemed to him less deferential than when he departed, too. Not only were they insolent now, they were drab, too. Brindle browns, dull taupe, and funereal blacks were the staple shades of their garb. How different from the rainbow hues of Madras and Calcutta, he mused. The peacock blues, the emerald greens, the fuchsia pinks, the saffron yellow and brilliant crimson. He missed the smells, too, the pungent wafts of coriander, turmeric, and silky cinnamon that hid a multitude of malodorous sins. Rather than the fabled gold of Dick Whittington's day, the streets of London now seemed to be paved with rotting cabbage and horse-dung. They no longer held any allure for him. Presently the carriage delivered the captain and Manjeet to a jeweller's shop in fashionable New Bond Street. There were more dandies here, and perhaps a little more colour to break up the drabness, but Flynn still found it a relatively dull affair. A liveried footman helped him down and ushered him inside the shop. "I can still carry it off," he thought to himself. The captain retained the bearing of an officer and a gentleman, even though he wore no wig. Instead, his flame-red hair was tied back with a black ribbon, and he sported an expression of superiority so often espoused by those with the least claim to it. He had abandoned his fustian coat in favour of a deep blue frock-coat,
trimmed with gold braid. Manjeet, too, was decked out in his finest silk shawani and white turban with a plume at the front.
"Doth thou have an appointment?" asked the young man behind the counter.
He spoke with a pronounced lisp. His head was tilted in a slightly patronising manner that put Flynn on his mettle straight away.
"No, I'm here for evaluation."
"May I ask, sir, the nature of the item?"
"A most precious diamond,"
replied Flynn, producing the gem from the bag. The young man's eyes lit up at the sight of it.
"Thou hath indeed come to the right place."
The captain did not need to be told that he was in the right place. He had done his homework. He knew that the owner of this shop, one William Gray, was jeweller to Prince George. There were rumours that this was a less than satisfactory arrangement on the craftsman's part, because the prince never paid his bills on time. Yet as Flynn glanced around him, he could see the royal patronage obviously brought in custom. The shop was an elegant space, lined with display cabinets that held not only trays of rings and bracelets, necklaces and tiaras, but elaborate swords too.
"I will see if Mr. Gray is free,"
said the young man, taking the diamond with him. He disappeared through a door that lay behind a red curtain. He reappeared a moment later.
"This way, please, sir,"
he said to Flynn. Manjeet was signalled to wait for his master. William Gray sat hunched over the diamond like a hungry hyena over its prey, with his mouth open wide to accommodate a thick loop that was jammed into his eye socket. The jeweller, Flynn thought, looked almost comical. The stone itself was held in the grasp of a pair of pincers. It sparkled under the glare of a lamp, 1,000 stars twinkling on its brilliant surface. He did not acknowledge his visitor at first. As he watched the jeweller at work, Flynn held his breath. He held his breath, and he listened to his own heart beating faster than he had ever heard it in his life, even though he was standing quite still. That was because his future depended on what this old man had to say any moment now. This was his first foray into the hub of the capital. A month had passed since his return to England. It was a month in which he had learned what it felt like to be betrayed. First Farrell, then Lavington had thought he could do as he wished with the gem behind Flynn's back. They had humiliated him. They had made a mockery of him. It reminded him of a punishment he had seen inflicted on an Indian father who failed to pay his daughter's dowry. He was stripped and publicly flogged. Although he had suffered no physical wounds, the mental ones were just as real. But now Flynn had won the day. He was having the last laugh. He had the diamond. He'd heard nothing, so he assumed his crime had not been uncovered. Not yet. His secret was still safe. So he had seen fit to act. "Well?" he asked. He could wait no longer. The old jeweller finally eased himself back into his chair.
"It is indeed a fine stone, sir," he mumbled, still not lifting his gaze.
"Fine?" asked Flynn indignantly. "It is surely the finest you have ever set eyes on." The loop popped from the jeweller's eye socket. He turned to face the captain, but from the old man's glum expression Flynn gleaned he was not about to hear good news.
"Not the finest, I fear,"
Gray replied. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Flynn stiffened, then let out a little laugh.
"There must be some mistake." His nostrils flared resentfully. "That ring was cut from one of the largest stones ever found in Golconda."
The jeweller nodded his head.
"I am sure it was, sir," he replied. "But it was cut in India, yes?"
Flynn's face fell. Yes, it had been cut in India. The smaller stones had been sold off, and the proceeds shared among the three of them, Farrell, Lavington, and himself, but the brilliant remained. It had been mounted on a gold ring to be kept in Farrell's possession.
"What of it? Surely it makes no difference where the stone is cut."
The jeweller screwed up his eyes.
"I fear so, sir. The method of cutting is very different there. The Indians are unable to give the stones such a lively polish as we give them in Europe."
"What?" The captain's colour was rising. The jeweller pointed to the large steel wheel on his
He pulled his lamp toward him and shone it on the stone, then unlocked a small drawer nearby and brought out another, smaller diamond, which flickered and dazzled under the light. "You see there," he said, a diamond in each hand. "Yours is dull, compared with this one." "What?" The molten anger that had been simmering inside Flynn suddenly exploded. "This is preposterous! You will never find a finer diamond! Never!" He slammed his fist on the workbench, then took 2 paces to the door and banged on that, too. "Sir, calm yourself, please," urged the old man. "I would tell the King of England the same if he came to me with such a stone." The workshop door suddenly opened, and the younger man reappeared. He saw the captain, then switched his gaze to the jeweller. "Is everything in order, father?" he asked. The old man slid a look at Flynn, then back to his son. "Quite," he said. The young man nodded. "If you're Thorther," he replied, with an uneasy bow. He cast a wary look at the captain, then closed the door behind him. The interruption seemed to have soothed Flynn's ire a little. He tugged quite deliberately at the cuffs of both his coat sleeves as if to signify he wanted a fresh start. He kept his voice flat. "How much will you give me for it?" he asked. The jeweller turned the stone in his palm. 1,000 guineas. A look of disdain settled on Flynn's features. 1,000 guineas, he repeated. The old man's tone was apologetic. "It needs much work, and even then—" "You insult me, sir. I shall take the gem elsewhere." Flynn snatched the stone away and, flinging the workroom doors open wide, strode into the front of the shop. Manjeet was waiting for him, his hands clasped behind his back. "Come," barked the captain. "We have no further business here." Outside the shop, the footman hailed the captain and his servant a carriage. Inside, Flynn's simmering rage erupted once more at this second betrayal. Questions collided into one another as they roiled around his brain, then spilled out as expletives aimed at a silent Manjeet. "Curse the bastards! If they were here, Damn them, I hope they are both rotting in hell." Had Farrell and Lavington known that the diamond was not the priceless stone they'd led him to believe, he wondered. If so, why had he not been told? His plans now lay in ruins. Somehow he had to work out how to pay off his mounting debts and salvage a reputation that was even more tarnished than his lacklustre diamond. Chapter 15. James Lavington. The name that cleaved to the roof of Lydia's mouth suddenly broke loose. She had been gazing into the empty fireplace in the drawing-room at Boughton, but now her eyes latched back onto Thomas's as she managed to say it. Somehow he knew. "Lavington?" repeated the doctor. His mouth suddenly turned dry. James Lavington was a name he had never wanted to hear again, let alone say. It resurrected memories of a dark episode in the past. The lawyer had served with Farrell in the East India Company and purported to have been his best friend. He had been hideously disfigured in an explosion near Golconda and lived in a house on the Boughton estate. Bearing a simmering resentment, it seemed, he always blamed Farrell for his injuries and had murdered him in jail. His plan was to slip into the dead man's bed with a hasty marriage proposal to Lydia. Forced by monetary circumstances to acquiesce, Lydia had married the monster, only for him to be murdered on the very same day. His remains had been buried away from the estate, and with them, Thomas had hoped, his memory. Lydia looked down as if suddenly ashamed. "After you returned to London, he told me Michael had died owing him vast amounts of money." She switched back. "And that if I did not consent to marrying him, he would sell the house." Thomas tried to console her. She had told him before of her trials at Lavington's hands. "You were under a terrible strain," he assured her, holding her close. "Yes," she nodded. "I had no choice but to agree. He would have thrown Mamma and me out." Thomas thought of the swarthy lawyer with his prosthetic nose that had been made for him in India from ivory. He now understood him to be ruthless enough to make Lydia and her aged mother destitute. "I know," he told her gently. But he guessed there was more to come. Suddenly she pulled away and sat upright. "But I remember one day he made a curious remark," said Lydia. Thomas sensed she'd been holding something back. What did he say? She looked wistful, as if in thought. He said how foolish I had been to bury the diamond with Michael. Thomas frowned. But if you did not tell him about the diamond, then how— Lydia broke in. Her gaze hovered over the hearth and settled on a portrait of her late mother that hung on the wall near the fireplace. That was the strange thing. I only told Mamma, and I know she would never have— Of course not, snapped Thomas. He was keen to steer clear of any mention of Lydia's mother, for fear she might uncover the secret that he had guarded so closely for the past 4 years. Yet he could tell by her look she was still holding back. And, he pressed, Lavington said, if the sack-em-up men get wind it's there, they'll be buzzing round the grave like flies. Lydia's eyes widened, as if the recollection, retrieved from so far back in her memory, had surprised even herself. Thomas took a deep breath before voicing a thought he had been formulating ever since the discovery of the theft. I'm thinking Sir Montagu's murder has nothing to do with his plans to enclose Boughton, nor indeed with Nicholas Lupton. You think this has something to do with Michael? I do, he replied with a nod. With his time in India. She narrowed her eyes. Because of the diamond? He did not tell her about the odd fibres, or the strange footprints he had found at the scene of the crime, or the fact that Sir Montagu's head had been all but severed with a curved blade that he was beginning to think might not have been a sickle after all. There was also the matter of what the murderer was searching for in the study. Yes, he replied, fixing her with a frown. Lydia reached for his hand and regarded him with a look of resignation. Then I am to lose you again? Thomas returned her sad gaze. Whoever stole the diamond will be looking for a buyer, he told her, covering her hand fondly with his. I shall leave for London tomorrow. Tomorrow? She echoed. I fear so, he replied, and he drew her toward him and kissed her on the forehead. There is always something that keeps us apart, she whispered forlornly, lifting her face to his. Not for much longer, he told her. He found her lips and kissed them, then, pulling back, he wiped away a lone tear from her cheek with his thumb. I swear that as soon as I have found Sir Montagu's killer, nothing will keep us apart again, he said. Nothing. Jacob Lovelock and his son Will readied Thomas's horse at first light as planned. For the past 2 weeks the weather had been fair, and the roads, so rutted and muddy from the terrible storm earlier in the month, had recovered well. You should have a good journey, sir, ventured Will. He cupped his hands to help Thomas mount. The doctor's chest wound, although healing well, still troubled him, so it was with the greatest care that he heaved himself up and flung his leg over the saddle. Despite the early hour, the sky had lightened to a pale blue, and the June sun was already warming the land. As the groom adjusted his stirrups, Thomas squinted toward the drive that led down to the village. He had to agree. Let us hope so, Will, he replied with a smile. But the second he said it, his expression changed. Although I fear my journey may be delayed. Lovelock rubbed his forehead and straightened to see the doctor was no longer smiling. Delayed, sir? He saw a frown had settled on Thomas's brow, and he followed his gaze. A horseman was approaching fast, and a moment later was clattering into the stable-yard. "Who goes there?" shouted Lovelock. A squat young man in a battered hat pulled up his horse. "A message for a Dr. Silkstone," he called down, breathless from riding hard. Thomas urged his mount toward the dishevelled courier. "I am Dr. Silkstone." Remaining in the saddle, the messenger took off his hat with a sweeping gesture, then, reaching into his leather satchel, he handed Thomas a letter. The doctor recognized the script immediately. It was Sir Theodosius's hand. The previous afternoon Thomas had sent word about the terrible violation of Captain Farrell's grave and the theft of the diamond. This, he anticipated, would be the coroner's response. With his pocket-knife he broke the seal and read the message. Yet it was not the communication he had anticipated. After a moment, Thomas looked up. "It seems Lupton and his man have been released from prison. They both have solid alibis," he told Lovelock. The groom nodded and then frowned. "But what of the commoners, Doctor? Of Adam Digger and Abel Smith?" he asked. Thomas gave a resigned shrug. "They remain in jail, I fear." Lovelock's shoulders slumped at the news. It did not come as a surprise to Thomas to learn that the former steward had been telling the truth. What was more, the barbarity of Sir Montagu's murder was surely beyond even Tallant's capacity, and Lupton had vouched for his innocence. Yet the intelligence gave the doctor no further assistance in tracking down Sir Montagu's murderer. Until he did so, the commoners, of whose innocence he was convinced, still faced the prospect of rotting in Oxford jail, or worse. The messenger's horse began stomping on the cobbles and snorting through its nostrils. "A reply, sir?" asked the young man. Thomas looked across at him, his own horse champing at the bit. "There will be a reply," he told him, "but in person. I shall go directly to Oxford to see the coroner myself."
Chapter 16. Great Tom, the Christ Church bell, was tolling 10 as Thomas rode into Oxford. Originally he had planned to call on Sir Theodosius, but as the sturdy keep of the castle loomed over him, he thought of the Branderwick men entombed in its prison dungeons below. He needed to offer them a crumb of comfort, and quite possibly dress any wounds they might have sustained during or since their arrest. Poe-faced Joseph Makepeace and Abe Diggett were not young men, and were the most vulnerable, and even though Adam Diggett and Will Ketch were strong enough, youth was no guarantee of survival in a place where death stalked every nook and cranny. On presentation of a letter of authority from Sir Theodosius, the coroner had helpfully enclosed it with his original message, the guard allowed Thomas to ride through the gates and into the great festering wound that was the prison. The stink was all too familiar, the dirt, the tang of urine that stung the eyes, the coppery smell of blood. The doctor had followed a cart inside, and he watched as it disgorged its delivery of new prisoners, 2 men and 2 women. From a row of grills at ground level, hands were suddenly thrust out, some holding bowls, begging for food or money, or both. At the pathetic sight, one of the women took fright. As she was shoved toward the entrance, she let out a shout. "I didn't do it, I tell you!" But her protestation was quickly silenced by a turnkey who coshed her about the head. She dropped to the flagstones and had to be dragged inside. In the courtyard, several debtors, allowed to roam during the day, took advantage of the sun. They leaned against the walls or squatted on the cobbles that they shared with the rats. A ragged boy scampered along the line of men, seemingly running errands for them. There were 3 or 4 women, too, carrying panniers of bread or laundry on their hips. Thomas dismounted and handed his horse to a hostler. As he did so, some activity in the far corner of the courtyard vied for his attention. A huddle of men was being shepherded out from the lodge into the sunlight by 2 jailers. They reminded him of dazed fledglings that had fallen from their nest. It seemed they had just been discharged. One man in particular caught Thomas's eye. He was especially tall and rubbed his eyes as he blinked away the darkness of the jail. He recognized him almost immediately as Adam Diggett. Thomas covered the few yards between them quickly and drew closer to see the familiar faces of the villagers who had been so maligned. They had only been detained for 3 days, and yet they already appeared to be changed men. Their faces were drawn, and their skin was like ash. He expected them to be chained, but looking at their wrists and ankles, he saw no restraints. "Are these men free?" he asked one of the jailers. Before the man could scowl back his reply, however, Adam Diggett piped up. "Dr. Silkstone!" In his excitement he rushed up and grabbed hold of the doctor's jacket. "We knew it had to be you!" Thomas backed away a little, gagging on the coppice's stink. Bewildered, he shook his head. "They're setting you free?" "Aye, doctor, free to get out of this hellhole," replied Diggett, baring his few remaining teeth at his erstwhile jailers. One of them raised his cosh, but the other stayed his hand, knowing that very soon they would no longer have any authority over the men. Sneering at their impotence, Diggett turned to Thomas once more. "And 'tis surely thanks to you." He held out a grateful hand. Thomas shook it, but remained perplexed. "Me? But I do not understand. I fear I've had nothing to do with your release." Diggett let his hand drop and cast around at the other men who were gathered about him, searching their eager faces for answers. When none were forthcoming, he turned back to Thomas. "But we was told that Captain Farrell's grave had been robbed on the night of Sir Montagu's murder." His tone was most insistent. Again, Thomas shook his head. "There is no proof of that," he protested.
thinking of the sprouting grass on the soil heap. Even if the murder and the robbery had a direct connection, he was still at a loss to understand its bearing on the men's freedom. Adam Diggott moved closer, his eyes growing wilder by the second.
"But that's when old Joseph came clean."
Joseph Makepeace? Thomas thought of the gravedigger, whose shovel they had found to incriminate him in the robbery. He had not noticed his absence before. He was not among the motley gaggle of commoners. What has become of him? Diggott coughed out a sarcastic laugh.
"He only owned up to robbing the captain's grave."
Did he indeed? Thomas feigned surprise, even though he was still at a loss as to why the Berryman would do such a thing. Diggott soon provided his motive.
"Put up to it by an old friend of Farrell's, he was. Claimed the diamond was rightfully his."
Thomas saw that his theory might be confirmed. "Who?" he pressed. "Who claimed the diamond?"
"Said he had an agreement with the captain."
Diggott turned back toward the others, seeking support. Several eyes rose into the tainted air. Thomas rolled his eyes in despair. No, he muttered to himself, and took a few paces away from the man as if the distance might help him think. He snatched off his hat and raked his fingers through his hair. He was angry that his words had been misinterpreted. Somehow his message to Sir Theodosius about the robbing of the grave had leaked out. Someone had put 2 and 2 together and made 5, deducing that whoever stole the diamond murdered Sir Montagu. Yet Thomas could show that these acts were executed at different times and might not be connected at all. Plumping his tricorn back down on his head, he marched back to the huddle of men. "I can prove that the diamond was stolen days before the murder," he told Diggott. The coppicer shrugged. "That don't matter to us no more, Doctor," he said with a half-smile. Thomas frowned. "Why not?"
"Because old Joe says a gent paid him to steal the stone."
Thomas's eyes widened. A man could swing for robbing a grave, and old Joe certainly risked the noose, unless, perhaps, he could name the commissioner of this foul crime. "And where is Makepeace now? I must speak with him." There was an urgency in the doctor's voice that wiped Diggott's smile from his face. The coppicer shoved his thumb behind him toward the grills of the stinking dungeon he had just escaped.
"He's still to go to court, Doctor. We've left him in there."
"Then I must go," said Thomas, fixing his gaze on the door of the keeper's office next to the lodge. He switched back to Diggott. "I am glad you are free," he said. Then, lifting his face to the other men, he added, "I never doubted your innocence." They acknowledged his words with low mumbles, but as they started their walk to freedom, Thomas headed deeper inside the jail. The keeper's rooms were on the second floor of the wing that offered the governor a commanding view of the courtyard. From his vantage point, the man responsible for the prison could oversee the enduring misery that was suffered by his inmates firsthand. The keeper's ill-advised name was Solomon Wisdom, and from their previous encounters, Thomas knew him to be a hard overseer with scant regard for those in his charge, be they convicted felons, debtors, or, for a short while before their dispatch, murderers. As he made his way toward the office, Thomas mulled over the shocking news he had just learned. Joseph Makepeace. Yes, it made sense. The way the grave had been so skillfully entered, the special trowel, the boot leather in the woods. He already had enough evidence to convict him even without his confession. Money was his motive, but he needed to speak with him face to face to find out who paid him to steal the diamond from the grave, and quickly. Thomas stopped at a desk at the bottom of the stairs. "Yes," said the guard, eyeing him suspiciously. His nose, the doctor could tell, had been broken and set badly, at least once. Thomas took a deep breath. "I wish to see Mr. Wisdom, if you please. My name is Dr. Silkstone, and I am come on an urgent matter." The guard let out a mock laugh.
"It's always urgent," he mumbled.
Then, fixing Thomas with his bloodshot eyes, he smirked.
"There's a gentleman with a gaffer at the moment. You'll have to wait your turn."
He pointed to a solitary chair near the stairwell. Thomas removed his tricorn and made his way to the seat. Above him, on the next floor, he could hear voices. A handle turned, and he looked up to see the office door open. A gentleman sporting a high peruke stood in its frame. "Warbeck," muttered Thomas to himself. At that moment the magistrate peered down from the landing and caught sight of him.
"Silkstone, is that you?" he called.
Thomas swallowed hard. He had not anticipated seeing the Brandwick magistrate, but was eager enough to take advantage of the chance encounter. He strode toward the bottom of the stairs. "Aye, Sir Arthur," he replied. By this time Wisdom had joined the magistrate at the threshold. He was broad in stature, and his face was streaked with a meanness that so often ingrained itself on the expression of such officials. The two men swapped looks from their vantage point.
"How fortuitous," said Sir Arthur before turning to the keeper. "I am sure we would both like to speak with the good doctor."
Thomas noted the touch of relish in the magistrate's tone, and suspected that this meeting might not be weighted in his favour.
"Come up, doctor," barked Wisdom. "But slowly now," added the magistrate, his lips curling in a knowing smile. "You must take care after your ordeal."
Thomas duly obeyed, and managed to negotiate the stairs, even though the effort robbed him of his breath. Once on the landing, he was shown into an airy office with a large window at one end. Unlike every other window in the castle, it was not barred. The room was simply furnished, but his eyes latched onto a glass cabinet that was given pride of place behind the large desk. Inside was displayed a single leather whip, hanging as if it were a prize exhibit in a museum. Thomas had heard it was the keeper's personal lash, reserved for those prisoners unfortunate enough to be singled out for his special treatment.
"Take a seat,"
said Wisdom. It was an order rather than an invitation. Thomas did as he was bid, while Sir Arthur sat at his side, and the head keeper resumed his seat.
"So, Dr. Silkstone,"
Wisdom planted his elbows on his desk in a no-nonsense fashion,
"what brings a colonist here?"
He placed a deliberate emphasis on the word colonist. Thomas hoped his nervousness did not show. The two men were clearly setting out to intimidate him, but he would not let them know that they were succeeding. He lifted his chin. "I understand there has been a development in the case of Sir Montagu Malthus," he began. The keeper's shoulders heaved in a laugh.
My, news travels fast,"
he sniggered, directing his comment at Sir Arthur. The magistrate nodded in agreement.
"I got word of the unsavoury robbery at Boughton, and I naturally told Mr. Wisdom straight away."
The keeper butted in.
"And I had a word with the men in my custody."
A word, thought Thomas to himself. No doubt it was the usual euphemism for torture. Even though it had been officially abolished under English law more than a century ago, he was under no illusion that such inhumane methods had actually ceased in institutions such as this. "And the Buryman Makepeace confessed to robbing the grave?" Sir Arthur nodded.
"Indeed he did."
He shot a look at the keeper.
"Most accommodating he was."
The magistrate tugged at his lace cuff.
"He told us he was paid 2 crowns for his travails."
Thomas could not dispute his words. There was no denying that Makepeace had, in all likelihood, taken the diamond from Farrell's grave. But on whose orders? Sir Arthur, in full flow, continued.
"It follows that whoever commissioned such an act had Sir Montagu murdered too."
Thomas could feel his anger roiling inside him. He shook his head. "There is no evidence to link the two crimes, sir."
"Evidence?"
snorted Wisdom.
"Ah!"
Sir Arthur held up his hand, as if to stop the keeper from any further outburst, and gave a tight smile.
"Your famous science, Silkstone, eh?"
"My science is based on facts, sir, and facts trump allegations, if I am not mistaken." Unable to contain his temper, Wisdom now butted in.
"So, Sir Montagu is murdered at Boughton, and 3 days later Captain Farrell's grave is found robbed, and you think it a coincidence?"
He slapped his palm on the desk as if to swat the notion like a troublesome fly. When it was put so plainly, Thomas admitted to himself that his theory did sound a little far-fetched, but he knew that all the evidence he had collected pointed to 2 separate incidents. He refused to be moved. Switching his regard from one man to the other, he reiterated, "All I can do is convey to you what I have found." The keeper narrowed his eyes in anger.
"So whoever ordered the grave to be robbed is a thief, but not a murderer?"
He slapped the desk again in desperation. Thomas decided it was time to reveal his hand. "The grass on the disturbed earth on Farrell's grave was already growing back when I saw it. It had been disturbed several days before the murder. Surely the gravedigger will testify to the date." The magistrate and the keeper
exchanged wary glances once more. Sir Arthur raised his brows. "It seems you may have a point, but that still does not clear the diamond thief of Sir Montagu's murder." Thomas felt he was finally making progress. "No, it does not," he conceded. "But from what I understand, 'tis likely that the man who paid Makepeace, whoever he is, will have taken the diamond to London to be valued and to find a buyer. Did Makepeace give a name?" Wisdom's eyes widened. "Who do you think you are?" he barked. Thomas refused to be bowed. He continued, "Whoever he is, I would track him down, and—" Sir Arthur's hand flew up immediately. "You will do no such thing, Dr. Silkstone," he snapped. "May I remind you, you are an anatomist. It is not your place to hunt down criminals." Yet again Thomas had let his desire to pursue the truth lead him over the boundary of his profession. He had strayed into foreign territory and was duly chastised. "If this thief is in London, then 'tis up to the justice's men to track him down," chimed in Wisdom. Thomas pictured the worthy band of men known as the Bow Street Runners, who could arrest offenders on the authority of the magistrates, travelling nationwide to apprehend criminals. He had no confidence in them at all. "Mr. Wisdom is right, Dr. Silkstone." Sir Arthur twirled his cane in his hand. "It is not your business to pry into these affairs, even though you seem to have made it a habit of yours. I suggest you get back to your dissecting room and leave the pursuit of justice to those of us Englishmen who are more qualified to execute it." The slight wounded Thomas, even though he was used to such barbed comments about his motherland. Still he endeavoured to remain measured. "If that is your wish, gentlemen," he conceded. The magistrate shook his head. "It is not a wish. It is an order, Silkstone," said Sir Arthur, tapping his cane sharply on the floor. Thomas rose slowly. The throbbing in his wound was growing more fearsome with each passing minute. Remarking his pained expression, the magistrate threw a parting insult. "You should consult a physician, Silkstone. I am sure he would advise you to rest." Thomas did not rise to the bait. Instead, he smiled. "As I always say, there is no rest for the wicked, gentlemen," he shot back, then mumbled under his breath, "So I am sure you have much work to do, too." He threw them a parting nod. "Good day to you both." And with that he left the keeper and the magistrate and made his way back down to the prison courtyard. In his quest to track down the diamond thief and solve Sir Montagu's murder, he knew that, yet again, he was on his own. Chapter 17.
"Oh, my dear boy, I cannot tell you how relieved I am to have you back safely."
Dr. William Carruthers struggled to heave his arthritic frame from his chair to welcome Thomas home to Holland Street. "I am relieved to be back, sir," replied the young anatomist, laying his hands gently on his mentor's shoulders. "Please do not trouble yourself," he said cheerfully, trying to hide his own pain. The coach journey from Oxford was challenging at the best of times, but with several stitches in his chest Thomas had found it even more so. He had been bounced around so much he thought it a wonder that his wound had not burst open. Thanks to Professor Hasher's excellent needlework, however, the sutures had held. Nevertheless, his discomfort remained. Settling himself back into his chair once more, Dr. Carruthers shook his head.
"Sir Theodosius sent word of your injuries after the duel." He suddenly let out a chuckle. "And that old bugger Hasher patched you up, I hear. I trust he did a good job."
Thomas eased himself down in his usual chair, facing Carruthers. Each time he returned after a period of absence, the old anatomist appeared to him even frailer. On this occasion, for the first time, he noticed that his cheeks were beginning to hollow. "Do not worry about me," replied Thomas, reaching over to pat the old man's gnarled hands. He suspected he did not know about Sir Montagu's death. Without access to the newspapers, which Thomas usually read to him in the evenings, there was every chance he did not. He would inform him later. It would come as a huge shock. "And what of you, sir?" he asked. "What news do you have?" Carruthers huffed and craned his neck toward the door where Mistress Finesilver, the pinch-faced housekeeper, was crossing the threshold.
"We have plenty of news, do we not, Mistress Finesilver?" he called out.
There was a mocking note in his voice. The woman, who had entered the room with a tray of glasses, threw her master a peevish look. "That we do, sir," she replied grudgingly. "Rushed off my feet, I am," she mumbled, setting down the clean glasses on the side table nearby. She poured a tumbler of brandy. "How so?" inquired Thomas.
"My brother is staying with us," came the old anatomist's excited reply. "He arrived at the end of last month."
He clapped his hands and rubbed them together like a small child at Christmastide. "The professor?" Thomas took a glass of brandy from the housekeeper.
"Yes, indeed," replied Carruthers, grinning broadly. "'Tis many years since I last saw dear Oliver."
Despite being completely blind, the old anatomist insisted he still saw people in his mind's eye.
"About a year before I lost my sight, in fact," he added.
"He is an Oriental scholar, is he not?"
"Indeed, most learned in Sanskrit."
"The ancient Hindu language," ventured Thomas.
"Quite so. He is staying for a few weeks, I am pleased to say, although the Lord knows he has been out all hours visiting old friends. He is away tonight in Oxford, although I expect him back tomorrow."
Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "I've heard the Indian climate is very unforgiving." Carruthers agreed.
"Yes, Oliver suffers constantly in the heat, and of course he's not getting any younger."
"None of us is," mumbled Mistress Finesilver, handing the anatomist a brandy. The old anatomist tilted his head and smiled in her direction.
"But like mutton, dear lady, the longer you stew, the more tender you become. Yes?"
Thomas could not help but smile, much to the housekeeper's obvious annoyance.
"Flattery will not air the beds or do the laundry, sir," came the barbed reply, and with a derisory flick of her duster, Mistress Finesilver left the room. She did not slam the door behind her, but she did not close it quietly either.
"She is not a happy woman,"
Dr. Carruthers told Thomas, once he knew the housekeeper was out of earshot. Mistress Finesilver believed her lot to be difficult at the best of times. Circumstances so very often conspired against her. It might rain on wash-day, or the milk might curdle, or she might find ants on the sugar-cone. They seemed to be everywhere this summer, but still she was expected to soldier on. Now, however, she was almost at the end of her tether, according to the old anatomist. Oh? Thomas had always believed that she considered her glass in life not just half empty, but completely dry. What ails her now?
"Sajeev, my brother's Naukar."
His servant?
"She is most put out by him,"
the old anatomist confided.
"They do things very differently in India, you see."
"I am sure," replied Thomas sharply. Carruthers sensed that Thomas was troubled. He shifted in his chair, easing himself back.
"But you have intelligence of a confidential nature to impart," he said.
Thomas took a deep breath. He had always wondered at the old man's perception, as if his wits were sharpened by his lack of physical vision. He swallowed down a gulp of brandy, to give him courage to deliver his news as much as to relieve the constant, nagging pain in his chest. "I fear, sir, that I do have intelligence, but it is not confidential. It is already the talk of taverns and coffee-houses in both Oxfordshire and London." Dr. Carruthers's expression suddenly changed.
"And it concerns you, dear boy?"
"It concerns Sir Montagu." The old anatomist grasped the white stick at his side and thumped the floor with it, as if the very mention of the lawyer's name riled him.
"What's that scoundrel done now?"
he growled. Thomas leaned forward. There was no easy way to say it. "He has done nothing, sir."
"Oh?"
"He is dead." The old anatomist jerked his head back in his seat.
"Good God!"
he exclaimed. For a moment he appeared stunned, until finally he asked,
"How? The aneurysm?"
Carruthers knew that Thomas had operated to unblock an artery in Sir Montagu's leg a few months back. Thomas shook his head. "No, sir."
"Then what?"
Thomas's reply was measured. "I fear he was murdered." There was a sharp intake of breath, and the sudden motion caused the old anatomist to spill his brandy in his lap. Thomas quickly relieved him of his glass and produced a handkerchief.
"By whom, dear boy? By whom? Surely not the Brandwick commoners?"
Thomas, mopping his mentor's breeches, sighed. "I'm convinced the people of the village have nothing to do with it, although the local magistrate thought differently. He rounded up those who protested over the enclosure of the Boughton estate and threw them into Oxford jail again." Carruthers flapped away Thomas's hands. "Don't bother about that. Just pour me another drink," he told him. Thomas obeyed and refilled his own glass from the decanter too. "But now the men are released?" Thomas decided to tell his mentor the whole story from the beginning, how Lupton and Tallant had first been suspected but now were cleared, and how Captain Farrell's grave had been robbed of the diamond ring by Joseph Makepeace, acting for some villain whose identity was not yet known. Dr. Carruthers paused, his razor-sharp mind whirring away. "So tell me what you have found," said Thomas's mentor after a moment. "You have conducted a postmortem on Malthus?" The questions came thick and fast. Thomas handed Carruthers his brandy and took another gulp from his own glass. As the evening drew on, he started to relate the chronology of the terrible misfortune that had befallen his old adversary and the effect it was having on Lydia. "It was she who found Sir Montagu in his study. Blood everywhere," he said. "The poor child," interjected Carruthers. "She must have been distraught." "I fear so, sir. The whole household is shocked beyond measure." "Quite so, quite so." The old anatomist tapped the floor with his stick. "And cause of death?" Thomas's breath juddered in his chest, causing him to tense in pain. "His head was half severed from his neck, sir." "By Christ!" At the news, the old anatomist almost leapt from his chair, slopping more brandy onto his lap. "A single blow with a sharp blade cut the spinal column in half." "Good God!" cried Carruthers. Watching the fire burn low, Thomas related the findings of the post-mortem on Sir Montagu, how he believed the blade to be curved, and the odd fibres he had found embedded in the superficial wounds around the wrists. "There was something else, sir," continued Thomas. "Oh?" "A shallow cut around the front of the neck, as if the blade had first been held to his throat." Carruthers gasped. "So you think he may have been threatened initially?" Thomas nodded. "His murderer, it appears, tried to obtain information from him before he hacked off his head." The old anatomist nodded, then sipped his brandy in thought. "And now you will tell me whom you suspect of committing such a terrible act." Thomas always felt flattered by his mentor's unwavering faith in his abilities. On this occasion, however, he had to disappoint. "I wish it was so," he replied. "Come, come, dear fellow," pressed Carruthers. "If I know you, you are at least formulating a theory." Thomas let out a sharp laugh. "One is taking shape," he replied, "but it is only embryonic at this stage, sir." The old anatomist drained his glass and held it out to Thomas with the ardent look of a man who had no intention of going anywhere until the whole story had been told. "Then I will let it gestate. In the meantime you can pour me another and tell me all about the post-mortem," he said. Chapter 18. As the shadows on the wall lengthened, Thomas relayed to Dr. Carruthers not only the graphic details of the post-mortem on Sir Montagu's corpse, but also the shocking desecration of Michael Farrell's grave. The old anatomist listened intently, interjecting and querying now and again. Soon, however, it was clear that the brandy and his advanced age were taking their toll. Thomas ached to settle in his own bed, too. He was relieved when the mantel clock struck 10. "So there you have the case so far, sir," he concluded. He hoped his mentor would take the hint and allow them both to retire. The brandy had eased the nagging pain a little, but he knew he would be unable to sleep unless he took something stronger. "A most interesting and perplexing one," came Carruthers's considered reply. Holding out his hand, he counted off the evidence that Thomas had imparted on his fingers. "First the coir fibres, the footprints, and a curved blade, then the depraved theft of the diamond from Farrell's grave. Surely there must be some connection between the two crimes?" "If there is, I have yet to find it, sir," replied Thomas. "As I said, the grave was robbed several days before the murder, and until we find the man who commissioned Makepeace—" He broke off, as the old anatomist tried unsuccessfully to stifle a yawn. "A task for tomorrow, I feel," Dr. Carruthers suggested, trying to heave himself out of his armchair. His old joints cracked like unseasoned wood on a bonfire. Thomas was glad when he finally pulled the cord to summon the housekeeper. Escorting his mentor to the door and into Mistress Finesilver's care, the young doctor bade him good night. From the study doorway, Thomas watched him shuffle across the hall, but before he began to climb the stairs, his mentor paused.
"It is good to have you back, dear fellow,"
he said with a smile. "It is good to be back, sir," he replied. Thomas's gaze followed the old man as he struggled up the stairs to his bedroom. Then, helping himself to a lighted candle from the console table, he lifted the key to the laboratory from a hook in the hallway. He needed to go in search of more laudanum. The night was still and balmy. As he crossed the courtyard, Thomas could hear the usual sounds of the city, the watchman calling the half-hour and the trundle of the soil truck as it made its way along the cobbles. Reaching the laboratory, he turned the key in the lock. It groaned open. The light from the street lamp above shone through the high windows and went some way to illuminating his path. In the gloom, a lantern flared into life from his candle flame. The lofty room was lined with shelves crammed with jars and goglets full of all manner of apothecarial ingredients. Pungent and exotic smells exuded from their lids and lingered on the stale air. Thomas headed straight for a small cage in the corner, where he kept his pet rat. The creature went by the name of Franklin, in honour of his father's polymath friend. He had been rescued from the dissecting table 4 years back, much to the housekeeper's dismay, yet Mistress Finesilver, no doubt cajoled by Dr. Carruthers, had been true to her word and always fed and watered the white rodent in his absence. His candle aloft, Thomas peered into the cage and smiled to see the rat alive, seemingly well and keen to embrace freedom. Franklin darted out as soon as his master opened the little door before scuttling along the workbench. Thomas reached into his coat pocket for his napkin. He had saved some scraps from his own light supper, and the rat ate them eagerly. The sight brought a smile to his lips, but it was not long before another twinge of pain reminded Thomas of his mission. A red-hot poker plunged into his chest, doubling him up for a moment. Once recovered, he scanned the shelves, narrowing his eyes to read the labels on the bottles. It did not take him long to find what he was looking for. Carefully he reached up toward a bottle and winced as the pain returned with the stretch. "Laudanum," he said out loud. But something was wrong. He weighed the bottle in his hand. It felt light, too light. He uncorked it and would have poured its contents into a nearby glass had he not found the receptacle empty. "Mistress Finesilver," he muttered. The housekeeper was rather too partial to her tipple. He had always doled out a good dose of tincture when she asked for it, but now it seemed she was taking liberties, obviously thinking it her place to help herself when she felt like it. She had been at the bottle. By the looks of it, in his absence, she had consumed it liberally, so now there was none left for him. He would have to make up another batch for his own ministrations, even though the mixture would take several hours to steep before it was ready. Slightly peeved at the discovery, Thomas fumbled for the key to the store cupboard. He went inside. Thankfully, the staple ingredients were easily to hand. A flagon of white wine spirit, a pot of saffron, and 2 phials of essential oils, one of cinnamon, the other of cloves. There was just one more thing required for the manufacture of laudanum. He reached for a canister. Again he was careful in his movements, and he managed to retrieve the jar without any further distress, and left the cupboard with his arms full of vessels and phials. Setting them down on the workbench, he gently prized off the lid of the canister. It was then that it hit him. A vapour wafted up so sweet and enticing that he recognized it immediately. A memory was triggered. Suddenly he saw Sir Montagu's bloody corpse at the desk once more. It was the smell that had pervaded the study where the body was found. It was the smell of opium. "Of course," he said to himself at the realization. Holding the recollection in his mind, he had just reached for his weighing scales when he heard the door creak on its hinges at the far end of the laboratory. He turned. "Who's there?" he called, squinting toward where a silhouette had suddenly appeared on the wall behind him. He listened for the tapping of Dr. Carruthers's stick. There was none. "Sir, is that you?" he called out. No reply, but footsteps approaching through the gloom. As his heart raced, he reached for a coal shovel by the grate. "Who goes there?" he called out again. He lifted the shovel aloft as the cloaked figure of a man moved toward the pool of lamplight on the flagstones. "Lupton!" The steward's familiar features emerged from the shadows. "I'm glad to find you, Silkstone," came the reply. Thomas laid down the shovel and walked toward him. "What in God's name are you doing here?" he asked. Lupton was a free man. Why, Thomas wondered, would he pay him a visit? Lupton removed his hat and ruffled his sweat-dampened hair. "I cannot return to Boughton," he said, "and I needed to see you." There was a note of humility in his voice that surprised Thomas. "You have information?" Lupton nodded. "Perhaps." Thomas guided him over to the stools by the workbench and lit another lamp so that he could see his old adversary's face clearly. He had the flushed complexion of a man who had ridden hard. Across his body was slung a leather pouch, the sort used by messengers. He settled himself down, still a little out of breath from his exertions. "Well?" Thomas was in no mood for courtesies. Lupton sighed. "I spent many a long hour in prison racking my brains about Sir Montagu's murder," he began. "I was so caught up in trying to push through the plans for enclosure that I became blind to everything else. But there was something I did recall. Something unusual." He seemed to Thomas to have the air of a penitent about him. "Yes?" he pressed. "A few days before the attack, a stranger called at Boughton." "A stranger?" repeated Thomas. Lupton lifted his hand as if to stem the tide of questioning. "The butler dealt with him, and 'tis a pity I did not." Thomas looked puzzled. "Howard did not mention anything to me, and why should he have? There was no reason to link the two events." Thomas nodded. Such testimony stacked up with his findings. "The evidence showed that the grave was disturbed several days before the murder," he confirmed. Lupton continued. "Howard told me a gentleman called and asked to see Mr. Lavington." "Lavington?" echoed Thomas, his face suddenly blanching. Lupton nodded. "When Howard told him Lavington was, in his words, deceased, the stranger apparently became vexed. He asked when and where, but did not wait for a reply." Thomas stroked his chin in thought. "And Howard did not think to call you?" Lupton shook his head. "It was just after the riots in the village, and I told him I was not to be disturbed." Thomas pictured the steward surrounded by petitions, the blood of innocent villagers on his hands after the recent mayhem. And Lydia was not informed? Lupton's neck, slung so low into his shoulders, suddenly straightened. "I would not trouble her ladyship," he replied indignantly. "You forget I was, in effect, the master of the estate." Thomas drew his lips into a thin line. He was also all too aware that, despite his denial, Nicholas Lupton still harboured feelings for Lydia. For a moment the unspoken truth hung in the air between them. "Of course," he said finally. "So, do we know the name of this stranger?" A look of self-satisfaction scudded across Lupton's face as he reached into his frock-coat pocket. "I made inquiries. He stayed the night at the 3 Tuns and signed the register." Lupton was holding up a scrap of paper to the candlelight. Thomas narrowed his eyes to focus on the lettering and read out loud, "Captain Patrick Ignatius Flynn, East India Company." Thomas retrieved the note and brandished it. "If this Flynn is in the employ of the East India Company, it should be possible to trace his whereabouts," he said. "Yes, it may be possible," agreed Lupton. "And when I find him, he will certainly have some questions to answer," said Thomas. Lupton nodded and began fumbling with the strap on his satchel. "But some of those answers may lie in here," he replied enigmatically. "What have you there?" asked Thomas, peering at the leather pouch. He watched as Lupton produced a small parcel wrapped in brown-tinged paper and secured with string. The steward placed it in front of the anatomist. "Something that might help in the search for Sir Montagu's killer," he said. Thomas gave him a quizzical look. He wondered why his old enemy was suddenly being so helpful. "Tell me, why should this interest you any longer? You have been cleared of any involvement." The corner of Lupton's mouth lifted slightly. "Sir Montagu and I may have had a major disagreement, but I did not wish to see him dead any more than I wished to see you die.
His killer must be brought to justice. Thomas nodded and returned a flat smile. The shoots of decency and honesty that Lydia had reportedly seen in Lupton when she engaged him as her steward might still resurface, he told himself. "Amen to that," he replied. Taking a nearby scalpel to the string that secured the parcel, Thomas cut it and opened the paper binding. "Letters?" He shot Lupton a questioning look. With his forefinger and thumb, he picked up the topmost and held it up to the lamplight. It seemed aged and tattered, but it was what was written on the front that caused him to shudder. He recoiled at the name. In bold letters on the front of the packet was written, "Mr. James Lavington, Esquire, Boughton Hall, Brandwick, Oxfordshire, England." "James Lavington," he said out loud, his eyes latching onto Lupton's. "What the—" For a second time the name sent chills down his spine. "Where in God's name did you find these?" Lupton cleared his throat. "I came across the first one in Lady Lydia's unopened correspondence shortly after she engaged me. The other 4 arrived over the course of last year. Their nature made me conceal them from her among my own papers." Thomas frowned as he started to unfold the first letter. "You know—" Lupton nodded. "Sir Montagu told me all about the scoundrel," he replied. "I know that he was an ex-army friend of Farrell's and that an explosion in India left him severely injured." Thomas shrugged. "Both in body and in mind," he said, opening out the brittle paper. "While to all the world he was a friend to Farrell, he was in reality plotting to kill him." "He represented the captain at his murder trial, did he not?" Lupton butted in. "He did," acknowledged Thomas. "But when Farrell was found hanging in his cell, and it seemed he had killed himself, I had my doubts." "Well-founded ones, I believe." Thomas sighed. "He tried to force her ladyship to marry him in haste, to pay off Farrell's gambling debts and gain control of the Boughton estate." He paused for a moment. "That was 4 years ago, yet it suddenly seemed as if it were yesterday." An image of Lavington's battered skull flashed into his brain. "But he got his just deserts," remarked Lupton. Thomas returned his gaze to him. "Yes, he came to a terrible end, bludgeoned to death in Ravenswood." Lupton nodded. "Thus ended the life of a career liar, cheater, schemer, and ultimately killer," he summarized. "Or so I had thought," said Thomas, peering down. "But he seems to have come back to haunt us." He scanned the first letter as he spoke and noted the date, October 28th, 1781. He looked up at Lupton. "How so?" he asked. "Lavington was already dead when this was sent." The sender's address was written at the top right-hand corner of the dog-eared paper, Hyderabad, India. It read, "My dear Lavington, I have heard of your good fortune and trust that you are enjoying marital bliss with your new bride. I am sure that now that you are in such a felicitous position, you would wish to share some of your newfound wealth with your old friend. I would therefore remind you of our agreement, and, as a true gentleman, you will, of course, be bound by it. I await to hear how you propose to implement the transaction. Yours sincerely, Patrick Flynn." "Flynn?" muttered Thomas, looking up from the letter. Lupton nodded. "The very same stranger who called at Boughton." Thomas nodded. "The very same stranger who needs to be tracked down as soon as possible," he said. Chapter 19. In the dead of night, Thomas retreated to his room. He sat at his desk with the neatly written missives from Captain Flynn to James Lavington in front of him. The summer heat allowed the stench from the London gutters to rise to the second floor of the townhouse, from where it refused to budge. It was too hot to close the sash window, so the sounds of the street below joined the stink, and together they made their unwelcome presence felt. In the absence of laudanum, Thomas had resorted to brandy as he pored over the letters. Seated at his desk, a bolster cushioning his aching back, he squinted over the second. There were only 5 letters in total, their dates spanning the period between October 1781 and just 8 weeks ago. Dated 7 months after the first, this second communication took a more severe tone. "Dear Lavington, I am most disappointed that it seems you have chosen to ignore my last letter. If this is not the case and the fault lies with unreliable messengers, then forgive me.
If not, then I would choose to remind you of our agreement. On Farrell's death, the proceeds of the diamond were to be divided equally between us. Yet to date I have received no payment. I understand the stone went to the grave with Farrell on his widow's insistence, but you assured me that it would be retrieved in good time. But that time has now elapsed. I await with the utmost impatience to hear your explanation for the unpaid moneys. The voyage to India, Thomas knew, usually spanned 6 months, although messages conveyed overland sometimes took only 4. He noted the next letter was dated 5 months after the first one. The tenor was even more urgent. A particular sentence leapt out at him. If my demand is not met, then I fear I shall have to return to England and claim what is rightfully mine in person. The tone of the letters was becoming more threatening. The following one even more so, with Flynn declaring he would take by force what was his, if necessary. But what was rightfully his? The diamond, Thomas presumed. It seemed in the correspondence that Flynn had no idea that Lavington was dead. How could he have, before he visited Boughton in person and was told by Howard? Thomas was about to reread them all yet again, when he noticed something that had escaped his notice before. Attached by a pin to the 4th letter was a torn fragment from a newspaper. Across the cutting Flynn had scrawled, "I kept this archived report as proof that there is no danger that the merchant will speak." Thomas reached for his magnifying glass. The report was dated May 1st, 1775. The print was small, but there was no mistaking what it said. The headline ran, "Merchant executed for theft of diamond." It appeared the report's author had witnessed first-hand the public execution of the man, one Bava Lakhani, who allegedly acted on behalf of a miner who'd escaped with a huge diamond from the Golconda mines. It read, "In the presence of the Nizam and in front of a huge crowd, the wretch's legs were secured by ropes to the ground. These ropes were then fastened to a ring on the right hind leg of the elephant. At every step the animal took, it jerked him forward, dislocating his limbs. After an hour of such torture, the unfortunate man, still alive, was put out of his misery when the beast, given an order, stamped on his head." Thomas pushed the paper away from himself as a wave of repulsion washed over him. He felt the nausea rise in his stomach. He could not comprehend such cruelty. He knew, however, that he had to force himself to read the rest of Flynn's letters. He was glad he did. It was the 5th letter that provided the most information. He looked at the address. London. This final missive, dated June 16th, 1784, just over 2 weeks ago, gave East India House as the address. So Flynn was true to his word, thought Thomas. He had travelled to England to claim what was rightfully his. The words suddenly took on a chilling significance in light of what had happened. "I shall be arriving at Boughton Hall on Thursday next." Thomas reached for his almanac on the bookstand by his bed and thumbed through it. June 16th, 12 days before Sir Montagu's murder. He looked up from his book and stared out of the window. The date might well tally with the theft of the diamond, the day that Joseph Makepeace was paid to rob Michael Farrell's grave. But why would Flynn return the following week to murder Sir Montagu if the diamond was already in his possession? "It doesn't make sense," Thomas muttered to himself. He flung down the almanac in frustration, and, rising slowly from the table, he walked over to the mantel-shelf, lost in his own thoughts. Whatever the truth, now that he had a recent address for this elusive Captain Flynn, he could pick up his scent and track him down before the bumbling runners got to him first. Chapter 20. Manjeet looked on as his master fitted and shivered like a naked madman in the mountain snows. Captain Flynn had taken to his bed as soon as they had returned from the jeweller's shop 2 days before. At first the Nowkar put his master's fever down to his anger. He knew that discovering the diamond was worth much less than his friends had led him to believe had stirred his blood. The captain had a hot temper and would strike him for the slightest mistake, so he'd hoped that the chills would serve to quell his black humour. Unfortunately, he had been much mistaken. Some things he wished he could have brought with him from India, but others, he knew, were best left there. This ague was one of them.
The fever had struck his master every now and again for years, and laid him low while it ravaged his body. To Manjeet's dismay, it had followed his sahib back across the ocean to his motherland, and now his teeth chattered like so many women at a water pump, and his sheets were damp with sweat as his whole body burned. Although he did not let on, Manjeet understood a great deal more than his master ever credited him with. The Nowkar knew, for example, that it did not help that their lodgings in Clerkenwell were not what the captain was accustomed to. The open sewer they called the Fleet was not half a mile away, and the stink crept in through broken panes and chinks in the plaster where the rain could penetrate. Until his master sold the diamond, however, Manjeet suspected his means were somewhat limited. The offer of 1,000 guineas he had received from the jeweller, his master had revealed in an unguarded moment, would just about pay off his current debts, but no more. Manjeet was, of course, used to Flynn's episodes. Sometimes they lasted a few days, sometimes only hours. Thankfully this one seemed to know it was not welcome and was subsiding after less than 48, but not before the captain had suffered his customary delirious rantings. Although Manjeet's grasp of the English language was fairly rudimentary, he could always make out the names of the captain's friends. "Farrell! Lavington!" he often called out. "Quick!" Manjeet had a good idea what caused his master such distress. He, too, still lived with the nightmares. He also recalled the night it happened as if it were yesterday. He drifted back to the fateful night in Hyderabad. "They're coming," he had warned his old master. Even though he had no nose, he could smell fear on the air like a dog that knows another of its kind has passed that way. The pair of them quickened their pace, heading away from the Nizam's guards. He, Manjeet, was pushing the cart over the cobbled lanes, sending clouds of dust into the sultry air. Snaking through the back streets that ran like veins inside the city, they finally saw a cluster of buildings through the pitch black. One of them was his master's office. Perhaps office was too grand a name for it. It was a small, ramshackle lean-to next to a warehouse that he rented from a Portuguese merchant at the back of the souk. It was where the trader kept his scales and his safe, and where he carried out his business transactions. The ceiling always leaked in the rainy season, and now and again a snake managed to slither through a crack in the wall. He knew his master wanted no such intrusions that evening. Everything must go according to plan. They stopped outside, and he put down the cart. A muffled protest filtered through the Hessian, but he hit the sack and the noise stopped. His master shot him a disapproving look, then reached for his belt. He could see his nerves were jangling like the keys he held in his shaking hands. A chorus of crickets serenaded them from the surrounding mango trees, and it had occurred to Manjeet that if someone approached them now, they would not hear them over this symphony of insects. His master was putting the key in the lock when, from out of the deep shadows of a nearby pakar tree, Manjeet saw someone moving toward them. The trader saw him too and punched his own chest with his fist as he recognized the man. "Sir Surgeon, you gave me a fright," he mumbled in a hoarse whisper. "I kept my word," replied the man, "and here are my associates." Out of the darkness stepped 3 smartly dressed white men. The trader bowed his head and pressed his palms together in the traditional greeting. As they came closer, Manjeet could tell these men were officers. They wore East India Company uniforms. One of them was Captain Patrick Flynn. Within the hour, he was his new master. Chapter 21. On the 3rd day of his ague, Patrick Flynn awoke from his very long sleep. It was past noon. He emerged from his soggy bed linen, weakened but fully in charge of his faculties. He heaved himself up on his elbows, his nightshirt still clinging to his skin, and lifted up the bolster. Peering under it, he saw the bag was still there. He picked it up, and after a quick glance at the door to make sure it was shut and Manjeet was not watching, he peered inside the neck. The ring, the magnificent diamond, was still there. Yet knowing now that it was not worth the fortune he had envisaged, tarnished its shine. It no longer dazzled, like before, in his eyes at least, but his judgment was informed by the stone's value, and he remained convinced that Marianne Hastings, when she set eyes on the brilliant,
would feel compelled to buy it no matter how much he asked for it. He'd heard that her passion for her fortunate husband paled by comparison to her love of diamonds and precious jewels. Her appetite for such gems verged on avarice, and this stone, he told himself, would be the one to satiate her cravings. Drawing the string once more, he patted the bag. All was not lost. Hearing his master move, Manjeet arrived a few minutes later, bearing water to wash and a towel. Quite soon the captain was changed into a clean nightshirt and a banyan, and was seated in a chair eating a hearty breakfast of eggs and bacon. As he ate, Flynn's mind returned to the diamond. Breaking the yellow yolk of his egg with his fork, he was reminded of what the Indian trader told them when he first set eyes on the gem all those years ago. The three of them, Farrell, Lavington and he, had found their way through the warren of muddy streets in Hyderabad to the shabby shack where the Gujarati merchant conducted his business. There they made a rendezvous with a surgeon, an Englishman. Farrell had enlisted him for the procedure. A miner had escaped from the mines with a huge gem. He'd accomplished this in a most unusual way, secreting the stone within his own body. He had made a large incision in his calf muscle and hidden the diamond inside the wound before making his getaway. It would be the surgeon's task to remove it. Remaining in the deep shadows of a nearby pakar tree, they watched in silence. A few minutes later the merchant arrived with his naukar. That was the first time he saw Manjeet. He was pushing a hand-cart, and as he waited nervously in a pool of light, it became clear the servant had no nose. He recalled how Farrell had remarked on the fact, and smiled cruelly at James Lavington, who had also lost his nose and part of his face in an explosion the previous year. There was always a vicious streak in Farrell that should have told him he should not be trusted. They continued to watch as the cart came to a halt, when suddenly they heard a muffled protest filter through the Hessian. Manjeet hit the sack, and the men smiled at one another knowingly. They could tell the trader was nervous. His keys jangled in his shaking hands. They slipped through his clammy palms twice before he found the lock. The surgeon signalled that he would make his move and walked toward the merchant, who twisted round at the sound and punched his own chest with his fist. This had been their cue to step out of the darkness. Bavalakhani greeted them, and they had replied with shallow nods. They, too, were on edge, although obviously they tried to hide their concerns. They were mavericks. They were a band of brothers. Or so he had thought. "Come," the trader whispered, opening the door to his office. It showed them into a long room with a low ceiling. Flynn recalled there were cushions on the floor, a chest, and very little else apart from a machete in the corner, he assumed for the trader's own protection. Manjeet followed swiftly behind with the cart. Lamps were lit quickly, and the shutters remained closed. No one wanted to be seen. "He is in there?" Farrell asked, craning his neck toward the cart. He'd stepped forward, bullish and assertive as ever. From his expression it was clear he had no time for pleasantries. But the trader was not fazed. He tacked sideways, shielding the cart from view. He tensed as if summoning his courage and lifted his chin. "You first," he said, then added, almost apologetically, "Sir." The three of them had swapped wary looks, but Farrell had nodded to Lavington. It was the signal for him to produce the map. He opened the satchel that was slung across his shoulder and brought out the scroll. Lifting it up by its wooden shaft, he let it unfurl itself to reveal a length of parchment so long that it almost reached the ground. He recalled the look on the Banya's face. His eyes opened wide at what he saw, and then he blinked as if to reassure himself he was not dreaming. It was clear that this map exceeded his expectations. Against a yellowing background, he could see the inked outline of mountains and valleys and rivers. There were place names, too, names written in his own language, names he could understand. These were places he had heard of. Aurangabad, Seringapatam, and Sirah. His eyes played on the minute depictions of palaces and camels before settling on the northwestern corner of the map, and there it was. His eyes bulged from their sockets. "The Great Snake!" he cried. He lunged forward for a closer look, but Lavington took a step back. "Not too close," he had warned. "Not yet." So the trader stood in awe for a second or two longer, regarding this purportedly ancient map of the region that detailed the exact location of the diamond mines that everyone thought had been lost forever.
And there, at the centre, was the great snake, the guardian of the greatest treasure trove of all.
"It is good?" asked Farrell.
The Gujarati could barely speak.
"Good? Yes,"
he'd muttered. He, Flynn, had watched the transaction from the doorway. It was supposed to be the lookout, so when shouts suddenly cut through the thick air, he switched his attention.
"The Nizam's men! They're closer,"
he had called.
"The miner!" Farrell hissed. "Quick!"
The command jolted the trader back into the present, and from then on, everything happened quickly. Manjeet untied the neck of the sack in the cart to allow a small, emaciated body wearing nothing but a loincloth to emerge. But it was the dirty rag, dusted with red earth, that was wrapped around the man's left leg that everyone wanted to see.
"He is here,"
announced the trader excitedly. The man, a dazed look in his eyes, lurched forward as he left the cart. He was clearly unable to stand unaided, and quick-thinking Manjeet grabbed a large cushion, and he slumped onto it. The surgeon, who had been silent during the proceedings, studied the man for a moment.
"An untouchable?"
he asked. Lakhani nodded.
"Yes, a Dalit, Sir Surgeon, but I believe him to be honest. You see his leg."
He pointed to the bloody rag and added,
"He must not die, sir. You know that."
The surgeon, a man in his late 50s with an air of calm efficiency, arched a brow.
"I shall take the greatest of care,"
he assured the merchant. He knew the murder of one of the local Jagirdars miners would be punishable by death.
"Then let's get to it, shall we?"
he'd said.
"He needs to lie down."
The shouts of the guards could be heard in the near distance now.
"Hurry it up, can't you?"
Flynn had urged from the doorway. The trader nodded to Manjeet, who rushed the Dalit over to the small alcove and pushed him down roughly on a filthy straw mattress. The lamp, encircled by all manner of small flying insects, was duly fetched and placed on the ground nearby.
"You have examined the wound?"
asked the surgeon, unwrapping the dressing. The trader nodded.
"I have seen the bulge. Big as an ibis egg it is." "Big as an ibis egg,"
Flynn now said out loud. It was not an exaggeration. He regarded the drawstring bag that lay on the worm-eaten table beside his plate. Despite the jeweller's low valuation, he would not give up hope of a lucrative sale.
"Sahib feel better now?"
inquired Manjeet, hearing his master's voice.
"I do,"
replied his master. The Naukar poured coffee.
"Sahib would also like his newspaper?"
The captain nodded, and Manjeet handed him a copy of the London Gazette. Flynn scanned it for news of Marion Hastings's arrival. He could see none, and was about to rise and call Manjeet to help him dress. As he folded the newspaper and placed it on the table, however, he stopped suddenly. His attention snagged on a lurid headline on the front page. He craned his neck to read. "Barbarous murder at Boughton Hall." For a moment he froze as the words swam in front of him. This time he felt his hands tremble, not because of the ague, but from trepidation. As he delved deeper, his fears mounted. He forced himself to concentrate. The victim of this vicious crime was called Sir Montagu Malthus. He searched his memory. The name was unknown to him. He read further. The murder is being linked to the theft of a diamond from the grave of the late Captain Michael Farrell. Again he felt that same terrible jabbing sensation, the bolt of electricity that charges through a man's body when something awful and calamitous descends upon him like a catastrophic storm. Flynn thought of the Berryman and his promises to make good the grave.
"So as no one'll ever know,"
the door peasant had assured him. He had rewarded him handsomely for his work, too. The old fool had even joked that he would buy new boots with the money, and lifted a foot to show him the tongue of his boot hanging loose. Everything, he assumed, had gone smoothly. How wrong he was. In a fit of unbridled rage, Flynn swept his coffee cup from the table. It smashed to pieces on the floor, splattering its contents as it went. "Sir, sir!" Manjeet hurried in from the other room. He found his master pacing up and down, shaking his red head.
"What is it, Sahib?" he cried. "You ill again?"
Flynn eyed his servant.
"'Tis worse than the ague, Manjeet. Much worse," he said. "I fear I am wanted for murder."
Chapter 22. The morning dawned clear and bright over the south coast of England as the sailing ship Atlas weighed anchor offshore. Another vessel, the Besborough, accompanied it. But if there was much excitement and indeed relief on board the vessel that the long and arduous passage from India had ended safely, there was also much anticipation on shore. The ship's most precious cargo was neither spice nor silk, but none other than the wife of the Governor-General of India, Mrs. Marian Hastings. Her husband had sent her, most reluctantly, back to England on the grounds of her poor health. The subcontinent's climate had not agreed with her, but it had been reported that, even before her arrival in St. Helena en route, she had recovered her spirits. Now, some 6 weeks later, the ship was mooring in the Channel, and its very important passenger appeared fully restored. As soon as the Indiaman ship was spotted, the commissioner of the dockyard at Portsmouth ordered the King's yacht be dispatched to fetch the esteemed visitor. To the peal of church bells, many of the town's inhabitants turned out with the intention of greeting the celebrated lady. For many weeks now the talk had been of the manner in which the Governor-General had spared no expense in fitting up the roundhouse of the ship for his lady's luxurious accommodation. Much had been made of the profusion of sandalwood and carved ivory that adorned her cabin, not to mention the dazzling array of jewels that were said to accompany her. Hence handkerchiefs were laundered, wigs powdered, and carriages readied to greet such an important visitor. Unbeknown to those aboard the King's yacht, however, Mrs. Hastings and her companion, Mrs. Bibby Mott, escorted by friend William Markham of Benares, had left the ship off Dunnot's Point on the Isle of Wight. Consequently, they missed the yacht. Nevertheless, as soon as the mistake was realized, all those in authority rallied round, and the party was still accorded every civility on landing. Among the first to greet Mrs. Hastings was the eminent surgeon and physician Sir Percival Pott. A few months previously he had received a personal letter from the Governor-General asking him to examine his wife when she arrived in England. The meat of the letter ran thus: "My dear wife is most out of sorts. Her mood is lively and depressed by turn, and her appetite waxes and wanes like the moon. She blames the Indian climate, and we can all attest to its severity and extremities. However, sir, I fear that there is something much more serious that causes her general malaise. I would therefore be most beholden to you if you, as a most esteemed physician of the highest character, could examine her and give me your honest opinion of her health." And so it was that the most respected Sir Percival, an avuncular gentleman who walked with a pronounced limp, was engaged. He visited Mrs. Hastings at the inn where she had taken rooms for her first night on terra firma in weeks. Her salon was modest even by English standards, but by all accounts the landlord was aware of his guest's importance and had spared no expense to make her stay a comfortable, if not luxurious one. Sir Percival found his new patient seated in a chair, looking out of a window with a view onto the sea. At her side was another woman whom he took to be Mrs. Mott, her companion on the voyage. Both looked up and smiled when he was announced. "Sir Percival," Mrs. Hastings greeted him warmly, holding out her fingers bedizened with several coloured gemstones. She remained seated. The surgeon duly took her hand and kissed it. Lifting his gaze, he saw that he was addressing a most handsome woman. For weeks the gossip columns in the news sheets had trumpeted her voyage from India, and now that she had arrived he could easily see why. Her high cheekbones gave her a most noble countenance, and her aquiline nose added strength to her face. Despite the fact that she had landed earlier in the day and had only a few personal effects with her, the rest being still on board the Atlas, which was sailing on to London, her attire was extremely decorous. Her elaborately embroidered dress of blue taffeta was complemented by a row of sapphires around her neck, while matching earrings hung from her lobes. Before Sir Percival could say another word, however, Marian Hastings preempted him. "I know my husband has sent you," she told him with a coy smile. He detected the sharp clip of a Germanic accent in her voice. The surgeon returned her smile. "You also know that the Governor-General ranks your welfare as high as that of India itself, madam," came his swift and accurate reply. Marian Hastings nodded and fingered the gemstones at her throat. She twitched her lips to show that she knew what her visitor said was true. "And so you wish to examine me?" Sir Percival tilted his head. He could tell from her manner that she had a strong will and would do nothing that she did not feel inclined to do. He replied, "If that is amenable to you, madam." She sighed in a rather dramatic fashion and glanced at Mrs. Mott, who watched attentively. "I suppose the sooner you report back to my husband, the sooner he will stop fretting," she ventured. "Come, let us get on with it." Chapter 23. A stranger sat next to Dr. Carruthers at the breakfast table in Holland Street. At least he was a stranger to Thomas. Yet even though he had never clapped eyes on him before, the young anatomist knew his identity straight away. "Professor Carruthers," he greeted the visitor cordially. "Dr. Silkstone," came the reply, as the gentleman rose to shake hands. Although 10 years younger, Oliver Carruthers bore a striking resemblance to his brother. He had a small, flattish nose and prominent cheekbones, but appeared much taller and carried less weight. It was as if he had been lifted up at both ends and stretched to make him longer and thinner, thought Thomas. Then, of course, there were the eyes. Dr. Carruthers's were most often shut. When open, they were dull and swivelled in their sockets, but his brother's, by contrast, were sharp as scalpels. "I'm delighted to meet you," said the professor, fixing Thomas with an intense gaze. "William has told me so much about you and your work." His delivery was extremely quick and precise as he offered his hand to the young doctor. Thomas had also gleaned much about Professor Carruthers from his letters to his brother. For the past 6 years he had read them out loud to Dr. Carruthers because of the latter's failed sight, and had gained the impression that here was a man in love with India and entranced by its ancient customs and culture. "It is a pleasure to meet you finally, sir," Thomas replied, taking him firmly by the hand. "You are restored after the voyage?" he asked as he took his seat. Professor Carruthers smiled at Thomas's remark. "I've been 2 weeks ashore, but have only just recovered my balance," he told him, adding, "which is more than can be said about English politicians." Dr. Carruthers paused as he munched his toast. "We were just discussing Mr. Pitt's India bill, dear boy," he explained. "My brother is most concerned by it." Thomas knew there was talk of a bill going through Parliament that would give the British Crown control over the territory of India. He also knew that Warren Hastings was under fire. Blamed, some said unfairly, for the recent and ruinous wars in the subcontinent, he was losing hold of his position. "What will happen to the Governor-General if the bill is passed?" he asked, helping himself to coffee from the pot. The professor turned in his seat toward Thomas as if the very thought had fired him up. "Such is the strength of feeling against him that I fear he will be forced to resign and return home," he replied, without pausing for breath. The old anatomist nodded his head in agreement. "Hastings has many enemies," he chuckled and looked pointedly at Thomas. "He even fought a duel with that cad Philip Francis, dear boy." The enmity between the two men was well known in certain English circles, but the professor was clearly puzzled by the teasing tone of his brother's remark. He turned his questioning gaze toward Thomas again. The latter, sipping his coffee, put down his cup to explain. "I have also just fought a duel, sir," he said, a little awkwardly. "And he has the wound to prove it, don't you, dear boy?" chimed in Dr. Carruthers, rather too cheerfully than was seemly. The professor raised a brow. "I trust you are well used to my brother's rather odd sense of humour by now, Dr. Silkstone." He shook his head and shot a disapproving look at the old anatomist. "I hope your injury is not serious." "Thank you, I'll survive," replied Thomas, gently laying a hand on his chest. His wound still irked him. "Which is more than can be said for Hastings's political career," jibed Dr. Carruthers with a chuckle. Steering the conversation into what he thought might be less choppy waters, Thomas jumped in. "We hear that Mrs. Hastings is due to arrive any day now," he said. The professor, who had taken up his spoon and was about to resume eating his porridge, nodded, but did not smile. "Ah, the dazzling Mrs. Hastings!" His left eye twitched slightly as he spoke. "You know her personally?" inquired Thomas, draining his cup. "Only by reputation," said the professor, framing his reply carefully. He downed a spoonful of his porridge before adding, "Yes, I'm sure London society will be clamouring to see her." "Ah, this is the lady famed for her love of precious stones," said the old anatomist, dabbing a dollop of butter from his chin. "You are well informed, brother," said the professor, continuing to eat. Dr. Carruthers chuckled again. "Dr. Silkstone keeps me abreast of all I need to know," he said. "Don't you, Thomas?" His protégé smiled. "I try my best, sir," he replied, rising and scraping his chair away from the table. "But you are leaving us so soon, dear boy?" responded the old anatomist. Thomas dipped a shallow bow to the professor. "I fear I have a great deal to do, sir." Dr. Carruthers nodded. "Ah, the ghastly murder," he said knowingly. The professor's expression registered both surprise and alarm. "I shall tell you all about it," the old anatomist assured his brother as Thomas strode toward the door. Just as he did so, however, there came a loud knock from outside. So clearly could it be heard, and so confident was it in its execution, that it sounded official. "What the deuce?" cursed Dr. Carruthers, as Thomas opened the dining-room door just in time to see Mistress Finesilver answer the caller. A moment later, Thomas could hardly believe his eyes. None other than Sir Percival Pott was standing on the threshold, leaning on a walking-stick. He was small and round in stature, and his face was kindly yet learned. An old leg fracture left him with a limp. It was clear, however, that Mistress Finesilver, who had planted herself firmly across the entrance in a belligerent manner, had no inkling of the importance of the visitor. Thomas would never forget when, newly arrived in London, he attended one of Sir Percival's lectures on scrotal cancer in chimney-sweeps at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. It had been an enlightening experience, the first time he had ever heard of anyone linking a malignancy to a patient's environment. Ever since that day, he had held Sir Percival in the highest regard, and had had the privilege of meeting him, too. Now, fearing the great man was about to be barred from entry by an overprotective housekeeper, he stepped up quickly before any more damage could be done. "Sir Percival," Thomas greeted him with an outstretched hand. It was a calculated manoeuvre that forced Mistress Finesilver to step aside. Seeing the anatomist approach, the surgeon, who had appeared a little disconcerted by the housekeeper's manner, broke into a smile. "Dr. Silkstone," he said, shaking Thomas's hand. "We are honoured by your visit, sir. Come in, please," replied the young doctor, gesturing toward the study. Sir Percival gave an open-mouthed Mistress Finesilver his hat, and limped across the hall and through the open study door. "Forgive my unannounced call," said the surgeon as he was shown to a chair, "but I am come on an urgent matter." "Oh, and what might that be, sir?" asked Thomas, perching himself on an opposite seat. The surgeon leaned forward. "I shall get straight to the point, Silkstone," he said earnestly. "You may have heard that the Governor-General of India's wife has lately arrived to these shores." Thomas's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed I have, sir. The lady is the subject of great admiration in polite society, I understand." Sir Percival slapped the arm of the chair as if in agreement. Yes. But do you know the reason for her sojourn in England?" Thomas nodded. "I believe the harsh climate was taking its toll on her constitution," the surgeon responded. "Correct. His Excellency commissioned me to examine the lady when she arrived, and to report back to him on her physical and mental state." "And I trust she is in good spirits, sir." The surgeon's lips drooped slightly at the corners, and he shrugged. "Her spirits are good enough, but there are certain symptoms that cause me concern." "Concern, sir?" repeated Thomas. The surgeon nodded. "And that is why I am come to you, Silkstone." Thomas was taken aback. That England's foremost surgeon, a pioneer in many chirurgical practices, should consult him was indeed flattering, to say the least. "Me, sir?" he asked with a frown. "I believe you were recently involved in the study of tropical plants for the curation of certain diseases and conditions." "Yes, sir," replied Thomas. "I was given the honour by Sir Joseph Banks. He entrusted me to catalogue various specimens returned from an expedition to Jamaica." The surgeon smiled. "And you treated a plantation owner for a parasite, too, I believe." "You are well informed, sir." "I make it my business to be, Silkstone," he replied. "That is why I am asking you to examine Mrs. Hastings, too."
You wish me to give a second opinion?"
Thomas felt flattered.
"Indeed I do. Just to check that I have not overlooked anything of a serious nature."
"Then of course, sir, it would be a privilege," he replied, adding, "although totally unnecessary, I am sure." Sir Percival proceeded to furnish the details.
"The lady arrived in London last night. She had rooms prepared for her by an advance party, I believe. Everything has been executed with military precision. The house is in South Street, close to Hyde Park."
Thomas pictured the area. "I am told there are fine views of the park and the Surrey Hills from there," he ventured.
Yes,
snapped Sir Percival, clearly in no mood for light conversation.
"I understand some of her retinue is already in residence. I will call for you at 2 o'clock tomorrow, and we can consult better to see what treatment, if any, she will require."
With these words he heaved himself out of the chair, his leg clearly still troubling him, and rose. Thomas followed suit and bowed. "Let me assure you of my utmost attention, sir." Sir Percival smiled as one smiles at an equal.
"I would expect nothing less of you, Dr. Silkstone. Tomorrow afternoon it is," he reiterated.
Thomas watched him go. He was grateful for the opportunity to attend such a lady of rank, yet at the same time he did not wish to neglect his own investigation into Sir Montagu's murder. Today he would have just enough time to visit East India House to see if he could trace the whereabouts of Captain Flynn. The arrival of Marianne Hastings and her entourage was just another unwanted complication. Chapter 24. The headquarters of the East India Company were housed in a grand, imposing building in Leadenhall Street. The intention, Thomas supposed, was to reflect the power and global reach of an organisation that stretched from London to the smallest islands in the Pacific Ocean, many thousands of miles distant. Yet there was also a solidity to it, designed no doubt to inspire confidence while impressing investors. His coach drew up a few yards away from the main entrance. It was the last in a line of perhaps 4 or 5 conveyances that were either parked or about to pull away. Thomas ducked down his head to peer out of the carriage window at the mighty edifice. The curtilage outside was crowded with merchants and company men. They milled about and talked earnestly, assuredly hatching their grand money-making schemes, no matter the human cost. Fortunes would be made and lost in this building, Thomas told himself, and lives too. Trade might have been the engine that powered the world, but people were the cogs in its wheels. A liveried footman opened the carriage door, and Thomas stepped down. He gave the driver his fare and then made his way under a great Doric pilaster into the cavernous entrance hall. The building was much deeper than he had imagined and stretched far back from the road. Its wide corridors seemed to run for many yards into the distance. Around him, clusters of men stood deep in conversation or, with heads down, hurried past him. Somewhere in this vast labyrinth of rooms and passages and warehouses there had to be information about Patrick Flynn. It was Thomas's supposition that the captain's entry on a passenger manifest from his voyage to India might also give a forwarding address. Although he thought it unlikely and believed it to be a vain hope, he had to try. In the absence of any prominent signage in the great entrance hall, he suddenly felt very lost. Up ahead of him loomed a large, wide marble staircase, and at its foot a stone tablet was set into the wall. He noticed 2 or 3 men seemed to be consulting it. He wondered if it was some sort of directory, and he headed toward it. Just as he was within a few feet of it, however, he suddenly became aware of something or someone hurrying toward him, quick footsteps pattering along the marble floor. He jerked round just in time to see a young woman rushing out of a nearby corridor with her forlorn maid in tow. Seemingly in an agitated state, she was waving her fan vigorously, as if she were at the centre of a swarm of bees. Such was her anxiety that she clearly did not see Thomas in front of her. Quickly he tried to sidestep out of her way, but she clipped his shoulder with such force that he staggered back and feared, for a moment, that he might fall. He gave out a muffled cry as a stab of pain lanced his chest again. His tricorn went flying, and the maid gasped. The lady, however, although momentarily stunned, shot Thomas a look of disdain and carried on her way toward the main exit. The maid slid the doctor an apologetic glance as he retrieved his hat with great difficulty from the floor
then hurried after her mistress. The strange encounter was watched by several onlookers who, for a second or two, broke off their conversations and interrupted their errands to gawp. As soon as the petulant woman was out of the door, however, some shrugged, a few chunted, but they all resumed their own affairs, leaving Thomas to pursue his. For a moment he stood rubbing his chest and was left wondering what could have irked the lady so. That she was a lady, Thomas was sure. He could tell from her dress, if not from her manner. His eyes followed her through the main portico and outside, where he saw her being helped into a waiting coach. It was one of the vehicles he had noticed when he had first alighted, a private coach and particularly handsome. On both doors were painted a coat of arms in red and yellow, although the heraldic symbols meant nothing to Thomas. "Can I help you, sir?" A voice behind him made him turn away from the door. A liveried clerk regarded him warily, as if he knew that Thomas was not in his usual environment and was floundering to find his way. The relief on the doctor's face gave way to a smile. "Thank you," he said. After he explained the purpose of his visit, the footman pointed him in the direction from where the mysterious woman had appeared. "The office is the third door on the right, sir," he told him helpfully. So Thomas set off down the corridor and duly reached a door marked Records Office. The room was large and lofty, and ledgers were arranged around the walls on huge shelves. 3 clerks sat, quills in hand, at 3 desks. Thomas approached the nearest one. "I am seeking an employee recently returned from India," he said. The clerk looked over the rim of his spectacles. "India is over there," he replied, pointing with his quill. Thomas walked to the farthest desk and repeated the purpose of his visit. "Yes, sir," replied the clerk straight away. He even gave a reassuring smile. "The name of the vessel?" A large ledger lay open before him, and his hand was already hovering over the pages. He looked up when his question was greeted with silence. "I fear I have no idea," said Thomas, embarrassed. "All I do know is that the vessel arrived from India in the last few weeks, and that the passenger's name is Captain Patrick Flynn, formerly of the Irish Dragoon Guards, but lately of the East India Company." On hearing Thomas's words, the clerk suddenly clasped his hands together and placed them firmly on the ledger. "Captain Flynn, eh?" he repeated. "Yes." For a moment Thomas allowed himself to feel more confident, only to have his hopes dashed seconds later. "He is a popular man," said the clerk. Thomas smiled nervously. "How's that?" The clerk nodded. "You're the second person to ask for the captain this morning." A cold feeling slid down Thomas's spine. "And the first was a lady?" The clerk's brows lifted in unison. "How—" "She was in a great hurry to leave the building and did not look where she was going," the doctor replied. "I assume you were unable to furnish her with the information she sought." Unclasping his hands, the clerk began to turn the pages of the ledger. "I'm glad to say I could be of some help, sir." His finger prodded a tightly written entry before him. "Captain Flynn arrived from Madras on the Aurora on the 30th day of May." He looked up with a self-satisfied smile, as if anticipating Thomas's gratitude. The doctor was indeed grateful for the information. It was proof that Flynn was in England at the time of the theft, and, moreover, at the time of Sir Montagu's murder. But he needed more. "There is a forwarding address?" Thomas could feel his heart barrelling in his chest as the clerk gave the page a perfunctory glance. "No, sir," he said almost immediately. "The lady asked the same. All I can tell you is Captain Flynn resigned from the company almost as soon as he came ashore. We have no record of his whereabouts." Thomas felt his heart sink. He took a deep, steadying breath as he eyed the clerk. "Thank you," he told him. "You have been most helpful," he added, even though he found himself no nearer to tracking down the errant captain. The one man who could hold the key, not only to the theft of the diamond, but to Sir Montagu's murder too, was proving as elusive as ever, and not just to him. He pictured the angry lady with her fan. Someone else wanted to find Flynn as much as he did. Thomas returned to Holland Street in the late afternoon to find Dr. Carruthers in the small courtyard outside the laboratory. He was sitting on a bench, his face lifted toward the waning sun. The fragrant herbs that were planted to dilute the overwhelming stench that often emerged from the dissecting room were in full bloom. Their powerful fragrance perfumed the warm air. Wafts of sweet, thyme and rosemary came and went on an intermittent breeze, and on the nearby lavender bush the bees were hard at work. Thomas could see there was a smile on the old anatomist's lips. He felt uncomfortable disturbing him, but he knew Dr. Carruthers would want to be updated on his progress, or rather the lack of it. He had already informed his mentor of Flynn's letters and their revealing contents. On hearing footsteps, Dr. Carruthers turned his head toward the sound. He recognized Thomas's step immediately.
"No joy, young fellow?"
he asked. It seemed that simply by listening to the speed and resonance of his tread, the old man could gauge his protégé's mood. "I fear not," replied Thomas. "The East India Company has no forwarding address," he told him, settling himself beside his mentor. "What's more, Flynn resigned from his post shortly after he came ashore." Carruthers nodded.
"No doubt, to free himself for the task ahead. He clearly planned to visit Boughton and confront Lavington all along."
Thomas closed his eyes and also lifted his face toward the sun. He pictured an angry Flynn calling at the hall only to be told that his erstwhile colleague was dead. He imagined his frustration at having been ignorant of his death all those years, believing that his one-time friend had betrayed him. He had decided to take matters into his own hands and retrieve what he described in his own words as something that was rightfully his. He was a gambling man, that much Thomas knew, and he had either bet on the assumption that the diamond had remained buried with Farrell, or had somehow found out. That was why he engaged Joseph Makepeace. He trusted the gravedigger to do a good job. He was to plunder the corpse, then reinter it as best he could, so that his crime would go undetected for a long time, if not forever. "There was something else," said Thomas, remembering the clerk's words.
"Something else?"
"I was not the only person looking for Captain Flynn this morning."
"What?"
The old anatomist tapped his stick on the paving stones, disturbing a resting butterfly. "The clerk told me someone else had inquired about him a few minutes previously."
"Who?"
Thomas thought of the young woman who had been in such a hurry to leave the building that she careered into him. "I cannot be sure," he replied. "A lady. I saw her, although I do not know her name. But—" Thomas trailed off, suddenly remembering the crest on her carriage.
"What is it, dear boy?"
"There was a heraldic device on the side panel of the coach. It was red and yellow, and bore an image of a knight's helmet with great flowering plumes." The old anatomist twiddled his thumbs.
"Well, well," he mused, "if that isn't the coat of arms of Warren Hastings."
"Ah," replied Thomas. He had wondered as much.
"Your visit to Mrs. Hastings tomorrow will be interesting,"
observed Carruthers playfully.
"Indeed it will," replied Thomas. "You think she has something to do with the diamond?"
This latest revelation certainly put a spoke in the wheel of Thomas's line of investigation. Dr. Carruthers's thoughts, however, followed his protégé's thinking.
"So if Flynn has the diamond, you think he may approach her?"
"Not until he has a verified valuation," replied Thomas. "He has no position and, I suspect, little income. He will want to sell it, but he will need it authenticated." The old anatomist pursed his lips and tapped his stick on the ground.
"Surely, if you have a large diamond that you believe is worth risking jail, if not your life for, then you will want the best possible price for it. You would take it to a place where the jeweller is highly skilled, yet discreet."
Thomas's eyes suddenly opened. "Of course," he replied, blinking away the sunlight. "A jeweller used to dealing with clients of the highest caliber." He twisted in his seat. "A jeweller who deals with royalty." The old anatomist chuckled and slapped his thigh.
"By Jove! Yes, indeed, dear boy. And I know just where that would be."
Chapter 25. "Is the professor not joining us this evening, sir?" asked Thomas of Dr. Carruthers as he sat at the dinner-table later. Mistress Finesilver was already ladling out thin brown soup into their bowls.
"He will be here shortly,"
replied the old anatomist, tucking his napkin into his stock.
"He must be mediating, or meditating, or whatever he calls it."
"Forgive me, brother," came a voice from the doorway. Professor Carruthers strode toward the table. "I lost track of the time." He sat down opposite Thomas, and Mistress Finesilver set a bowl in front of him and slopped the unappetizing liquid into it. Dr. Carruthers bent low and sniffed. "Venison broth, if I'm not mistaken," he said cheerfully as soon as Mistress Finesilver had left them. "I should have known. We had venison stew yesterday, and roast venison the day before." Thomas smiled at the jibe and picked up his spoon. The professor, neither understanding nor caring to understand the quip, did not smile. Yet his cheek did twitch quickly, 3 or 4 times. It was an affliction the young doctor had noted before in patients who suffered with their nerves. Ignoring the strange mannerism, however, Thomas made polite conversation. "So, sir, I am interested to hear about the Indian way of meditation. Might you be able to describe it to me?" The professor stared intently ahead as he considered the question for a moment. "It is the quest for enlightenment," he said thoughtfully. Thomas raised a brow. "Many of us are seeking that at the moment," he commented dryly. "Yes, Doctor, but this is an ancient means of transforming the mind. It encourages concentration, clarity, and emotional and spiritual well-being by seeing the true nature of everything." "I'll drink to that," chimed in Dr. Carruthers, with a hearty laugh. The conversation continued as the soup plates were cleared away and Mistress Finesilver deposited a roast capon on the table. As Thomas carved, the professor continued expounding Indian philosophies. "You see, some of the ancient texts teach us that much of man's ability to heal lies within himself." "And this meditation helps one achieve that?" Thomas latched onto the thought that one's physical state might be controlled by the mental. He assumed it was an exercise that might help ease the professor's nervous twitch. "I believe it does," said Professor Carruthers, helping himself to potatoes from a dish. "The Governor-General has even expressed an interest. Yes, indeed." Thomas had heard that Warren Hastings was championing a new movement that no longer regarded India as merely a source of profit. He also knew that his views made him unpopular with several other politicians. "Mr. Hastings has a great affection for India, does he not, sir?" The professor began to blink very quickly as his gaze latched, limpet-like, onto Thomas. "His Excellency knows India has more to give the world than lakhs of rupees and bales of silk. It has vast stores of wisdom, too." "And you believe we can learn from the ways of the native Indians?" Thomas asked. He knew from his own dealings with the Delaware and Mohican tribes in his homeland that some of their medicines were far superior to anything even the best European physicians could offer. The professor let out a strange laugh. "We English are like jackdaws," he said, relinquishing his soup spoon so that he could gesture with his hands. "We pick and pluck at other countries' dazzling riches at whim, but we glean nothing from their cultures." His fervour, it seemed, caused him to blink rapidly once again. "We can learn so very much from India, its many religions, its cultures, its social organisation, if we but open our minds, Dr. Silkstone. Yes, indeed." Dr. Carruthers pushed away his plate. "I fear I am far too tired to open anything other than the door to my bedchamber," he chimed in cheerfully. He declared himself utterly defeated by the food and wine, and Mistress Finesilver was summoned. The professor also pronounced himself ready to retire. "We must continue our conversation another time, Dr. Silkstone. Yes, indeed," he told Thomas, rising. Thomas also rose and bade him good night, but then sat down again, choosing to remain at the table. Mistress Finesilver had just poured him a brandy. He sipped it slowly, contemplating his visit to Marianne Hastings the next day. It would be difficult to frame his questions about Flynn and the diamond in such a way as to not arouse suspicion. By the time he downed his nightcap, he was still no nearer to a solution. He snuffed out the candles and walked into the hallway. From under the study door he could see a light still burned. Thinking Mistress Finesilver had neglected her duties, he went to remedy the situation when, as he reached for the handle, the door suddenly opened and out came Professor Carruthers, burdened down by a pile of books and bundles of papers. Unable to see Thomas, he bumped straight into him, sending his load flying. "Forgive me, sir," cried Thomas, even though the fault was not his. "Let me help you," he volunteered, bending low to start retrieving the fallen papers. The professor seemed most agitated and dropped to his knees. "No,
he barked. "I can manage. Yes, indeed, I can manage," he told Thomas. Then to himself he started muttering, "Quickly, quickly," as he scrambled to gather his books, which were strewn across the hallway. Thomas noted the professor's face was now twitching violently. "I can manage," the professor repeated in a more measured way. But it was too late. Thomas's eyes had already strayed. In his hand he held something extraordinary, something he was clearly not supposed to see. He had caught sight of an open notebook. The left-hand page was covered in a strange hieroglyphic writing made up of lines and symbols, while the right hand was filled with images, pen and ink drawings depicting men engaged in vile practices. Thomas's eyes widened at a drawing that showed an executioner dropping hot balls into the cavity of his victim's head, so that his boiling brains bubbled and spilled over. On the same page, men were surrounded by their own amputated noses and ears, blood spurting from the relevant orifices. Thomas shot a troubled look at the professor, who was frantically scooping up his papers. "He does not realize what I saw," Thomas told himself. He continued gathering the books, feigning ignorance. "Here, sir," he said, managing a beguiling smile. He handed the professor a bundle, among which was the notebook. "I am most obliged, Dr. Silkstone," the professor said, holding out his hand to take the papers. For a moment he regarded Thomas intently, as if gauging whether or not he had seen the contents of his notebook. His violently twitching left eye betrayed his anxiety. After an awkward pause, he said finally, "I bid you good night, Doctor." "Good night, sir," replied Thomas, and he watched the professor slope off upstairs, still trying to make sense of what he had just seen. Chapter 26. Thomas glanced up at the sign hanging above a bow-front window on New Bond Street. On it were painted 2 crossed swords overlaid with a circlet of precious stones, and in gold lettering below it proclaimed William Gray and Company. Yes, this was the shop, he told himself. Mr. Gray Sr. was apparently a master cutler, turning out the finest of swords for the nobility, but he also prided himself on his knowledge of gems, and diamonds in particular. Agents for none other than Prince George were known to consult him when wishing to acquire various pieces of jewellery for His Royal Highness's lady friends. Judging by the fashionable gentry he saw promenading around him, this was the place to frequent, during daylight hours at least. The street was lined with various shops catering to those with wealth, though not necessarily good taste, Thomas thought, noticing a woman with garish plumes in her hair. Several of the younger ladies had abandoned their powdered wigs and covered their hair with shepherdess hats in the style of the French Queen, while a few men adopted what Thomas considered a most foppish look, all lace and ribbons. He even spied a dandy walking along in a very odd manner. At first he assumed he was suffering from some sort of embarrassing ailment, until he realized it must be the famous Bond Street roll. Most of the promenaders seemed more eager to be seen by their peers rather than to shop, although some of the women would pause now and again outside a milliner's window or venture into a mantua-maker's establishment. Thomas, however, was not tempted to browse. He was on a mission. He moved forward toward the door, and a footman, dressed in a fine crimson livery, opened it for him with a bow. Inside, the shop felt quite small, and was made even smaller by the fact that it was crammed with glass cabinets. Some displayed swords of various styles and sizes. Most of the cases were, however, taken up with fine jewellery. An exquisite diamond tiara set on a blue velvet cushion. Below it was a gold bracelet encrusted with rubies and emeralds, and in another case there were several rings made of a myriad of stones. "May I help you, sir?" lisped a voice behind. Thomas looked round to see he was being studied by an elegant young man, his bewigged head tilted in the polite manner of one who wishes to be of service. "I do hope so," Thomas began. He had concocted a story. "I intend to ask for a young lady's hand in marriage, and I'm looking for a suitable ring, a diamond ring." The young man's tilted head suddenly righted itself. "A diamond ring, sir, of course." He gave an imperious smile. Thomas remembered what Lydia had told him about the stone. "But my intended is very particular. It must be brilliant."
This time the young man nodded, although his obliging smile suddenly waned a little. "And it must be the size of a shilling coin." The assistant's eyes slid toward the red velvet curtain. "And it must be from Golconda," Thomas added. The young man's tone hardened. "Fair is most specific in his requirements." "I am," agreed Thomas, "because I was told that you may have recently acquired such a stone." Another glance at the curtain, and the young man shifted uneasily. "I cannot imagine who told you that, sir," he said, clasping his hands together. Despite his undoubted discretion, Thomas could easily read the tell-tale signs. He was lying. "My fault. I must have been mistaken, then," said Thomas. "Do forgive me." He turned and was about to head for the door when he saw the red curtain swish aside. An elderly man in an apron stood in the doorway. He had obviously been listening to the conversation.
"You seek a particular diamond, sir?"
Thomas eyed the man and smiled. "That is correct. I hope to be engaged to be married, and I understood that you may have recently acquired a particularly fine brilliant." The older man, in possession of the same nose as the younger one, shook his head, and Thomas prepared himself for another denial. His son jumped in. "You are mistaken, sir. We have not recently acquired a diamond." Thomas could see that the young man had been groomed in discretion by his father. That was why he was even more surprised by the older man's intervention.
"Although we were offered one," he said.
Thomas held his breath. "Oh?" The young man shot a reproving look at his father, but unperturbed, the older man continued,
"But it was not fine. It was slightly flawed."
Thomas frowned. "Flawed?" he repeated. The jeweller nodded.
"Polished in India it was. Not a good shine. I declined it, of course."
Thomas nodded. "Of course," he said, adding, "You have your reputation to maintain, after all." He was playing for time, wondering how he could gain more information without appearing to pry. "All the same, I would very much like to see this diamond. It sounds exactly like what my intended described. Do you have the gentleman's contact details?" Thomas asked, even though he knew he was clutching at straws.
"No, sir," the old jeweller said, his hands on his hips. "He left in quite a hurry. He seemed most disappointed in my valuation."
Thomas did not have to feign his own disappointment. "A pity. My beloved will be most disheartened," said Thomas. "But thank you, gentlemen, all the same." The older man left, with a swish of the curtain, while his son followed the doctor to the door. With his hand poised over the handle, he suddenly turned to Thomas. In a low voice he said,
"The gentleman with the diamond."
"Yes," said Thomas with a frown.
"I recall the footman hailed a carriage for him and his servant."
Thomas tried to sound nonchalant. "Do you recall where he wished to go?"
Field Lane, I think it was. Yes, that was it. In Clerkenwell."
"I am most grateful to you," said the doctor, and as he too hailed a carriage to take him to the east of the city, Thomas felt he was finally making progress. Within the hour, Thomas exchanged the fashionable streets of Mayfair for the less salubrious environs of Clerkenwell. The area was one of faded gentility. Once favoured with several well-tended gardens, these were now overgrown or built upon, and Thomas found himself standing outside an unprepossessing block of houses that was in stark contrast to Bond Street. Instead of satins and silks, those who trudged along this street wore coarse wool and worsted, and seemed to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. He lifted the knocker and rapped hard. He waited for a moment, then knocked again until he heard a voice. All right, I'm coming. Lord, give me strength." The bolt was drawn, and Thomas was confronted by a fat, squat woman fixing him with small beady eyes that sank back into the fleshy folds of her cheeks. Standing on the front steps, she looked Thomas up and down. Well, a real gent, I'll be bound," she said in a mocking sing-song voice. Then suddenly her expression turned on a sixpence, and she scowled. Leaning forward, she thrust her large bosom into Thomas's face. "If you're looking for Captain Flynn, he ain't here," she yelled, and she began to slam the door. Thomas, however, was too quick for her and jammed his foot over the threshold. "Owes me rent, he does." Captain Flynn has left?" The woman's face reddened under her grubby cap.
"What's it to you?"
The news of Flynn's arrears did not surprise Thomas. The captain had been relying on the sale of the diamond to provide him with a welcome windfall. Now that he knew the stone was tainted, not only by its association with Sir Montagu's murder, but also because, by its disappointing quality, he would be forced to sell it to less than scrupulous traders, Thomas thrust his hand into his pocket and brought out a shiny coin. "Might this alleviate some of his debt to you?" He held out a crown. The landlady's expression suddenly switched, and she snatched it and bit into it as if it were a biscuit.
"What do you want?"
she asked, dropping the coin down her cleavage.
"I know I see you know."
Thomas smiled politely, but ignored her innuendo. "In return, I would gain access to his lodgings, and ask for your—" He broke off, searching for the right word. "Discretion," he said, even though he doubted she had any. The woman narrowed her eyes.
"Very well,"
she agreed.
"I don't expect he'll be back any time soon."
"What makes you say that?" asked Thomas, watching the woman open one of the doors off the hallway. A ginger cat scampered out and hurtled down the passage.
"Went yesterday morning, he did. Him and his Indian without a nose."
She cringed at the thought as she began to climb the stairs. "Do you know where they were going?" asked Thomas, following her up the sagging treads. She paused on the half-landing.
"All I sees is them coming and going,"
she replied, breathless from the ascent. Thomas, also forced by his wound to gasp for breath, looked downstairs at the door from where the cat had emerged. The landlady was indeed well placed to see Flynn's movements. "Did Captain Flynn have any visitors?" he wheezed as they resumed the climb. He had to wait until they reached the top landing for a reply. The woman puffed so vigorously that her upward breath ruffled the lace frill of her cap.
"Now you mention it, there was one yesterday,"
she replied, reaching for a key on her belt. "A visitor?" asked Thomas. She put the key in the lock.
"The one they left with,"
she replied flatly. The door creaked open on rickety hinges to reveal a small, shabby room. Paint was peeling from the walls, and in the far corner bare timbers were exposed where a section of the ceiling had fallen in. It was not the sort of accommodation where Thomas had expected to find one of Michael Farrell's closest associates. He stepped over the threshold and sniffed. There was the familiar smell of damp, melded with dirt, in the air.
"I keeps the room clean enough,"
said the landlady. She folded her chubby arms across her body defensively. Thomas ignored her and walked past a threadbare sofa through into another room. In it was a large bed neatly made, a chair and a cheval mirror. Under the window sat a travelling trunk. It was padlocked. He went over to the bed. A small chest of drawers stood at the bedside. Making sure the landlady was not looking, he opened the top drawer. A pistol lay inside. He lifted it out and inspected it. It did not surprise him to find it was primed. If word got out that Flynn was in possession of a diamond in these parts, no matter its poor quality, his own safety could not be guaranteed. Yet he wondered why the captain had ventured abroad without it.
"Find anything?"
the landlady called through. Thomas hastily placed the pistol back in the drawer. "No," he replied. He sneaked a look under the bolster. There was nothing. He glanced again at the trunk. If the diamond was not on Flynn's person, then he knew it might well be inside. But the lock was a sturdy one, beyond his own capabilities. He put his head round the door into the third and final room. It was little more than the size of a large cupboard. There was a pallet on the floor. This would be where Flynn's Indian servant slept, he supposed.
"Owes you money too, does he?"
asked the landlady, suddenly appearing in the doorway. Thomas let out a muted laugh. Not exactly. Brushing past her ample bosom, he returned to the first room. He stopped and inhaled the air once more. Walking to the mantel-shelf, he picked up a clay pipe and sniffed the bowl. It smelled of nothing more than stale tobacco.
"What you after, then?"
queried the landlady. Thomas frowned. "I will let you know when I have found it," he replied distractedly, casting an eye along the dusty mantelpiece.
"If that's all."
She was clearly eager to be shot of him and grabbed hold of the door-handle. Just as she did so, She stopped suddenly and let her hand fall as she watched Thomas seize hold of a small card next to a candlestick. His eyes appeared glued to the script, and as he read, the landlady saw the colour drain from his face. The card belonged to none other than Lydia. "Bad news, sir?" she asked, her tone suddenly softening. "You said the captain left with a visitor?" asked Thomas, the card in his hand. The woman scowled disapprovingly. "Yes, it was him that gave him that card, said he was some lady's agent." "What?" asked Thomas. An uncomfortable feeling suddenly solidified inside him like ice. He strode toward her. "What is it? What's wrong?" "What did this visitor look like?" The landlady suddenly went on the defensive. "How should I know? He kept his hat on. All bundled up he was." Opening the door for Thomas, she followed him out into the hall. He could tell that there was no use pressing the point. It was clear she could not identify this stranger who had so evidently lured Flynn into a trap. "You have been most helpful, mistress," said Thomas, not being entirely truthful. He secreted the card in his breast pocket and slipped another crown into her hand. "For your pains," he told her. What he did not reveal was that now he feared not only for Captain Flynn's safety, but also, with the discovery of the calling card, for Lydia's. Chapter 27. Who gave this to Flynn? Thomas, back in the study at Holland Street, was barely able to control his anxiety. In his hand he brandished the card he had retrieved from the captain's lodgings. "Might it have been stolen from Sir Montagu's study on the night of the murder?" the old anatomist ventured. Thomas slapped his forehead in frustration and flung the card onto the mantel-shelf. "Of course," he said, "and now Flynn has walked right into a trap. The landlady heard the man say he was acting on Lydia's behalf." Carruthers tented his arthritic fingers. "So, do you have any idea where he may have taken the captain and his man?" "Not Boughton Hall, I'll wager." Thomas stomped across the room like a man trudging through deep snow. He looked out of the window. "So, Flynn is not Malthus's killer?" Thomas whipped round. "It seems not, but whoever has lured him away from his lodgings could be." The old anatomist shook his head. "Be careful, dear boy. Remember, you are first and foremost an anatomist," he warned. "It is not your place to chase after villains. You would do well to let those with authority take over." His mentor's words of caution brought Thomas up sharp. His expression remained grave. "You know that if I do, Flynn will never be found," he replied. Carruthers's devilish chuckle lifted the moment. "Of course I know," he said with a wink of his unseeing eye. "That is why I only warn. I would never prevent." Once upstairs in his own room, Thomas palmed his chest. It still throbbed, and his breath was tight. Easing off his coat, he flung it onto the bed and rolled up his shirt-sleeves. Still uneasy, he sat down at his desk and, taking paper from his drawer, started to compose a letter. As he did so, something Dr. Carruthers once said to him reverberated inside his head. "You are an anatomist, and the dissecting room and the lecture theatre are where you belong, not the courtroom." He had chided when Thomas had first become embroiled in the search to uncover how Lydia's brother had died. Of course he knew the dear man to be right. The courtroom was a foreign territory to him, and yet over the past 4 years it was where he had fought so many of his battles. His old enemy was most often injustice, and it paraded in the garb of corrupt attorneys like Sir Montagu Malthus. Now that his biggest adversary was dead, however, perhaps it was time for him to change course. He had taken the Hippocratic Oath. He had sworn to do no harm. Perhaps now he should return to concentrating on healing the living rather than bringing the dead back to life by making their bodies talk. He dipped the nib of his pen into the inkwell. He would write to his old ally, Sir Stephen Gandy, the Westminster coroner, regarding his investigation into Sir Montagu's murder and the subsequent discovery of the theft of the diamond. He would tell him he had traced Captain Farrell's erstwhile associate in India, Captain Patrick Flynn, and that he believed him to be in possession of said stone, Sir Stephen could then bring his authority to bear and request that the Westminster magistrate issue a warrant to search Flynn's lodgings. There they would find the diamond and have grounds to arrest the captain and his servant. Under questioning, they would reveal their connection, if any, to Sir Montagu's murder, and that would be that. The perpetrator of the crime would hang, and justice would be done. Or would it? As Thomas wrote the words, they began to seem hollow. He suddenly felt what little confidence he had in the judicial system ebb away as fast as the Thames at low tide. Had he placed his faith in the courts before, at least 3 innocent men and 2 women would have finished their days dangling at the end of a rope. He laid down his pen, rubbed his tired eyes, and thought of Lydia. He recalled her warm smile and her tears, and how she nestled her head gently on his shoulder. He could not wait until they were man and wife. But there was his mentor's nagging voice again. Perhaps it was time he distanced himself from murderers and their methods. Perhaps from now on his actions should begin and end at the autopsy. Perhaps he should no longer put himself in danger in the pursuit of justice, risk life and limb in his quest to protect the innocent and condemn the guilty. After his marriage, perhaps he should leave it to others to follow up on his findings and recommendations. From now on, should his first duty not be to Lydia and to young Richard? He blotted the letter and sealed it. He was washing his hands of the investigation. Chapter 28. The fine carriage jounced and clattered its way through Mayfair toward the fresher air of Hyde Park and the temporary residence of Mrs. Marian Hastings in South Street. Inside, seated opposite Sir Percival Pott, sat Thomas. The latter, now in his finest frock coat and wearing a hint of cologne, did his best to hide his apprehension over his decision to walk away from his inquiries into Sir Montagu's murder. The ailments, either real or imagined, of a wealthy and by all accounts unscrupulous woman were not uppermost in his mind. It seemed, however, that Sir Percival mistook his anxiety for apprehension over the upcoming encounter.
"I am told that Mrs. Hastings enjoyed a good night's sleep. Hopefully she will be in a relaxed frame of mind when we examine her,"
Sir Percival informed him, clearly trying to put him at ease. Thomas nodded. He only wished his own frame of mind could be equally unperturbed. The disappearance of Captain Flynn and his servant had only complicated matters further. The trail that might have led him to Sir Montagu's murderer had gone cold. It was unfinished business, and it irked him. A visit to this famous Mrs. Hastings was not at all what he would have wished, even though Professor Carruthers had assured him that he would be the envy of every physician in London. Nevertheless, he knew he owed it not only to his new patient, but to Sir Percival too, to give the Governor-General's wife his undivided attention during the course of the consultation. "You are concerned about the lady's health, sir?" asked Thomas, as the carriage trundled along Bond Street. Sir Percival nodded gravely. "I have heard there is a new and very virulent strain of phthisis in India. It causes great fatigue and a cough." "And these are the symptoms displayed by Mrs. Hastings?" The eminent surgeon sucked in his cheeks and answered Thomas with a question. "You have brought your listening device with you?" Thomas patted his case. A few years ago he had discovered that a rolled-up tube, when held to a patient's chest, might magnify the sounds made by the heart and the lungs, making it possible to diagnose certain conditions. It had proved invaluable when dealing with the poisonous cloud of gas that had settled on Brandwick and the surrounding area several months back.
"Good," said Sir Percival. "Let us hope we find nothing of a serious nature."
The door of the imposing townhouse in South Street was opened by a servant in eye-catching garb. Instead of a formal frock coat, he was wearing saffron-coloured robes and a turban. More servants could be seen in the hallway carrying boxes and heaving trunks upstairs. Great vases of fresh blooms, some of which Thomas recognised from his cataloguing of exotic plants, must have come from Kew and were being transported into various rooms. A few feet away, near the staircase, stood a man who appeared to have a military bearing. Keeping his back ramrod straight, he boomed out directions as if they were commands to the regiment of servants.
"Take that into the dining-room," he cried, pointing to a crate, "and in God's name be careful with it."
He was about to deal with another sepoy who was buckling under the weight of a large chest when, amid the mayhem, he spied Thomas and Sir Percival.
"Gentlemen," he called. He made toward them and bowed low as he reached them. "Major Scott at your service, sirs." He switched his gaze to the older man. "And you must be Sir Percival Pott," he said with a studied smile. Thomas noted his face bore scars, sustained, he suspected, from a battle with the bottle rather than on the field. A bemused Sir Percival nodded. "I am, sir, and this is Dr. Thomas Silkstone. We are here at the request of His Excellency to examine Mrs. Hastings." "Then you are most welcome," replied the Major. "Please come this way." He gestured toward double doors that lay ahead, and Thomas followed Sir Percival into what he assumed was the drawing-room. There were several people in the salon, both men and women, all dressed in garments that were de rigueur. Scents of sandalwood and exotic spices fought with body odour. But Thomas had no difficulty in marking out the famous, or in some circles infamous, Marianne Hastings. The huddle of people around her high-backed chair suddenly parted to reveal an appealing woman in her 30s. She was of slender build and pale-skinned, with auburn hair that she wore piled loosely on top of her head. Ordinarily, she would have been regarded as a woman of modest attributes. Her eyes were large, yet perhaps a little too far apart, her nose slightly hooked in the Germanic way, and her lips quite thin. Yet she was dressed in such a flamboyant fashion that one could not help but be dazzled by her. At her neck there was an amethyst necklace, in her hair there were feathers, and almost every finger of her hands displayed a ring. Yet these outward shows alone would not have impressed Thomas in the least. It was something in her speech and in her manner that made him think her quite captivating. "And this is my colleague, Dr. Silkstone," he suddenly heard Sir Percival say. For a moment Thomas had allowed himself to be pulled into this woman's sphere, as gravity attracts objects to earth. Suddenly he realized that all eyes in the room were on him. Quickly he drew himself upright, gave Mrs. Hastings a polite smile, then bowed low. "Dr. Silkstone," she addressed him directly, "my husband has told me about you." "He has, madam?" asked Thomas, unable to hide his surprise. Mrs. Hastings nodded. "Sir Joseph Banks has praised you for the work you have done for him." Thomas felt the colour rise in his cheeks. There was something in this woman's attitude that made him feel like a child once more. "He flatters me, madam," came his hurried reply. Noting that Thomas was quite taken by his newest patient, Sir Percival stepped in. "We are here at your husband's request, madam," he told her. Mrs. Hastings rolled her eyes. "My dear husband," she cooed. It appeared it was the signal for those who remained in the room to smile and nod politely. "He worries too much. I can assure you there is nothing wrong with me that a little London society will not cure." This time her words were met with a ripple of laughter, which she acknowledged with a nod of her head to the assembled coterie. "And once those abominable customs officers allow me my creature comforts, I shall feel most at home here." Sir Percival had told Thomas on the journey there that officials had confiscated all of Mrs. Hastings' muslin gowns and silks when her ship had docked at Blackwell. "Do you know, Sir Percival, they have even seized my red velvet riding habit because it was worked with pearls," she complained. "For shame, dear lady," Sir Percival commiserated. Buoyed by such a response, she continued to rant. "They virtually threatened me with the loss of my entire wardrobe, but for those items I had carried to shore." Major Scott, hovering beside her, rallied to her cause. "There never were such a set of vermin as the custom-house officers," he told the assembly, whose collected heads nodded as one. Thomas swapped a bemused look with his senior colleague. His newest patient seemed rather highly strung. Anxiety, he had read, might cause the force of blood, as measured by Mr. Hales some years earlier, to engender palpitations. This in turn might lead to hard pulse disease. Conventional wisdom would dictate bloodletting to reduce the force. He suspected, however, that Sir Percival and he were of the same mind. Venesection was not the way forward. Nevertheless, in his experience, it was often those with the most severe issues of health who shrugged off their conditions, refusing to acknowledge them until it was too late to treat them. A good dose of cajoling and encouragement was the first treatment required, thought Thomas. Sir Percival knew it, too. Then, madam, let us make sure that you are at the peak of your health to enjoy all the delights that this fine city can offer," he told her firmly, but with a smile. It was clear he would not take no for an answer. Mrs. Hastings fluttered her fan with a studied coquettishness. "Oh, Sir Percival," she said with a coy shrug, "how can I refuse you?" Then, turning her fan from an instrument of flirtation into a vehement weapon, she flapped it vigorously at the others in the room as if to ward off a flock of marauding pigeons. "Off you go now. Go, if you please," she called out. "These good gentlemen must attend to me." The room was quickly vacated, the men skulking out and the ladies tittering, leaving Mrs. Hastings still seated. One other woman remained close by her side. Sir Percival gave a questioning look. "I shall require a chaperone, gentlemen," she told them. Thomas's unfortunate encounter with Lady Thorndyke suddenly rose to haunt him. He would never allow himself to be exposed to such an attempt at seduction again, and was only too happy to examine Mrs. Hastings in the presence of another lady. He had not, however, expected her to be someone who was strangely familiar to him. "Gentlemen, this is Mrs. Mott," said Mrs. Hastings, reaching out for her friend's hand. Thomas was forced to stifle a sharp intake of breath, with a cough, as it struck him there was a remarkable similarity between this lady and the woman who had ploughed into him at East India House the day before. The likeness was too much of a coincidence. "Of course," he replied,